Alrighty, everyone, and hello there. My name is Caden, and welcome back to more Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Last time we began the third case, which is already off to a very interesting, which was already very interesting so far. With first off, we played as Gregory, Edward's father, from 18 years ago, learning about the murder during some sort of a dessert contest. And now we are back at that place 18 years later as Miles and trying to figure out the truth. I guess we're going to probably try and figure out the truth, considering the case was ended as assuming the defendant was guilty, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think Jeff was the killer there. So we're going to be trying to figure it out this time. As well as the fact that in the future, or in the present, I guess, for some reason, there was a poison attack. Like, there was, like, poisonous gas released in the area, so gotta figure out why that happened at all anyways. So, let us begin. Alright, so, April 2nd, 12:05 p.m., Zodiac Art Gallery, Autumn Palace. Yeah, the other thing we noticed was that the Autumn Palace and the Winter Palace are for some reason almost the same. They're at the very least, they are very similar. Though the covering of the sheets does make it possible to where the statues looked the same in both areas. Still though, it's a bit weird how similar they look. Was someone trying to intentionally confuse us about, like, which room was which for some reason? And if so, why? What purpose does that serve? Alright, let's get to it.
She said it would only be a 10-minute recess. And they sure are taking an awfully long time. Sorry to keep you waiting. Prosecutor Best presents Miss Delicia Scones. Jesse, you called, so here I am. Isa, Delicia Scones, the pharmacist who makes delicious drugs.
That is... I don't exactly know how I feel about that, although, considering how disgusting medicine tastes, maybe that's not the worst thing, question mark?
But you can call me Miss Delicious.
And you can call me Mr. Bestest.
Oi, nice to meet you, bestie.
They've gone straight to nicknames.
Huh? That boy reminds me of someone.
This is Miles Edgeworth. He's Gregory's son.
Jesse, nice to meet you, Miley.
Could you please not call me Miley?
Me and Greggy's boy. I guess it's a sign that I'm getting old.
You look the exact same, madam. How old is this woman? Great question.
Sebastian, isn't there something you'd like to ask Miss Pharmacist?
Oh, right. Yeah, Miss Delicious, could you tell us the reason why you came to the gallery?
Jesse, I came to see the curator, Katie.
Okay, so... another oddity is that everyone that was involved in the original incident, the IS-7 incident, is for some reason also now returned back to the same place. I mean, it seems like it's a different area. I think they said that in the past it was Master Jeff's home, but now it seems like they've turned it into a museum of sorts. Now, that being said, the weird thing is that for some reason, everyone that was involved in the original case is here. And I do mean, like, everyone that we know of. At the very least, everyone that's alive. Oh, hey, so yeah, we have Dane Gustavia. He was the guy who was collapsed during the poison gas attack. There's Catherine Hall, the other person that was... yeah, the person that was Jeff's assistant. And Delicia Scones, who was the person who was a fake dessert maker. The only other person, I guess, is... I don't think they're... yeah. I was gonna say the only other there's only two people who are not here. One, because one's dead, and the other is... I don't know if dead, but at the minimum, they're in jail. So why is all of them gathered here? That's a bit too strange.
I've been friends with her for 18 years, so I visit her quite often. Is it true, Miss Pharmacist, that you also assisted in the treatment of Mr. Gustavia?
Question is, who poisoned? And Gustavia? And why? What was the whole point of the poisoning? Though, at the moment, admittedly, I do kind of agree that the only one that makes sense is Delicia. For once, I agree with Courtney. At the same time, I don't know. The only other person that could have some sort of tie to this case, like to being the murderer, I think, would be Catherine. The only reason I would think she would potentially have a motive is because maybe she wants to get back at those that were involved in the original case, like those who locked away Jeff. That's the only other thing I can think of, but even then, I don't know. I got nothing concrete.
I guess you'd say that, although I only made the antidote for the doctor. Wow, you made the antidote on the spot? Yes, see. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can make any drug easily. The infirmary here is well equipped, you see. Instead of sending him to the hospital in critical condition, we treat him right away. I did all I could. The rest depends upon his body's ability to recover.
Do you know the victim, Miss Delicious?
Yes, see. Although it's been 18 years since I last saw him. I only knew that he'd become a world-famous pastry chef.
Okay, so Gustavia achieved his goal. That's nice for him. Huh? Is the victim that famous?
I heard on the news that he had won in a competition for designing desserts.
That reminds me. I do remember him mentioning something about studying dessert design in Zingfa. Really?
Now, let's get down to business. Miss Pharmacist, are you familiar with the drug Megatoxin X? Yes, see. It's the drug that's used to kill all those things. It's mega effective.
Those things, like, there are for some reason, two thoughts come to mind. The first is less dark, which is, I'm hoping it's just meaning like rats or something, like it's a pesticide or like a rodent killer. The scarier idea is it's used for euthanasia. Let me hope it's the former.
Because the effects are so potent, it's not available to the general public.
What are those things you're referring to?
The drug for vanquishing the creatures that strike fear into the heart of a lady. The ones that often infest kitchens and the like.
Okay, so I'm right. It is the former. It's rodent killer.
Ah, I think I know what she's talking about. So, Miss Pharmacist, may I ask you one more thing? Do you know what happens when you mix normalium with fatalium? Yes, see. I know. It's even written on the warning label for Megatoxin X. Hazardous when mixed. When the two drugs are mixed together, a chemical reaction occurs and the gas is released. Inhaling a large amount of this gas can cause breathing difficulties. And even death. From the amount of poison gas Gusty breathed in, I think there was probably at least 500 milliliters of each chemical in the gas.
Really? As expected of a pharmacist, she's very well informed.
Normalium is an adhesive liquid that becomes hot as soon as heat is applied.
Heat? Heat, you say? We did find this used gas burner. Was it, for some reason, was it used to heat up the normalium?
It always has a red color and a minty fragrance. Due to its low cost, it's used everywhere. Fatalium is a white, watery liquid. That's enough for now. As expected of a pharmacist, you're very knowledgeable. Yes, see, of course I am. Megatoxin X is one of the chemicals that the company I work for produces.
Really? Really now?
But not just anyone has access to it. It's so potent as a poison that it couldn't be sold to the public after all.
Thank you. I think that's all I need to hear. Does Judge Courtney suspect her? What is she hiding behind that smile? Oh, Flatfoot, have you made progress in the investigation or something?
Yeah, let me tell you.
What's up? What's up, Gummy?
The glass cases that contain the sculptures can be opened by a mechanism in the lid.
What strange cases?
The temperature in the cases can be lowered down to 0 degrees Fahrenheit.
0, huh? Is there anything in the pamphlet that specifically says 0? Nothing says specifically 0, but the closest you can get is probably -3 degrees. Which would put it in the winter area, right?
The inside of the Pisces case was set to 27 degrees Fahrenheit, so my hand nearly got stuck to the ice.
So wait, Pisces. Hang on. So Pisces is... Oh, we have an issue then. Pisces was set to 27 degrees Fahrenheit. But if you look at here, Pisces is in the autumn section. However, it needs to be kept at 64 degrees Fahrenheit. So that doesn't make sense. Why is it... How is that possible? In fact, if we're talking 20... He said 26 or 27? He said 27. What fits more accurately would be the Gemini or Taurus from Winter Palace. That would fit more accurately with the temperature that Pisces is at. We do have the thing about the Pisces, this statue here that Larry drew a picture of. That's Normalium, I believe we noted. That's dripping out, not blood. But the sheet cover, I wonder. I think something about the way the statues are is wrong. Placement? Where they're located? Good thing it didn't. So then?
From the lid of the Pisces case, we detected slight traces of normalium.
Huh? Not bad.
Huh? If Normalium was in the glass case at a temperature of 27 degrees Fahrenheit, then it would have been frozen to the lid.
Really?
Huh? Really? So, what happened?
Mr. DeBest, why don't we try borrowing the power of K's little thief? I think the circumstances will be easier to understand if we use our Mr. Thief.
So you really want to help me out that much?
Why not? I do think DeBest is like a good... Like, I don't think he's trying to be a bad prosecutor. I think he's doing his best. He's just, slow on the uptick. But I do think he's doing his... Funnily enough, I think he is trying his best.
Fine, I'm not really sure how this all works, but you, get on with it.
I hate being bossed around by this guy, but to write out the truth, I'll do it.
Huh? What do you mean?
Stop acting as you please. The goddess of law has no need of your power.
Don't be such a stick in the mud, Courtney Pie. We have approval of the prosecutor in charge, so what's the problem? Could it be there's something the PIC doesn't want us to find out?
That's none of your concern.
Ray, what do you mean by that?
If you insist on participating in the investigation, then let me check if you're qualified by asking you a question.
Okay.
What was she planning? Who set off the poison gas? If you can answer me that, I'll allow you to work with us.
Who set off the poison gas? Well then, Miles, that's a big question, because I feel like whoever that is like the main culprit, obviously. The person who opened the Pisces cage and set off the gas. When you think about the circumstances, there's only one person it could have been. Wait, what? You're right. That's a... Yes. Concerning the circumstances, it's clear who it was. Wait. Is it clear? I think I know what it's getting at, but if it is what I think it is, then that doesn't make sense. What? Because this would imply... Hang on, you know, What?
So, please give me your answer.
I'm trying to think here, but... Who set off the poison gas? But... The only one that makes sense is Dane. Because Because he was the one in the room. It only makes sense that it was Dane. There was no one in the Autumn Palace other than the victim, Dane Gustavia. He set off the poison. What? Why? It's hard to believe it could have been anyone but him.
It seems that way. Very well. I'll allow you to participate this time. However, if I feel you're a hindrance, I will have to ask you to leave.
Understood. But what I don't understand is why the victim opened that case. What is going on?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, what shall I recreate?
Based on the information we've gathered so far, let's recreate the scene before the gas.
Got it.
Here we go. Don't scare me like that!
So, this is the true power of Sir Thief.
Strange. Let's investigate the Pisces sculpture post-haste. There's frozen normalium on the lid of the Pisces sculpture's glass case.
It's frozen so thick you can't even open the lid.
On the actual glass case, the lid was heavily cracked. It was like someone had it out for the Pisces sculpture, sir.
Do you have any idea how it came to be cracked like this?
Well, the damage didn't seem to come from outside the glass case, sir.
So it had to... Do you think it... I see. So the inside of the case was below freezing point, and the case had developed cracks. Could it simply have been pressure like a burst from pressure or something like that? I know if you cool and heat glass a bunch, it has a good chance of breaking, right? Do you think something like that happened? Wait, the fire! There are no signs of external damage. From this, we can deduce... Yeah, I was just about to say, use gas burner. That would be a good way of heating up rapidly.
Low freezing. Like Mr. Edgeworth's cold stare.
And cracked. Like Mr. Edgeworth's furrowed brow.
Thermal fracturing. The cold glass case was heated from the outside, causing it to crack. Okay, so it is... So that's probably why the burner was used then. Right? Why did the thermal fracturing occur here? And what caused it? It was the Inside the thermally fractured glass case, there was frozen normalium. Oh? That face means you probably thought of something. Miles? Indeed I have. I know how Mr. Gustavio was able to open the glass case. What? How can you possibly know something I don't? I'd say the things he does know are in the minority. Are you gonna let me know? I'll let you know in a second. Here. How did Dane Gustavia open the glass case? It was with the burner, right? That's how he cracked the glass. This gas burner that was found in the Autumn Palace shows signs of recent use. I believe this was the cause of the thermal fracturing in the Pisces sculpture's glass case. The gas burner? Why would he use something like that?
Ah, I got it. The lid was frozen shut, so you gotta use the burner to melt the ice.
Indeed, that is correct. I just had a late start. I'm still the best, you know.
Late start? You didn't even understand a single thing, did you?
Well, this is because Mr. Edgeworth's explanation was too hard to follow. Okay, why don't you update the little thief so that he can understand it?
If you say so. Right, let's restart the recreation.
Alright, let's see what gets updated. The victim, Dane Gustavia, was the only one to enter the Autumn Palace. If you used the gas burner, then the normalium in the glass case would have melted. And then? And this is what created the scene that Larry saw. The melted normalium would have come into contact with the fatalium inside the case. And thus poison gas was born. And produced the poison gas. Yep. The moment Mr. Gustavia opened the lid, he would have begun to inhale the gas. He managed to drag himself out onto the fountain patio just before his strength ran out. Probably saved his life. So was someone waiting for Dane then? It sounds like... Well, okay. Why was Dane... First of all, why was Dane even trying to get into the Pisces statue? That's the question I want to know. What was he trying to do? So he inhaled the gas when he opened the lid. Seems he finally understands. But why did Mr. Gustavia open the glass case of the Pisces sculpture? That's what I want to know. The victim's goal. That I do not yet know. He is still alive, it sounds like, so if he can regain consciousness, maybe he can help let us know and we can figure out who was... It sounds like he was set up, honestly. Maybe someone knew that he would try and open up the case with the burner and intentionally made it so that, you know, he would get poisoned in the aftermath. That's what I'm thinking. It sounds like a setup. Perhaps he had the same reason as Uncle Ray. Maybe he actually came to see the Winter Palace, not the Autumn one. Oh, did he think something was wrong with the statues and wanted to fix it then? Consider if he is an artist, like he is a dessert artist, so maybe that actually does make some amount of sense. Uncle Ray also thought this was the Winter Palace at first. Yeah, that's another thing. What? This doesn't make sense. Spring, summer, winter, autumn. I feel like most people I feel would assume that the order would go spring, summer, autumn, winter. Because that's usually how the seasons go. Oh. But for some reason, winter and autumn are swapped. Spring and summer in the places that people would usually place them in. Winter is not. Winter and autumn are not. So why is that? Was it simply just a design choice for some reason, or is there something more to that?
Oh, you too, Ray Ray. Actually, I thought so too.
Seems like everyone thought so.
It looks just like that Pisces room from 18 years ago. Dean got the exact same plants in the front of the door.
It seems everyone involved with the IS-7 incident made the same mistake. What? What is going on? It's imperative that we investigate the real Winter Palace immediately. I should suggest that to Mr. DeBest. Hey, DeBest.
I get it now. Yeah, that's how it was.
Huh? Did you think of something? Uh-oh. Goof o'clock?
The victim committed suicide.
No. No, I do not... DeBest? Hold it. This kid is just silly at this point. He just keeps rushing off to silly conclusions. I love him.
He thought he would look refined if he died in an art gallery.
I know that some people take their work way too seriously, but that's on another level.
Have you been listening?
Well, if you're as smart as me, just hearing half the story will be enough.
Sebastian, I'll explain it from the top later.
Top? That means best, right? Alright, I'll leave it to you.
Yes, it would indeed be best to let Judge Courtney handle him. Anyways,
That aside, don't you have some information to inform everyone of?
I totally forgot.
what are you talking about?
We did a little checking on that pharmacist.
Really? What'd you find out?
We, meaning me, the best prosecutors. Subordinate.
That's not something you brag about.
Shut up, you! Quiet down and listen! Suicide is, off the table for now, yeah. That's because, in short... that pharmacist is the culprit. She set up the gas as a trap.
No! It's a terrible shame. Miss Pharmacist, how could one in the profession of saving lives stoop to extinguishing them? Huh? What are you saying? I would never do such a thing!
Mr. DeBest, do you have a basis for these accusations?
Of course! This is my basis. Her pharmacist license. It would have permitted her to handle Megatoxin X, right?
I mean, I won't deny that. And its active ingredient, Fatalium, was one of the components of the poison gas.
Exactly. That chemical is also almost impossible for ordinary people to obtain. But that pharmacist is another story altogether.
It wasn't me. You got it all wrong.
And that's not all. A bottle of Megatoxin X was found in the victim's pocket.
Really? What?
And on the bottle, we found clear fingerprints. Yours.
Really?
You and the curator took the victim to the infirmary, right? That would have given you the perfect opportunity to plant the bottle on him.
That's...
You're the only pharmacist on the premises who could have handled Megatoxin X. Furthermore, as for the curator of this art gallery, you're an acquaintance of hers. You would have had access to the gallery at any time in order to prepare the poison gas trap.
Please, wait. That Megatoxin X, it was stolen.
Stolen?
Trying to lie your way out of this won't go well with me. It's true. Look, I've got the proof right here in my bag.
What is she searching for?
Not this. Not this either.
I remember seeing cloth like that recently.
Here, please take a look at this.
It's some sort of paper.
What's it say?
April 1st, theft report is accepted. Stolen item Megatoxin X. This is a theft report acceptance certificate.
What?
The truth is, 1 week ago, my Megatoxin X was stolen.
This was planned then?
I don't think it's her, but at the same time,
1 week ago. That means you didn't have it with you today.
You see, that bottle you just found is probably the one that was stolen from me. I normally carry that bottle of the Megatoxin X in my bag at all times, even though I often forget to keep it locked up. I would never even think about mixing it with Normalium.
But why in the world would you carry such a dangerous substance on your person?
Well, you never know when those things will appear. Those creatures that infest the kitchen, striking fear into the heart of a lady, right? Although, if you had a rolled up newspaper, you could just squash them with one blow.
Oh, you're talking about cockroaches. Ugh.
Justine, what do we do now?
I don't know anymore.
Well then, can we really accept this theft report? Let's ask for confirmation. That should clearly tell us whether or not she's lying.
Right. Well then, I'll just call and confirm it.
Looks like Miss Delicious isn't the culprit.
Indeed. She really did set up the poison gas as a trap. I don't believe she would do it in the way that incriminates her the most.
Miles, who do you think the culprit is?
There's only one person that makes sense at this point for some reason. But it has to be Catherine. Again, the motive I can think of is maybe she thinks that one of the other people here are the true killers, and she wants to get revenge for them taking away her, like, the person that she was assisting. That's the only thing I can think of. It's the only thing that makes sense. Predicting the actions of the victim would require a fair amount of advanced planning. And there's only one person here capable of that.
Huh? Uncle Ray would like to know too. Who do you suspect?
The one who stole the Megatoxin X and prepared the room in advance was... I can only think it's Catherine, right? It had to be the curator of the Zodiac Art Gallery, Miss Catherine Hall. However, I still don't have any evidence that she is the criminal yet.
I see. She is...
The way he said that just now sounded like he had been expecting it. Really? I wonder if he has the same idea as I do. It might be, again, I think it might be revenge.
Good job, Miles. As expected from Uncle Ray's future apprentice.
I have no intention of becoming your apprentice.
Don't even try that. And I will now announce the results of my verification. I can confirm that our theft report was indeed accepted. Therefore, it's a little too early to come to a decision.
That means your logic was completely faulty.
You're wrong! My real performance is still to come!
Really? And how do you plan to proceed with your investigation?
That's... first, we need to speak with the curator.
And after that?
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Sebastian, Mr. Gustavia may have had business in the Winter Palace. I believe we should send an investigator there as well.
Oh, that's good too. Detective Gumshoe, investigate the Winter Palace at once.
Hey, you actually said his name for once.
Got it, sir.
Justine, let's go talk to the curator.
Yes, let's proceed.
We should go and listen to what Miss Hall has to say as well. Alright, here we go. April 2nd, 1:35 p.m., Zodiac Art Gallery. Fountain Patio.
Alright, I want you guys to listen to what the curator has to say.
Mr. Best, weren't you going to go and talk to her yourself?
Nah, that's a job for my subordinates. All I have to do is wait for their report. I'm the best prosecutor, after all.
Such arrogance.
Well, this is anticlimactic. I'm gonna chill for a bit. Huh? What's that in the fountain?
What? Huh?
It's a dead body in the fountain! What do you mean? What happened? What is the meaning of this?
Silence, everyone. Forensics, identify this body at once.
It's terrible, pal!
Please be quiet, detective.
The ice sculptures in the Winter Palace,
Don't tell me they're melting. Oh, what is happening?
they've all melted, pal!
What's going on? What? 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 What happened? What's going on here?
There are 2 victims now.
This is all just like 18 years ago. Once again, the ice sculptures have melted.
Again?
And everyone related to the incident 18 years ago is gathered here now.
What's going on?
This is no mere coincidence. Don't you think so, Miles?
Yes.
The key to finding the truth of this case lies in the IS-7 incident. This is what I believe. That's right. Uncle Ray thinks so too. Looks like it's time once again for Uncle Ray to tell you about the IS-7 incident.
Oh, wait, does that mean we're going back in time again?
Wow. What happened?
Oh my gosh! Oh, we're back.
The IS-7 incident, 18 years ago. Gregory Edgeworth's last case. Isaac Dover was murdered at the venue of a dessert contest, and his body was discovered in the chocolate treasure chest made by Jeff Master. The victim died from blood loss after being struck in the head with a rock salt lamp. The murder weapon was found hidden inside Delicia's candy castle. Then, in the victim's room, where no one had searched yet, all Dover sherbet sculptures had melted.
Yeah, and that's where we left off. Guess we're going back. Back to playing as Gregory. December 24th, 9:05 p.m. Contest venue, Fountain Patio. I didn't think we would actually be going back here. I thought the investigation would have just come to a screeching halt after the sculptures melted.
The sculptures in Mr. Dover's room have melted. Due to that, Prosecutor Von Karma immediately drove us away from the scene.
How are you gonna investigate now? And what's with that? Defense attorney's out. Von Karma's methods are deplorable.
Well, investigating the crime scene is supposed to be the police's job, after all.
But you gotta admit, Von Karma's methods are way out of line. Defense attorneys and the police should work together to discover the truth.
Raymond, you must realize that not everyone shares the same views as us. Should one expose the truth for the sake of justice, or simply accept things as they appear? Everyone has their own view on what is right and what is wrong.
Even if that means convicting an innocent man?
Both ourselves and the police are only human, and as humans, we all make mistakes. It is for this reason that we defense attorneys exist, so that those who are alone and helpless can have an ally on their side.
An ally on their side?
If we cannot investigate, shouldn't we just find some other way to help?
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I still have much to learn.
You're still young, so you'll have many opportunities to learn.
Right, I'll do my best.
I really like Gregory. Oh, hey!
Monsieur Edgeworth and Monsieur Shields, would you like to take a brief respite?
I just noticed that your sprite is different depending on, from past and present. I do like that. I only noticed it like later, but it's like, her sprite looks a lot younger here. I mean, it makes sense, 18 years. That being said, why in God's name is that woman's sprite the exact same?
I know it's not much, but please, eat these.
Those are the candies that, Delicia had, didn't she?
Wow, thank you.
Chocolates. Mr. Master's favorite food. Handmade by Miss Hall. Very sweet and quite misshapen. Let's see. I appreciate getting some sugar into my system. But these are a little too sweet. And it's a little misshapen too.
I'm terribly sorry. Does it not suit your taste?
Not at all. It's deliciously sweet.
Thank you very much. But making sweets isn't really my forte.
Huh? You made this chocolate cake?
Yes, chocolate is Monsieur Master's favorite food.
I agree.
Preparing his favorite food is also part of my job. But I'm still not that good at it, so I need him to instruct me.
I envy Master Jeff. He gets to eat handmade sweets whenever he wants.
Did you say something?
No, it's nothing.
This is so sweet, in more ways than one. Miss Hall, you seem very dedicated to your work.
Without my work, I wouldn't even have the right to be here.
What do you mean?
When I was a child, I was abandoned. Monsieur Master took me in.
Huh? Really?
One snowy Christmas Eve, I was left on the doorstep of his mansion. I owe Monsieur Master my life. He became like a father to me. And so, to repay his kindness, I want to continue working for him.
Hey, you're incredible.
I've lived a long life. Yet that brought tears even to my eyes.
Today, Christmas Eve has finally arrived once more. But it looks like I won't be able to give him the present I prepared. I would do anything if it meant saving Monsieur Master.
This is worrying me, because this honestly does further give an idea that she might have resulted to killing those involved in the case because she thinks that they are the ones who killed her, or the ones that sentenced Jeff to prison.
If there's any way I could be of service to you, please ask.
Yeah, I really am worried it's going to be her, because it makes sense. If she owes that much to Jeff, and then suddenly he gets imprisoned and for the rest of his life, basically, it seems, then, I mean, of course she's probably going to be full of rage for her entire life, especially at those that helps get him convicted, aka the other contestants. What worries me even more, though, is the fact that I think there might even be evidence in the future. There's two things to think of. First of all, well, actually, wait, two? I'm gonna be honest, I just forgot what the second one was, but I do still remember what one was, being the chocolates. Didn't Delicia have those chocolates in it? Like, we saw them at the, like, just before we swapped back to the past here. I'm pretty sure that for a brief moment, you could see that Delicia had chocolates, and it was before she brought out the... It was when she was checking her bag to show the report saying that she had the Megatoxin X stolen from her. And she brought out 2 items. The second item that she ended up bringing out was the cloth. And then, but before that, she brought she saw that the chocolates were seen. If those are the same chocolates that Kate has, then I'm wondering, could she be trying to frame... Actually, that makes sense. Oh god. This is just sad if that's the case. I'm thinking she's the killer and she's trying to frame Delicia. Or at least she's... Because Gustavia would be involved, and he was poisoned. And then if Delicia gets accused, then she goes to jail potentially. Although, there's one last thing that doesn't make sense then, which is the extra dead person. We don't even know who the dead person is, but there was a new dead person in the present. So whoever the hell that is, are they related to the case of the past? Is there anyone that I'm thinking of? Who are all the people involved in this past case? We have Isaac Dover, he's already dead. Obviously can't be him. You're you. Not you. You, we already discussed. You've already discussed. You're already in jail in the present. Not you. Okay. Unless we're gonna learn of another person back here. Anyways, I think I've gone too off topic, sorry. Yes, I appreciate that. Well then, do you happen to know anything about the victim, Isaac Dover?
I don't really know much about Monsieur Dover, but I have a photo of the dessert team for the contest finals.
Really? Let me see that. This is certainly a splendid piece of work. Oh, wait! Is that what I think it is? I think it is. This box thing. Keep that in mind. Now, look at that picture. Look at the statue on the left. That box thing at the bottom of it looks awfully similar to the rainbow light device. I don't know if it is, but it looks awfully similar.
Yes, with his exquisite but beauty, it's truly a work of art. It's crafted so intricately that you almost forget it's made out of sherbet. It seems Monsieur Master was also fond of Monsieur Dover's work as well.
Another thing, we don't even know why Dover was... We don't even have a motive for potentially why Dover would be killed. That's an... Wait, I just realized if thinking what I thought previously, then that means there's someone else who would have... There's only 2... Okay. Assuming I'm right about the future being potential... The future suspect being, Catherine, about her being, like, trying to frame Delicia for poisoning Gustavia. Assuming my theory is right there, there's another thing that has to be true then, which is someone else had to have killed Dover, because she wouldn't kill Dover to get her own, like, partner, like, just imprisoned. But that would mean there's only 2 options, which is Delicia or Gustavia. Only those 2 could be the potential killers of Dover, then. Unless again, there's some extra person I'm not aware of yet.
Well, these are the Taurus and Gemini constellations.
Do you know a lot about constellations, Raymond?
Of course! There's so much romance in the constellations. For example, take the club, Lyre, and Arrow held by Gemini here. These come from... Huh? There are no strings on this lyre.
Oh, you're right. Lyre should have a string.
Did Mr. Dover make a mistake in his sculpting?
It's hard to think he would make a mistake like that.
I'm wondering if maybe it just melted. I mean, assuming if it's also made of sherbet, right? Pretty thin lines, those would melt pretty easily, even if kept at proper temperatures, I'd say. At the very least, it'd be very easy to have a quick change in temperature cause just those thin strings to melt.
Huh? I thought you said you didn't know that much about him.
I just sort of felt that way somehow.
It appears she's hiding something from us. Miss Hall, did you take this photograph of yourself?
Yes, I took it with this instant camera.
Is that the same? Have we seen that before? Didn't Raymond in the future or in the present mention that he used a camera like this?
It develops pictures instantly. It's one of my greatest treasures.
It is. Does he have Catherine's camera in the present?
Wow, I would love to see it in action.
Well then, why don't we take a picture right now?
Yeah, let's have our picture taken, Mr. Edwards.
Sure, I don't mind. I'm confident in my hairstyles there.
Alright, I'm taking the picture. Say cheese. Here, it developed. A present from me to you, Monsieur Shields.
Wow, thank you so much. It's such a great camera.
It's the only camera in this mansion. Unfortunately, its convenience comes at a cost. There are no negatives.
No negatives. Huh. Is this the same camera Mr. Master used during the contest?
Yes, you are well informed. While he made his desserts, Monsieur Master photographed his work. After that, he took photos of all the other competitors' works.
Was he taking photos at the time the body was found? The body was discovered during the judging, was it not?
Monsieur Master intended to take photos of everyone's rooms, but after he photographed Gustavia's room, he ran out of film.
Really?
Monsieur Master asked me to change the film in the camera. It seemed the film he prepared in advance wasn't enough.
There wasn't enough film.
It seems the number of photos he took didn't match up with the amount of film remaining. Now, he told me himself it might have been just a mistake, though.
Was it really just a mistake? Do you think someone intentionally made sure he had less film than usual? In order to, like, get him away and frame him?
I retrieved more film from a main building and went back to the fountain patio. And it was then that I heard the sound of something breaking in Monsieur Master's room. Monsieur Master? Are you in here?
And that's when you found the body.
And that's when I found Monsieur Dover's body in the Monsieur Master's room. It's so terrible. I was really shaken up. Before I spoke to anyone else, I called the police. This camera, I've kept it with me ever since.
Huh. Alright. I see. If it's alright with you, would you mind lending me your camera in that photo?
Sure, I don't mind at all. Here you go.
Thank you very much. Develops photos instantly, has a capacity for 20 photos, but there is only film for 3 more. Dover's sherbet salon.
Hey! Detective Bad, Miss Delicious, is the investigation over already?
He said he had no more use for me and kicked me out. What a rude thing to say.
It was probably to ensure that you wouldn't eat out any more of the crime scene.
So, Detective Bad, did you get kicked out too?
It seems Von Karma thought I was getting in the way. He won't let me investigate.
Why would he prohibit his own detective from investigating? I think I see his feet up top, so...
We know just about all there is to know about the crime scene. Right now, he's talking to Gustavia in Dover's room.
Why does he need to speak to Mr. Gustavia?
We heard from Hall that Gustavia was seen entering the victim's room.
Mr. Gustavia?
Yes, I saw him entering Dover's room, and it seemed like he was trying to avoid being seen.
Really? Is he the one who melted the statues then?
Although I have no idea what he did in there.
He is currently under suspicion for melting Dover's sherbet.
Just why did Mr. Gustavia enter that room? This doesn't make sense.
I also have a photo of Dover's room here. If you need it, I'll let you take a look at it.
Huh? What? Why would you do that for us?
You still don't get it, kid. I'm saying I want to help you guys. in order to discover the truth of this case.
Is that bad?
Is that alright, Detective Bad? Won't Von Karma chew you out again?
I have no intention of becoming Von Karma's lapdog. If you won't let me investigate, I'll just do as I like. Getting tied up in stupid rules will only blind you to the truth. Isn't that right, Attorney Edgeworth?
Of course, Detective Bad. I thank you.
Well then, this is amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Now we got Detective Bad on our side.
I don't really get what's going on, but I'm glad you boys are all friends now.
I'm grateful that he'll lend us his strength. Well then, can we see the photo now?
No.
What?
Right.
Alright, let's take a look.
This is the current state of Dover's room.
Wow, the sherbet is completely melted.
The room is drenched in a light blue liquid. We should compare this with the photo Miss Hall took. Did the sherbet melt because the power cord was pulled out?
Yeah, because it was pulled. All the refrigerated glass cases lost power completely.
Looks like all the power cords were connected to one socket.
Do you have any idea when the cord was pulled out?
No, it's still under investigation at the moment.
What a waste of a beautiful sherbet.
Honestly, had I known it would end up like this, I would eat even more of the stuff.
Did Mr. Dover's sherbet taste that good?
Oh, yesy. His sherbet was most delicious.
Really? I wish I could have eaten some too.
Would you two stop eating the crime scene?
There's one piece I was so salty I couldn't eat it.
Salty?
It's right here in this photo. It was part of that lyre.
Oh.
Wait, is that why the strings are gone? That's a lyre from the Gemini constellation.
Ah, you snuck a bite from the lyre. That's why the strings are missing.
I can never eat that much. It was way too salty.
Their sherbet was most delicious, but the lyre part was very salty. Why was the lyre salty specifically? Part of the sherbet tasted different. I was rather curious. Did someone other than her also take a bite out of it? Did you notice anything else?
Now you mention it, I see sherbet sculptures had these strange markings on them. He had 2 letters carved into them. Wait a minute. There. It looks something like this.
Aha! An alphabet signature? It can't be. I know what it is.
I knew it. I just knew that Monsieur Dover made this lyre. He doesn't want to make mistakes in his sculptures after all.
Miss Hall, it's been troubling me for a while, but... do you know something about Mr. Dover?
Why would I know something about Monsieur Dover?
Oh, you suddenly got very animated, I see. You seem quite attached to Mr. Dover's handiwork.
That's just because his sculptures are such great works of art.
No, I believe that his works are very special to you in particular.
How do you know that?
There's a piece of evidence that we believe belongs to Mr. Dover. And it happens to share a common feature with another piece of evidence.
Please show me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Which 2 pieces of evidence share something in common?
2 pieces of evidence that point to Mr. Dover. Let's start by presenting the first one. It's probably talking about the signet crest. And now, the second piece of evidence, which shares a common feature, is... oopsie. Oh, duh. I remember now. Wait. There's one more item I should have thought about. The signet crest. And what is the other item that has the signet crest? Yeah, I forgot about that. Whoops. Delicia saw 2 letters of the alphabet.
They were probably used as Mr. Dover's signature, just as an artist would sign their name on their works.
Right. Oh, I remember now. I see sure, but the sculptures had PH carved into them. I'm sure of it.
PH. Those aren't Isaac Dover's initials, though.
Then his name is not Isaac Dover. He is Pierre Hoquet.
No.
But we found this seal at the scene of the crime.
It had probably fallen out of the late Mr. Dover's pocket. If you add the seal into press the seal into something, it would mark the letters PH. Also, the very same PH symbol is engraved into this teapot. The same symbol. This teapot was made by the sculptor Pierre Hoquet. In other words, this PH is the signature of Pierre Hoquet.
So Isaac Dover is Pierre Hoquet.
Miss Hall, you know about this signature all too well, don't you?
Yes, Monsieur Hoquet's works always bear that signature. Since he never shows himself in public, his signature is used to identify his works.
No way. The same Pierre Hoquet is... It seems this active band has also realized Isaac Dover's true identity. Yep. Miss Hall, Mr. Dover was no ordinary pastry chef. That's because his true identity was...
Pastry chef.
Wait, what?
Oh, duh. I forgot which way are we saying things? Oh, wait.
My age is catching up on me. I hereby withdraw my previous statement. I'm an idiot. Don't worry.
A sculptor?
That's right. Mr. Dover's true identity was the sculptor Pierre Hoquet.
What? Mr. Dover was a sculptor?
Things like signatures can be faked if you have the original designs. Can you really use that as proof that he was a sculptor?
No. But what's important here is that Miss Hall thought he was. As for proving his real identity, I'll leave that to the police.
I get it. We'll have the boys check up on it.
As I expected from you, Gregory Edgeworth.
You knew Mr. Dover's real identity all along, didn't you?
Yes. When I discovered the body, I noticed the seal. I knew it from that moment he was Pierre Hoquet, the man I greatly admired. Thinking that this would be his final posthumous work, I just couldn't sit still.
So, that's why you entered Dover's room.
What did you say?
When exactly did you take this photo of Dover's room?
That was... Perhaps this was taken during the judging.
You said you owned the camera. That's strange. I thought you said the camera ran out of film during the judging. Before Mr. Master entered Dover's room, you were the one in possession of the camera. Wasn't that why you were able to take the photo when you discovered the body?
Yes, that's right.
The only photos you took with the new film were of Dover's room and the body. If that's the case, a new contradiction comes to light.
Another one?
The piece of evidence that contradicts the two photos Miss Hall took is... Wait, what? Oh! But there's one more piece of film, right? Where's the third?
That is my instant camera.
Yeah, there should be an extra piece of film here, right? You've already handed the photos of Dover's room and the body to myself and the police, but there should be a third, right?
That reminds me, didn't you also take a photo of me and Mr. Edgeworth just now?
The film used in this camera can take up to 20 photos. However, this camera only has 3 photos left, which leaves 14 photos unaccounted for. Exactly what were they used to photograph? Please show us all the photos you took. We will be able to discern your actions from these photos.
I'm so sorry. I have told a terrible lie.
Don't tell me. All that remains shots provides Dover's room.
My deepest apologies.
It seems they're all shots of the ice sculptures from various angles.
So when these were taken, the sculptures are not melted yet. But that means the one who caused them to melt was you.
Yes, I am positive that I melted them.
You are positive?
I am an aficionado of the sculptor of Pierre Hoquet, who is actually Monsieur Dover. Before the authorities could define his final masterpieces during their investigation, I thought I should preserve them through photographs. Hence, I entered his room.
In that case, why did all the ice melt?
It's probably because, as I was taking the pictures, I became entranced with his works. And it seemed that my foot accidentally got caught in the power cord, unplugging it.
So that's why it was unplugged. Accidentally, you say?
I did not notice the power cord at the time. I would never have imagined that it would be the cause of the sculpture's melting.
Does it truthfully be that simple? However, I cannot say with certainty that she is lying.
I'm so sorry to have caused you all so much trouble.
As long as you are telling the truth, there's no need to apologize.
That's right. Don't sweat it, Kate.
Thank you very much.
Edgeworth. Here, take this picture. Do what you want with it.
Thanks. Oh, God. Hey there.
You meddling fools still haven't given up yet, have you? No matter how long you wait, I have no intention of allowing a defense attorney to investigate.
No matter. If we cannot investigate, we'll find the truth through some other method.
Always ready with a comeback. Well, do try your best.
Oh wait, are we...
Excuse me, Monsieur von Karma. The truth is, it was I who melted the ice sculptures in Monsieur Dover's room.
What? What's the meaning of this, you clod?
I'm truly sorry, both to you and Monsieur Gustavia.
Do not be concerned about me. Sir Von Karma has already recognized that I had no hand in this act.
That reminds me. Why did you enter Mr. Dover's room, Miss Gustavia?
Ah, well, that was because...
Huh? What?
Silence, ignoramus. You are not to give that attorney the tiniest hint of information. Catherine Hall, you are coming with me. You are under suspicion of being complicit in the murder.
Complicit?
No,
I shall be interrogating you personally. You best prepare yourself.
very well.
Please, wait. I still have some questions I want to ask her.
I do not care for your sorry plight in the least. Ugh. Bad, Gustavia, and while I'm at it, you as well, Scones. I have plenty of questions for you all.
Understood.
Why not add it, he says. The nerve.
Damn it.
He just took everyone away with him.
Yes. Even if we stay here, I don't think we'll be able to investigate any further today. Let's take our leave for now. It's already grown rather late. I hope the snow has stopped by now.
Sounds good.
Someone's hungry.
I'm starving anyway.
Let's stop somewhere for hamburgers then. Before my stomach joins the chorus.
You can't fly on an empty stomach after all.
We'll need to report back to Mr. Master with our findings first thing tomorrow. Oh boy. Let's continue.
Again.
Oh, what? December 25th, 10 a.m., Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Hey.
Huh? What are you doing here, Kate?
Monsieur Shields, I'm Monsieur Edgeworth. Allow me to apologize once again for all the trouble I caused for you yesterday.
This hall looks a bit tired. Has Von Karma finished interrogating you?
Yes, aside from what happened to the soul ice sculptors, I was not at fault for anything else.
Are you also here to meet with Master Jeff, Kate?
Yes, I'm worried about how he's holding up.
That is not him.
Detective Bad, why are you here? I just happen to be here. I'll be heading to the crime scene soon.
I don't think this is a place that people happen to be, though. What happened to you? What happened to your hair? What?
Hello.
What happened to you? What happened to you? Are you okay? Master Jeff, what happened to you?
Oh no, Multi-Master, why you look so poor?
I didn't get much sleep last night. The tribulation known as questioning was rather harsh. I'm just a little exhausted.
They didn't let you sleep. For an interrogation, that's going too far. Detective Bad.
The detective in charge of the initial investigation was also in charge of the interrogation. I don't like Von Karma's methods, but this is all I could do.
He was the one who brought me here. It seems I was supposed to be interrogated for a little bit longer, though. This is just inhumane at this point.
It seems that Detective Bad is looking out for Mr. Master in his own way.
They're just abusing him at this point. Even if he was the criminal, that ain't right. You can't just abuse someone like that.
So, shall we inform Mr. Master about what happened yesterday, Raymond?
Yes, sir. I got all my memos right here.
Mr. Master, would you like to inform us? We would like to inform you about yesterday's investigation.
Yes. Thank you very much. Please, go ahead. Master Jeff, it's almost like your spirit's gone. My sugar level's low, so I might not seem like my usual energetic self.
Multi-Master,
Do we have anything that can give his spirit and his glucose a boost?
Actually, do we? We do. Hang on. I can give you something. We have chocolate. Eat. Oh, those chocolates. Are you giving them to me?
those chocolates are...
If possible, I would like to give them to you immediately. But it's against the rules to give anything to the suspects in the detention center.
I see. Regrettably, if those are the rules, then there's nothing we can do about it. Are you sure there's no way we can give them to him?
Detective Bad. Looks like he knows what we're trying to ask of him. I'll inspect the chocolates. And if there are no problems, I think I'll think about it. Detective Bad. Thank you very much.
All right. I knew we could count on you, Detective Bad.
I am truly in your debt. Wait right here. All right, eat. Take it.
Thank you very much.
Not a word to anyone else who would cause problems for me later.
Yes, of course. I apologize for making you go through so much trouble. Now, I shall partake in eating these delicious delights at once.
I'm sorry for asking you to do something so dangerous, Detective Bad. No, I did what I wanted to do.
Why can't you just be honest here, Detective? Oh, how sweet. It's like I've come back to life.
Did Kate make these chocolates?
Yes, sir, I did. How does it taste?
Oh boy. My soul has returned! Oh!
Oh. The soul has returned!
Thank you for the tasty treat. They're a bit misshapen, but so sweet and delicious. Thank you.
I'm so glad you enjoyed it.
And above all, it helped you regain your spirits. Finally, he seems like he's alive again. Unfortunately, my hair's still white, but I can live with that. Thank you for your concern. The food they serve here has been absolutely tasteless. And combined with the lack of sleep, I was thoroughly exhausted. Is food here that bad?
Just salt beef and stew. Your average prison fare.
That's odd. I really could not taste anything. Huh? What do you mean?
Whatever. I'm about to head out to the crime scene.
Please, wait, Detective Bad. Can you give us any new information?
Yeah, I think I can. We've identified the victim. Just as you said, Isaac Dover was a sculptor who worked in France. It seems he went by the name Pierre Oquette.
Isaac Dover was Pierre Oquette. How could that be?
Monsieur Pierre Oquette.
So Pierre Oquette wasn't actually French, huh? Which is likely why he never showed himself in public while he worked under that name.
The Zodiac sculptures. They were his masterpieces, it seemed. Although they will remain forever unfinished.
Unfinished? Even though they were his masterpieces?
It seems he worked on them by season. Once he finished the remaining winter constellations, his work would be done.
Huh? The winter constellations are Taurus and Gemini, right? So those ice sculptures were his final pieces. It's heartbreaking that they melted.
I cannot apologize enough.
No, I wasn't blaming you or anything.
Also, Dover was infamous for being greedy. He would charge hundreds of thousands just to make a single sculpture. It seemed like he always had money troubles.
Really? Is that why he wanted to win the contest then?
The murder might be related to that. It's still under investigation.
So he had money problems even though he was a famous artist? Do you know why he entered a dessert contest?
Not yet. He kept it a secret, even from his family.
I see. Strange.
It's time. I'm bringing the replacement guard. I can't hang around here any longer than I have.
Yes, I understand. Let's meet again later. I've replaced him, sir. That detective is a kind soul. Indeed. He never strays from his own beliefs. He truly has a strong will. But he's pretty scary when you first meet him. I see. Could you tell me everything that has happened yesterday? Of course. Allow me to give you a report of our investigation. Now we can truly talk to him. So, this is what happened. I'm sorry for the trouble Kate has caused you.
I'm truly very sorry.
You have no need to worry so long as you have told the truth, Miss Hall. Mr. Master, would you mind if I asked you a few questions as well? Yes, I shall divulge all that I know. The contestants. Please, tell us about the other 3 contestants in the final round of your contest. Let's see. Miss Delicious Desserts had a fantastic design. However, she broke the rules so I could not recognize her as the winner. Up until the semi-finals, Mr. Gustavius' flavors and design were to my liking. Unfortunately, both the taste and appearance of his final entry left much to be desired. And there was something strange about his desserts in the semi-finals. Something strange? Did he break a rule? What are the rules again? Remind me. The contest rules. Rule 1, contestants will be judged starting from left. Afterwards, all parties will meet in just room. Any decorations not made from desserts are prohibited, and entering another contestant's room before the judging is done is prohibited. Wait a minute. Did Gustavia also technically break the rules then? Wait. Was it the past or present that Gustavia entered the winter area, or Gustavia's room? I can't remember.
Actually, do we have evidence that says... Whatever.
Both Mr. Gustavius and Mr. Dover's dessert had the exact same taste.
Really? They had the exact same taste.
They had different designs, but in terms of taste, it was like eating the same thing.
What did they look like?
There should be a picture of them at my mansion.
Please, allow me to show you later.
Certainly. Thank you very much. And then there was Mr. Dover's sherbet sculptures. Oh, they were absolutely heavenly.
Do you have did you have a chance to taste his creations? If I recall correctly, his body was discovered in the middle of judging.
Yes, I was not informed of this until after the judging had finished. Since he was not present in the room, I helped myself to a piece of his edible lyre.
So that... Okay. So we know that the lyre was also, eaten by Jeff here.
It was fantastically delicious. I was so moved I broke into song.
Really? In that case, we've got a contradiction. That doesn't match up with what we were told by, Delicia. Jeff here is saying that the lyre was delicious, tasty, fantastic even. But when Delicia ate here, she said the lyre was incredibly salty. And if salt is what seems to make... It seems like salt is what made, considering we heard that from Detective Bad that the president serves salty food, and considering the state that we saw Jeff in, I'm assuming that salt is basically his kryptonite, basically. So it seems... So why the difference? Why did Jeff taste delicious as sweetness, but why did Delicia at the same time taste just salt?
Wait a moment, please. Did you say the lyre was delicious? Could you please give us a little more detail about that?
You ate the lyre from the sculpture in Mr. Dover's room, correct?
Yes, that one was the same, and the one that was in the same glass case as the Gemini sculpture.
Please have a look at this picture, Mr. Master.
Did you eat from this lyre that's missing the strings? Yes, that lyre originally had strings. However, I ate them all, resulting in what you see here in this picture.
Really? That doesn't make sense then. So the strings on the lyre were missing because he ate them. Actually, Delicia ate part of the same lyre that you did. However, she said it was so salty that she could not eat it.
Huh? You don't say. That means there might be a problem with my sense of taste after all.
A problem with your sense of taste? How so?
There's a taste disorder called hypoglycemia, in which you lose the ability to taste salt.
Really? What? Is that actually a real thing? You know what? I'm gonna look that up. Hang on. Hypoglycemia. Well, I'll be damned, it actually is a real thing. It's considered a reduced ability to taste sweet, sour, bitter, or salty things. Interesting. Huh. That is a real thing. Okay. You know, there's actually something I want to mention that I think about. I like that the Ace Attorney games actually, now that I think about it, they have actually shown disorders in a genuine way. At the very least, it's a genuine, like, hypoglycemia is a real disorder. But another thing that I'm reminded of is in Spirit of Justice. Remember, during the final case with Mr. Justice or wherever he was, he was, whatchamacallit? He had the disorder that made it so he couldn't, like, identify faces. And that also was technically real, I'm pretty sure. I just find it interesting that they do... I like it. It does help to make it more interesting plot points when you actually bring stuff like that in, I feel. Still, I just think it's kind of cool that they properly, like, identify them and use them, sounds like.
Perhaps I have contracted this illness. I just never realized it since I eat nothing but sweets. However, I now know what with certainty. So that's why he couldn't tell what the food they served here tasted like.
That's why he got confused when they mentioned salt. That's why he got confused. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
No, for a pastry chef to lose their sense of taste is fatal.
Even if there's treatment for taste impairment, there isn't a cure for it yet. But it's probably best that you let the police know so you can receive a medical examination. No, that won't be necessary. There's a recipe in my mansion specifically for making the cure.
Excuse you?
A recipe for a drug that will cure your taste impairment.
Wait, don't tell me. Are you talking about the reward here? The angel's recipe?
Yes, please look for it later when you return to the mansion.
Monsieur Master, but that means revealing that...
Kate, we should no longer conceal it from Mr. Gregory.
Yes, sir. I understand. If that's what you wish.
A recipe for a special drug. Just what are they hiding?
Suddenly, all this talk of sweets has turned into something more bitter and more like medicine.
Well then, I must be returning to the mansion now, so I will take my leave.
Yes, we will be heading there later as well. Kate,
What is it, Monsieur Master?
you should not live for my sake. You should reconsider your lifestyle so that you can live by yourself, even if I were no longer around.
Please do not say things like that. I simply cannot live without you, Monsieur Master. I promise to wait for you until you return. Excuse me.
Aw. Kate!
Catherine,
Master Jeff, Kate was crying. Why'd you say something so cruel?
I'm worried about her. Catherine always puts me before herself.
God, this is just hurting then. I am starting to get convinced that she's probably the killer of the present then. If she really values him that much, would she be willing to take out everyone that was involved originally? That ended up getting Jeff convicted? I really hope I'm wrong, because that's just kind of depressing, honestly.
What do you mean? She collects pianos, works, and makes sweets. All to make me happy, nothing more. That's the only reason she does anything. She always puts aside her own preferences and things that she wants to do herself. I want Catherine to choose to live her own life. I do not want her to waste her valuable life because of me.
Is that so? Is that so?
He thinks of Miss Hall as his own daughter. And he would want his children to choose their own path in life. And a parent would do anything to protect their own children. That feeling. I also know it well. Aw. Well, that should do it for the questions. We must return to the scene of the crime. Ah, it is already time to leave, I see. So will my tribulations of questioning resume? We should take measures against their interrogations from our side as well. Can you ask the police about that? I can. I have other ways in mind you. When the time comes... You are a dependable man. I shall be counting on you.
Master Jeff, we'll come here every day with reports of our progress. And we'll bring Kate too.
Yes, thank you very much. I shall be looking forward to it. Mr. Master, know that the police will be attempting to get you to confess. I'm sorry to ask an innocent soul like yourself to bear with these painful experiences. But please hold on for now. If you confess, I'm positive that Von Karma will use that to his advantage. That will make helping you all that much more difficult. I understand. I shall do my best. If you believe in me until the bitter end, I will definitely get you out of here.
Raymond, we leave.
Why is he in the phone?
Detective Bad, thank you for helping us earlier.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for what?
There's no need to be shy about it.
Enough about that. I suppose you intend to investigate today, too.
Of course, we still need more information to prove Mr. Master's innocence.
I'm sorry. Apart from this patio, you're not allowed to investigate anywhere else.
What? So you're saying we can't investigate?
I'm guessing this is from Von Karma's.
Yeah. And Karma's a bit on edge at the moment. He still hasn't received the autopsy report. Moreover, the only ones in this mansion are Miss Hall and the police. So don't get your hopes up. I'm speaking with the people connected to the case.
But Karma's being completely unreasonable. He's gone too far.
Detective Bad, what do you intend to do?
I promised I'll do anything I can to assist you.
You have my thanks.
We won't let any of Von Karma's dirty tricks get the best of us.
Detective Bad, is it alright if we investigate the fountain patio?
Yeah, but we've already finished checking everything. Except the fountain.
That's fine. As long as there's still something, I shall continue investigating. Begin investigation! My partner!
What?
What do you think about the case, Detective Bad?
Police's opinion is the same as Von Karma's. But I don't buy that. The investigation of this patio is also lacking as well. I have already talked to the labbies. You can ask them anything you want.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Detective Bad.
I'm not really doing it for you. I just want an investigation I can approve of.
Hey, that works for me. There's a piano! It seems these musical instruments were used in Piece of Cake. Of course, these probably aren't made of candy. Detective Bad looks somewhat disappointed.
Man,
There's our friend.
No! You can't enter. The investigation is underway. Only authorized personnel beyond this point.
why don't I authorize personnel?
Sorry, authorized personnel are prohibited too.
I'm guessing that means no one can enter.
Are these Von Karma's orders? Can't stand that guy.
And they all say the same thing. There's a Christmas tree. It's a Christmas tree made out of table sugar.
Thanks to these decorations, this place is on red alert. If even a single ant made it inside, it'd be terrible.
I'm about to say, this must be ant heaven right now. Indeed. If ants got here, it would be disastrous. This is genuine ant paradise.
This leads to Delicia's room.
The snowman here is rather eye-catching. It's made from powdered sugar.
Oh, powdered sugar, huh?
He's staring at it quite intently. I hope he's not thinking of sneaking a taste.
I just want a single lick. Let me take a lick.
No, stop it!
I just want a lick.
Any of the trophies Master has received are placed here. Besides the dirt contest, there are also awards for his charity work. An evident display of both his skill and character. This trophy is to recognize the TV program Piece of Cake for giving children hopes and dreams. Hopes and dreams. I want to see it too. There's an elevator. Where does this elevator go?
The second floor. Master and Hall's quarters. Apparently on their days off, Master McCandy holds tea parties upstairs. But if it's a nice day, they probably have it in the gardens or something.
That sounds nice. I'd like an invite when the case is over.
Would you like to come too, Detective Bad? You're wasting your breath. I don't fraternize with attorneys.
What an amazing trophy.
It's probably Master's, world greatest pastry chef, huh?
It's also made of candy. Doesn't seem like it would last long.
Honor and glory don't last long. I think that's the lesson here.
I don't think it's quite as deep as that. There's a deer.
This leads to Gustavius' room.
There's a reindeer by the door. According to the nameplate, it's made entirely of candy.
Such splendid antlers. Very manly.
But a male reindeer's antlers fall off during the winter. So this must be a female.
You lawyers, always giving out useless information.
What does that have to do with being a lawyer? Santa Claus is here.
It's a bigger Santa Claus. So it's also made of candy. Behind that door, it's Master's room. This Santa is probably another one of his works.
Santa? I wonder what I should get my son for Christmas this year. I think he said he wanted an attorney's badge? I wonder if I could ask Mr. Master to make him one out of candy. Oh. Piano! Nope. Piano! Raymond, can we talk for a bit?
Sure thing, Mr. Edgeworth. Fire away.
About the case. Raymond, have you noticed anything about the case?
A lot, actually. Mr. Dover's body was found in Mr. Master's room. Let me eat that. And we found more weapon. A rock salt lamp. Miss Delicia's castle. Ugh. Miss Delicia's desserts aren't so dreamy anymore, huh?
Yes, you're right.
And Kate looks sad too.
I asked you to note, not to dote.
Huh? Did I do something wrong?
I'm getting a little worried about your future. What about you, Raymond? This case was your first investigation, huh, Raymond?
Yes, and I've been taking memos on everything that's happening. It's truly an inspiration to be investigating with you, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're aiming to be an attorney.
Yeah, defense attorneys are heroes of justice who help those in need. But when I saw how amazing Mr. Edgeworth was in court, I decided to be his apprentice.
But detectives are also defend people.
But I already have my art down becoming a defense attorney.
Is that so? Well, good luck then.
Perhaps Detective Bad wants an apprentice too. Aw, wait. Considering Gumshoe isn't part of it yet. Aw. The owner of the works in each room are written on this notice board. From the left, Mr. Master, Mr. Grisavia, Miss Delicia, and Mr. Dover. Incidentally, it would seem the board is also made of candy. Do they plan to eat all this stuff when the contest is over? I was about to say, I swear to God, that fountain's probably made of out of like vanilla and that like vanilla or something, and then the water itself is probably just sugar water. Miss Hall, I've come to investigate today.
Monsieur Edgeworth, I apologize for my disgraceful behavior earlier.
Kate, she still looks a bit down.
What Master said earlier must have been a real shock to her.
I prepared the photo I took of the desserts during the semifinals. Please, take a look.
Wow, Delicia's cake is so cute.
Delicia's is in the middle, Isaac's is on the left, and Dave Gustavius is on the right.
Monsieur Master also praised design of Delicia's work very highly.
We have a butterfly, a unicorn, and a phoenix.
Monsieur Gustavia and Dover's works gained high praise for both taste and design, but Monsieur Master said it felt like he was eating the exact same thing twice.
Yeah, and now that you mention it, there are aspects of the unicorn and the phoenix that are the same. Aim. Aim. Actually, there are a lot of aspects that look the same, to be honest with you. The flowers are first of all, very eye-catching. But don't you think that the color of the phoenix matches with the color of the color of the phoenix's feathers matches the color of the hair on the horse of the unicorn, and the color of the unicorn's body matches the same color as the mountain that the phoenix is standing on. Was Gustavia trying to copy Dover? Or wait, was it the other way around? Wait, no. Yeah, it was the other way around, I think. What is going on? Why?
But it seems that the desserts had completely different in taste for the finals.
Really? Was there anything else that was different between the finals and the semifinals?
It's nothing major, but there was something. During the contest, Monsieur Gustavia's son always came to see him, but
Gustavia's son?
there was no sign of him at the finals.
His son came to visit. I wonder if there's any significance behind that. Would you mind leaving this photo with me?
Certainly. Anything to aid in the investigation?
They had different designs, but exactly the same, and the aspects of the designs did seem the same.
And here's the recipe book that contains a special drug for curing taste disorders.
Cover looks familiar. Yeah, I noticed it too. That's the same one in Gustavia's room. This is the recipe book. This is the angel. This is the angel's recipe. Yep.
Wasn't this framed in Master's room?
Wasn't this framed in Master's room? Sorry, I took your line for a sec. You took my line.
Since it's also the prize it's for the contest, we put it out on display.
So the contest prize, Angel's recipe, wasn't just a recipe for desserts?
That's right. We've informed the participants, but it seems you all don't know yet.
So the participants knew about the true contents of the angel's recipe. Hey Dave, what's up? Contains the recipe for the drug that will cure the taste disorder hypogeusia. Miss Hall, please tell me all you know about the angel's recipe. So, the angel's recipe contains the formula for the drug.
Yes, it's a recipe book for a new drugs that haven't been released to the public yet. If sold to a pharmaceutical company, I'm sure it would fetch a substantial price.
You know what? That actually answers a question, a potential question of why was Miss Delicious here at all? Considering it's been proven that she's a pharmacist at this point, of course it makes sense. If she gets that recipe, she could basically become famous or rich. One of the two.
Why is something like that a prize in the contest?
Monsieur Master is the only heir to the chairman of the Master Group.
Master Group?
That name sounds familiar.
They're a pharmaceutical company who deal in a wide range of products.
They've become big news recently with the release of Cold Killer X.
Oh, Cold Killer X?
I often use the Cold Killer products.
But I've never once seen you with a cold. I would like to hear more about the Master Group. Did Mr. Master not want to follow in his parents' footsteps?
Monsieur Master wanted to bring joy to people with his desserts. His parents also wanted him to become a great pastry chef and supported him.
Well, at least they were happy with him, it seemed. Though I guess they just also had to give him something on his way, so they gave him something pretty important, I'd say.
When his parents died, the recipe book was left to him as an inheritance.
Really? Why would he give away a memento of his parents as a prize in the contest? That's also a good question.
There are always people who are after it. Something which troubled Monsieur Master.
I see. He just didn't want to deal with the trouble of it anymore. I guess that's fair, considering it would also potentially lead to people who are willing to do extreme things to get that book. Such as theft, robbery, and potentially even murder. Hey, wait a minute. What does this happen right now?
But just giving away the memento would have been disrespectful to his parents.
So he did it in the best way that he knew how to do it, which is a contest to prove who's the best as the chef, pastry chef.
So he decided to pass it over to someone he acknowledged.
And the members of the Master Group approved of that. Information about new drugs being passed on to outsiders.
Of course, they objected. That's why Delicia participated in the contest.
Yeah. Makes sense. That would make her rich.
On the order of the Master Group, she was requested to win the championship.
And that's why why her stuff's also fake. She doesn't know how to actually make stuff. She's just trying to do whatever she can to win at this point. You knew Delicia's true identity from the start. I didn't even catch that, but you're right. Why did you know that, huh?
Yes. In order for her to win, I told her Monsieur Master's tastes and preferences.
Why? Why did you help her?
I helped her in order to protect Monsieur Master and the Master Group. If the drug recipes were given to another company, he would be reprimanded by the board. I wanted to return the recipes to the company in a way that Monsieur Master would accept.
I see. Still... So it was due to Miss Hall's help that Delicia was able to reach the finals. I was gonna say, how on earth did she reach the finals considering she wasn't even a pastry chef? She had inside help, that's why. Speaking of which, Mr. Dover wasn't a pastry chef either. Yeah! Hang on. Is the only genuine pastry chef here Gustavia? He sure did well make it to the finals, considering he's just a sculptor.
Yes, for him to be able to make such fine desserts despite being a sculptor.
The shepherd sculptures he made for the finals. It's clear he has great talent, but... could he really have made that by himself?
That is all I know. Is there anything else I can do to help?
I say, Mr. Master, she's trying to help as much as she can. Maybe perhaps have some more of that tea from yesterday, please, Miss Hall. I'm sure that would help us to get on with the investigation.
Yeah, I'd like some Kate's tea too.
Right. Understood. I'll be back in a minute.
He looks a bit better now.
That's good. Well, while we wait for that, let's check out the fountain. These angel statues look like they're eating chocolate fondue.
It would seem these angel statues are also Pierre Ouquette's works. As expected, they're very well made. Looks just like the real thing.
So, you've seen a real angel before, Detective Bad?
Defense attorneys, always the first to find fault with everything.
Perhaps that was wrong of me. What do you guys say for yourself, sir? What are you investigating exactly? Sir, I'm testing the water in the fountain for foreign matter, sir.
Have you found anything?
Seems there are both chocolate and sugar mixed in with the fountain water. I said it was sugar water. I was kidding. I was kidding when I said that this fountain was sugar water. I was kidding. The matches and chocolate from Jeff Master's room. And the sherbet that melted in Isaac Dover's room. They all share the same composition. Wait, hang on, what?
Fountain water circulates through streams that flow from each of 4 rooms.
Huh. Oh yeah, now that I look at it, yeah. Each room does have like a little water stream in it. And I can actually see 2 of those streams right now.
Perhaps the melted sherbet flowed into the fountain.
Also, someone's blood was detected as well. Excuse you?
What are you saying? How could there have been blood in the fountain?
Yeah. Detective Bad, please, think back to our investigation of the crime scene. Detective Bad, please look at the crime scene carefully once more. The bloodstain that should have remained at the crime scene has disappeared. Oh! That's why the piece is missing. The culprit probably tore out the piece that had blood on it and then simply just threw it into the water and had it melt. Oh, that's probably what it is. It's just the melted piece of the the chocolate that was covered in blood.
I definitely been getting reports about the blood stain being cleaned up.
The blood disappeared from the crime scene. Also, part of the treasure chest was also missing too. Perhaps the blood in the fountain belongs to this person. It's Isaac's.
Victim. Let's run a comparison with the blood on the murder weapon.
Let's do it. Bingo! That sounds good.
It's a match. Blood in the fountain is Dover's.
I wonder why the criminal spilled the victim's blood into the fountain. Dover's blood was found in the fountain water, however, it was absent from the crime scene. Investigation complete. We've gathered information about all the contestants, and yet we still haven't heard Gustavia's side of the story. That reminds me, why did you enter Mr. Dover's room, Mr. Gustavia?
Ah, well, that was because...
Silence, ignoramus. Ignoramus. You are not to give that attorney the tiniest hint of information.
What exactly was he doing in Mr. Dover's room? And moreover, something is odd about his semi-final entry. A pastry chef bad at design, and a sculptor skilled only at designing. Do you think they helped each other? It would have been extremely difficult for either of them to win the contest alone. But if they worked together, they could fix each other's issues. Could it be that Mr. Gustavi and Mr. Dover's connection is Detective Bad? We have reason to suspect that the actions of Dame Gustavia.
Yeah.
It's imperative that we find a way to contact him at once. Oh, this conversation is most interesting. Who's saying this? Oh dear.
This conversation is most interesting. However, I cannot allow you to speak with Mr. Gustavia.
Von Karma.
I've already conducted my interrogation of him. It is not necessary for him to speak any further, especially to a mere defense attorney. But I will answer your questions in that fool's place.
It seems Von Karma intends to prevent me from meeting Gustavia in person. I understand. In that case, I have but one thing to ask you.
Yes?
I would like to know the relationship between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. Here we go. Their connection.
Gustavia and Dover's relationship. It's obvious the only relationship they had was that they happened to participate in the same contest.
That was the shortest testimony I think I've ever seen in this series. That was 2 text boxes. 2. That's it. 1, 2. That's incredible. That's amazing.
That's it. There's nothing more to say.
What? How are we supposed to understand anything from so little? If we want Von Karma to divulge the truth, we have no choice but to present evidence. It's all too obvious that he's hiding something. I still can't believe how short that is. I'll press your statements because it's funny. Are you sure Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover aren't linked in some way?
Do not interrupt me with your baseless allegations. If we were in court right now, I'd have you held in contempt.
I don't think Von Karma has that kind of authority, though.
Von Karma is famous for having even the judges wrapped around his finger.
What? That's insane!
Seems like it won't be easy to go against him in court. Prosecutor Von Karma, please continue your argument.
My argument is that I hate you, and shut up.
It may have been coincidence that the two participated in the same contest. However, you can't say for sure that they weren't connected.
Defense attorney, how many times must I tell you? If you have no evidence to challenge my argument, be silent.
I'll be silent for now then. So I need to show evidence of a link between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover.
Your mouth may be silent, but your eyes tell me everything. What is it you want to say?
Does he want me to speak or be silent?
It would seem Von Karma does not want us to know Gustavia and Dova's real connection.
Maybe the connection between those two puts the prosecution at a disadvantage?
Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dova should have had something in common. I should enlighten Von Karma to this fact.
The only relationship that they have is that they participate in the same contest.
Objection!
But their desserts tasted exactly the same.
Prosecutor Von Karma, I'd like you to look at these desserts. These desserts were made for the contest semifinals. Don't you think these two have a particularly impressive design?
Just what are you getting at?
These two desserts were made by Gustavia and Mr. Dover. I wouldn't exactly call Mr. Gustavia's design skills praiseworthy. And yet, for the semi-finals, he was able to produce something comparable to Mr. Dover's. Furthermore, these two desserts have the exact same flavor.
Objection! What are you trying to say?
Do you really just want me to say it? Very well. I'm saying it's possible they collaborated with each other on their entries. Prosecutor Von Karma, please take a closer look at their desserts. At first glance, they may look completely different. But even though the designs are different, it's clear that they were made from the same materials.
Is that so?
The same flavor and composition. It's impossible to dismiss their similarity as coincidence. The very existence of these two desserts points to a link between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover.
Since you already know this much, I'll tell you the truth.
Did Von Karma know about their collaboration?
However, what I'm about to say is not going to help your case at all.
Let's see it then. Their real connection.
If you want to know about Gustavia and Dova's connection so badly, I'll tell you. Last night, when I interrogated Gustavia, he told me about his connection with Dova. Until the day before the finals, they worked on their desserts together.
You knew about their cooperation all this time, didn't you? Why would you conceal the truth?
Objection! I didn't conceal anything. It's my world. I would appreciate it if you didn't sully my reputation. Until I explain my points in court, I avoid giving away unnecessary details. I was merely saving you the time.
How can he act like this and keep the truth from us? His concealment of the truth is something I simply can't ignore.
Alright. Their real connection. Sounds like we're getting to the end here. At the very least, the end for this section. If you want to know about Gustavia and Dover's connection so badly, I'll tell you.
It seems you know about their real connection all along. Why did you hide it from us?
I would never divulge information to a mere insect such as yourself so easily. I am not a fool like that detective, after all.
I was just doing things my way.
But because of you, it's because you defied me that he gained this information in the first place.
Why is that such a bad thing, genius?
Last night. That was after Mr. Dover's sculptures had melted, right?
Yes. Afterwards, I went to to interrogate Gustavia personally.
Interrogated by Von Karma? That's scary.
Knowing Mr. Gustavia, I feel like he probably tried to meditate through the interrogation.
The moment he closed his eyes, I snapped my fingers like so, to show him that no one remained silent from me.
And did that have any effect?
Because of that, I was able to get a perfect confession about his connection with Dover.
Until the day before the finals, they worked on their desserts together.
Why do you think Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover collaborated?
Why? Because Gustavia had poor design sense and Dover was a novice at baking. Without the help of each other, they would never have made it into a single round.
If so, what was their mutual goal? Why cooperate until the finals?
The finals will be fought on our own merits, Gustavia said, and he ended their collaboration. Gustavia's goal was to obtain the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. It seems his prize of pastry chef won out in the end.
Victory in the finals would certainly have been hollow had he cheated.
So he believes that their cooperation only went as far as the semi-finals. What if it really continued through the finals? Prosecutor Von Karma, could you explain their cooperation in a little more detail?
Very well.
Why? Because Gustavia had poor design sense and Dover was a novice at baking. Concerning your statement about Mr. Gustavia's designs, I've no objections to that.
I have no objections either. He's got no sense of style.
When I saw him attempting to fashion in my likeness with a candy, I killed him. Just thinking about it disgusts me.
I actually liked his candy crafting, though.
A novice pastry chef and one with no sense of design. It's only natural such a pathetic specimen would associate with each other.
For the finals, they were on their own. Let's press it. They cooperated the day before, but not the day itself. That seems highly unnatural, don't you think?
What I am saying is only the truth. How unnatural it is matters not.
But weren't you unnaturally concealing that very same truth just a minute ago? There must have been a reason he hid this fact from us. Mr. Master said Mr. Dover was the favorite to win at the finals.
Which means he must have still been cooperating with Mr. Gustavia at the time, right?
Yes, that's what I believe. I must have evidence that proves that they still cooperate during the finals. Okay, so the statement we want to press... wrong statement. Their cooperation lasted only through the semifinals. For the finals, they were on their own. This has got to be the statement we're going to press, considering what they're saying. Proof that they still cooperated. Ed?
Objection!
That's right. I had a feeling it was this, but I couldn't for certain and say. You say that Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover did not collaborate during the finals. Ooh. That's strange. Delicia testified that Dover's sherbet was most delicious. Being a novice chef, I doubt he could have done all that by himself. Perhaps the two of them cooperate during the finals as well.
Defense attorney, how many times do I have to tell you? Delicia Scone's subjective opinion cannot be admitted as evidence. There's still a chance that a novice chef can make something tasty. My wife is an amateur, yet her cooking rivals that of world-class chefs.
Because that's not a subjective opinion. Also, there's someone you genuinely care about?
Moreover, even if you take this pharmacist's testimony to be true, it changes nothing. She also mentioned that a part of his sherbet was very salty, which means you can hardly call his entry for the finals perfect. What? No more objections?
Is there no way I can prove their collaboration?
Mr. Edgeworth, there's something that's been bugging me.
What is it?
The desserts Mr. Dover made for the finals would have taken a long time to make, right?
Indeed. They were frozen sculptures, after all.
How would he have had the time to sculpt it after it was frozen? let alone help Mr. Gustavia help with his design as well.
You're right. That's not a lot of time, I feel. At the very least, that would take a long time.
The way I see it, just waiting for the sherbet to freeze would have used up all his time.
Yeah.
So how was he able to make those sherbet sculptures?
I think you just helped a lot. Raymond, you may have a promising future after all. Thanks to you, I've noticed one more possibility. That's right. Mr. Dover's sherbet needed time to freeze properly. In the contest time limit would not have been enough. The method Mr. Dover used to make his sherbet within the time limit was... Was it the fact... Were they not desserts? Nope. Nope. Alicia's teeth would have been amazingly strong to bite through that. In other words, this theory is impossible. It was prepared in advance. If the sherbet was prepared in advance, all you need to do is sculpt it.
You. Is what are you mumbling about?
Please excuse me. I finally realized your earlier view was correct.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth!
What are you doing?
Oh? So you're finally admitting defeat?
No. All I am admitting it to is the truth of one of your statements. Dover and Gustavia's collaboration lasted only until the day before the finals. It is exactly as you said. They only cooperated until the day before the finals. But that includes something made the day before, right? The sculpture in Mr. Dover's room were all made out of sherbet. Such an amount would most likely need to be left overnight to freeze. Which means Mr. Gustavia prepared Mr. Dover's sherbet in advance the day before.
That's right. So you realize Gustavia's cooperation ended the day before the finals?
Then, why did Mr. Dover not help Mr. Gustavia in return?
The views of the dead are of no concern to me.
Wait!
Could that be it, then? What if it was revenge? What if the reason Isaac had to die was because he betrayed someone? And because he didn't help out in return? Right? What if... Is it Gustavia? It might be. Maybe Gustavia wanted revenge. If Gustavia didn't receive any help in return from Isaac, then maybe he just got angry enough to kill him.
Objection!
If you aren't going to answer that, I'll need to get in touch with Mr. Gustavia himself. Or was your interrogation not quite as thorough as you claim?
You ingrate! You dare mock me!
That was not my intention, but I do have a problem with your attitude. I want you to give us a clear reason why we can't speak to Mr. Gustavia in person.
A clear reason. Gustavia and Dover's collaboration has no bearing on this case.
Hey, Von Karma did to be a little silly. Knowing this man, maybe.
Objection!
You claim their collaboration is irrelevant. If Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's relationship had turned sour, it could serve as a motive for murder.
You're saying that Gustavia and Dover's collaboration was linked to the motive for the murder? If that were the case, why did he not conceal it? After all, we found out about this collaboration from Gustavia himself.
He's right.
If you were really a lawyer, show us evidence that gives us reason to suspect Gustavia.
Only one of Mr. Gustavia's actions has been suspicious so far. Doubtless Von Karma already knows of this fact. This could be a trap by Von Karma.
What's wrong, Defense Terry? I'm not going to answer.
But I mustn't back down now. Mr. Gustavia sneaked into Mr. Dover's room. His reasons for this are currently unclear. But the very fact he secretly entered the victim's room is reason enough to suspect him.
If that's the extent of it, I can dispel those doubts.
I knew it. Was it a trap after all?
I was intending to save this for the courtroom, but I'll make a special exception. We wouldn't want to prolong the trial with unnecessary information, would we? Take a look at this.
What? This is...
This is a photo of Gustavia and Dover, and their sons.
Their sons? Huh. Photo of Gustavia, Dover, and their sons. Gustavia's son always came to visit up until the finals. Made the only one Western fans can play. It is pretty crazy. At least we have the fan translation.
Gustavia entered Dover's room in order to steal this photo.
Really?
to steal the photo.
It seems their sons attend the same elementary school. Apparently, he thought that he'd be suspected if people found out he and Dover were acquainted. Yes, just like you're doing now. There's nothing suspicious about Gustavia's actions. No further room for argument. No.
He's still adamant on not letting us meet with Mr. Gustavia.
I have an investigation to return to. I have no more time to waste on the likes of you.
Damn it. Curse that von Karma. Calling us a waste of time. What should we do? Mr. Edgeworth, at this rate, Master Chief will be...
Mr. Von Karma is busy. Of course. Why would he be so busy? Both the body and murder weapon have been found, and he already has his suspect. The police should have more than enough evidence to prove Mr. Master's guilt. If that's the case, then why is Von Karma still investigating in the crime scene?
Mr. Edgeworth, is there something wrong?
It seems I have been overlooking a matter of vital importance. Considering that he already has the evidence he needs to convict Mr. Master, I feel that Von Karma isn't as composed as he should be. He didn't even tell Detective Bad the full results of the investigation.
Yeah. Von Karma's a bit on edge at the moment. He still hasn't received the autopsy report.
Ah, a day after the incident, the autopsy report still has not arrived. Okay, there's one piece of logic.
Furthermore, something vanished from the crime scene, and we still do not know why.
The blood, right?
Detective Bad, please look at the crime scene carefully once more. The blood stain that should have remained at the crime scene has also disappeared.
The victim's blood was not found in Mr. Master's room. Another piece.
I definitely didn't get any reports about the bloodstain being cleaned up.
But the strangest thing we have found wasn't in Mr. Master's room at all.
There's a match. The blood in the fountain is Dover's.
Traces of Dover's blood was found in the fountain water.
Mr. Dover's blood vanished from Mr. Master's room, and somehow found its way into the fountain. What does this mean?
We're actually doing logic as Gregory. The blood in the water or fountain is the same as the blood stain. It has to be.
Although the victim's blood wasn't found in Mr. Master's room, it was detected in the water fountain. There would be no need for the killer to conceal the bloodstains after the body was found. It's unnatural that only the bloodstains that were found with the body disappeared. Unless the body was moved. The blood would have still remained on the chocolate. Don't tell me. Someone removed the body and then erased the bloodstains.
Blood vanished from the scene because the body was removed. No autopsy report and the body was removed.
It's possible that the body was removed from the crime scene, and the autopsy report still has not arrived. Although we have a murder weapon and a suspect, we don't know much about the body.
I'd been investigating under the assumption that the body had been discovered. Perhaps this assumption was wrong from the very beginning. Why didn't Von Karma give Detective Bad the autopsy report? To understand that, yes, I must turn my logic around. My thinking shouldn't be why is Von Karma hiding information about the body, but rather, what if Von Karma doesn't even have the information to begin with? Why would he... What if he didn't have it? What happens if I think of it like that? It's possible that the body wasn't removed by the police for autopsy. Was it removed by somebody else? It was moved and hidden by the real killer. Mr. Edgeworth! I've heard many dark rumors surrounding Von Karma. He's a prosecutor who forges evidence, fabricates testimonies, and makes backroom deals. Yeah, I've heard that too. But what does that have to do with this? I try to avoid judging others based on rumors. But this man is insane, I'm gonna be honest with you. And I didn't let those rumors influence my opinion on Von Karma until today. It seems he is a man who would distort the truth. Distort the truth? You don't mean forgery? I do. And I can't allow him to get away with this. Hey, Von Karma, give me the autopsy report now.
I must return to the prosecutor's office for now. Not a word up to that attorney.
Roger! You ain't escaping.
What do you want, defense attorney?
I want to know the truth that you've been hiding.
Fool. Are you trying to mislead the police's investigation again? If you interfere with the investigation anymore, I'll be forced to reprimand you myself. Objection!
Police? No, my objection is with you.
What?
Isn't it a prosecutor's job to ensure justice for criminals?
What are you saying? I have no time to debate the job of a prosecutor with you. However, I will tell you one thing. My job is to ensure all those I prosecute are found guilty. Before the perfect proof, there can be no room for doubt. Objection!
And to find that perfect proof, you would even stoop to forgery.
I was wondering what you were going on about. You intend to accuse me of forgery, don't you?
Yes. And it's for that reason you did not allow Detective Bad to investigate.
What do you mean?
The real reason Detective Bad wasn't investigating was not so that he could keep an eye on us. It was to hide the fact that you never found the body.
What?
They never found the body?
Objection! You cretins! You will cease these ludicrous accusations. I will not tolerate any further insults.
In that case, let us verify the body. If you do, we will have evidence that shows whether I am right or not.
The burden of proof falls on you, defense attorney. I have no reason to comply with your baseless conjecture. Objection!
Really? You must have noticed it too. The lack of bloodstains at the crime scene. So why did the blood vanish? And more importantly, where did it go?
Foolishness. Why would anyone erase just the blood in the chest that contained the body?
Yes, that's exactly right. If the body had been found there, the disappearing bloodstains would have had no meaning at all. However, what if the body was already gone? To erase traces of the body being there, one would have to get rid of the bloodstains as well.
Why make such a fuss over those bloodstains? It seems like a trivial detail to me. Or are you saying that you can show me where those bloodstains went?
In court, everything must be said with evidence. Isn't that right, Von Karma? In that case, I'll show you the evidence supporting my claim. Which piece of evidence shows where the blood in the Mr. Master's room went? It's in the fountain. Where is the statement saying that? Here! Get ready, Von Karma. There were traces of the victim's blood found in the fountain. Traces of Mr. Master's chocolate were also found in this very fountain. In other words, the blood was washed down the stream, which was then flowed into the fountain. All of this points to only one possibility. After the body was removed, someone erased the bloodstains. Von Karma, where was the body really found? If you really found the body, you should be able to answer.
You... Oh, how do you know this information? How do you know the results of the water composition tests on the fountain?
Because I allowed them to investigate.
Bad. Always a thorn in my side. From here on out, I will not allow you to associate any further with this case.
It's not like you. You were letting me do much anyway.
Besides, it's a little late for that, buddy. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Or are you admitting to the fact that you didn't find the body after all?
You say I never found the body. Where's your evidence?
He's never going to confess.
I have nothing further to say to you. Gregory Edgeworth. This matter will be decided in court. We'll see just how well your logic holds up there.
Von Karma, I know your methods are wrong. I promise, without fail, I will expose the truth you've hidden. Detective Bad, I'm sorry. Because you let me investigate that.
No, this is bound to happen, sooner or later. This is also the first time I've been restricted in my investigation. Your theory that they never found the body sounds pretty close to the mark.
That I will make clear in court.
If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Even though I'm no longer in charge of this case.
Then, though I'm very sorry about this, I have one more favor to ask of you.
Hey, what are you guys whispering about? I want to know too.
This will be my trump card in court. The information I've gathered up until now should be enough to prove Mr. Master's innocence. But, if all else fails, I'll have this ready.
Your trump card?
You'll see at the trial.
Wow, I get to be at the trial too?
Of course. You are my assistant, after all.
I'll be an ace attorney too next year. Von Karma will never beat the two of us.
Right. Although I hope to clear Mr. Master's name before you become a lawyer. If Von Karma is to be my opponent, he'll want the trial ended in a day.
That's right. We have to save Master Jeff as best we can. After all, this is you we're talking about. I'm sure you'll beat Von Karma.
Jeff Master, alone in the dark cell, arrested on false charges. I must expose Von Karma's lies if I am to save him. Aww. Is that where we end with this section? Yep. So now I assume we go back. Can't wait to see what Greg's trump card is. I wonder too.
Let us continue.
Back to the present? Yeah! Okay, so now that we're back to the present, we've got a whole other situation to find out that makes zero sense. Specifically, there's a new dead body involved. I'm sure Von Karma will have any count to that trump card. Bring out my favorite trump card above all else. Bring in the parrot now. So there's another dead body now. Great.
And that's all Uncle Ray knows about the IS-7 incident.
So that's what happened in my father's last case. The truth of the IS-7 incident.
What happened at the trial?
In the end, Von Karma defeated us.
Huh? So you can prove Mr. Master's innocence?
We had gathered plenty of evidence to prove it. But Von Karma was even more despicable than we thought.
He was a prosecutor who would do anything for his guilty verdict. Do you think Ray told that story in perfect detail, including Greg's thoughts, or did he just give clip notes?
I have the secret power to read minds, don't you know?
Oh. What are you talking about, Ray? Is my... Whatever. He was a prosecutor who would do anything for his guilty verdict.
That's right, and he really did use any means necessary. Because of this, as the trial dragged on for about a year until it finally reached a conclusion.
Lawyer power number 7. Mind reading. I mean, we also have a bunch of other lawyer powers. I mean, most of them, though, are because of special items. Magatamas, bracelets that can let you see intensely, devices that allow you to read a person's heart. Am I missing something else? I feel like I might be. Oh well.
I'll never forget that fateful day when the judgment was passed down. The 28th of December. It's April now, so it's been a little over 17 years. How time flies.
The 28th of December, 17 years ago, I was watching from the gallery that day.
Before the trial, your old man noticed that Mr. Master was acting strangely. He was at the breaking point, both mentally and physically. He wanted to be found guilty.
No, Mr. Master didn't seek a conviction, did he?
Yeah, that was what Von Karma was aiming for from the start. When the old man tried to expose the fact that the body had not been found, Von Karma used the power of his police cronies to quash that argument. He even went as far as to prepare a fake autopsy report. Then, they made Mr. Master give a false testimony and confess to being an accomplice. With Mr. Master's confession, the situation quickly became dire.
Maya channels spirits, Phoenix gets Cyclops, Edgeworth gets basic logic. Boy mentioning Ace Attorney Trilogy. Oh, I've already played the Ace Attorney Trilogy before. I already streamed through those and recorded those before the Edgeworth game, so I know about those. So I know that. Oh yeah, and that also means Rafa is like divine seance thing. Thing. So yeah, a lot of powers. Situation became tired.
But the old man had a trump card up his sleeve.
Which was? Was that the trump card he was talking to Detective Bad about?
Yeah, the trump card was to be our insurance in case Mr. Master confessed. He'd asked Detective Bad to have Mr. Master's interrogation recorded.
Detective Bad wanted to know the truth too, huh?
After he was dropped from the investigation, he never stopped caring about the case. Even when he was involved with other large cases, he really was the definition of a true detective. The defense presented the recording, which proved that the confession was forced.
Ah, and that's how Von Karma got his mark.
Well, it seemed the detective in charge of the initial investigation and interrogation, Rip Lacer, took all the blame and was charged and dismissed. Still, at the trial, the old man exposed Von Karma's corruption, and Von Karma received his first penalty from the then chief prosecutor.
The only penalty in his 40 years of prosecution. Before his first loss, true loss.
However, Mr. Master didn't want the trial to continue any longer, and the curtains closed on the trial that day with the verdict of guilty.
My memory of that time is fuzzy, but I was also there, watching my father's final trial. And I think his final regret became my own.
The old man wanted a retrial to prove Master's innocence, but he passed on before he could fulfill his wish. After getting entangled in another case. It breaks my heart even now, but I didn't return home with him that day. And what's more, to blind myself from my own worthlessness. Uncle Ray put all of his hatred on you, as a traitor for being Von Karma's pupil.
Oh, Ray. Ray.
I'm sorry.
don't be. It's natural you would hate me. After I became a prosecutor, I was able to get Von Karma to show me the case file. Mr. Master was found guilty for the murder of Isaac Dover. That's not right. Wait, what? Wasn't Mr. Master found guilty of being an accomplice? Wait, what? Huh? What do you mean? What? But this case file says guilty of murder. What? There shouldn't be anything unresolved in the cases handled by Manfred von Karma. Wait, can I take a look at that file? Looks like the charges have been rewritten. What? Look at this. What do you mean they've been rewritten? Jeffrey Master 39, creator of the dessert contest. The victim's body was found inside a dessert, made by the suspect. This led to his arrest. In jail, he was diagnosed with hypoglycemia, and he was treated by medicine. After his own confession, he was convicted as an accomplice to the murder. Wait, then who got charged with the actual murder? The charge is accomplice to murder.
This is a copy of the original case file I received from the courts.
But why would the charge be altered?
This file was given to you by Von Karma, right? Maybe he just didn't want you to know the truth, since you're Gregory's son. He would have wanted to avoid another retrial before the statute of limitations ran out, after all.
Only person involved in the case to be charged with murder. Eventually he was charged with murder. So what I had come to believe back then had all been a lie.
If you didn't know about it, just make sure you know it from now on. The statute of limitations has long expired, but the truth still sleeps right here. Yeah, after the old man passed away, Uncle Ray took over as Mr. Master's defense attorney. Although Von Karma also had another prosecutor take over the case. Perhaps he thought that since his opponent was a rookie, he didn't even need to turn up. In the end, the real killer was never found, and Mr. Master was found guilty.
No. Is there nothing we can do even now?
Since the killer was never found, he can't withdraw his confession. I found out after the trial that Mr. Master made a deal with the Von Karma because Von Karma had threatened him. If you don't confess, Catherine Hall will be held under the same charges.
Really? Terrible.
I don't think Mr. Master really thought that Kate was the killer, but to protect her, he faked a confession.
This still just worries me though, because I still wonder, is she the killer of the present case? Is she the one who, did the poisoning or whatever? I don't know. And I'm worried that she might have a motive if it was all for revenge for what happened to Jeff.
Miles, on the day that Knightley boy was killed, why do you think Uncle Ray was at the prison?
Why were you?
Ah, I see.
You went to see Mr. Master, didn't you?
Ah! I said I'd visit him every day. I couldn't keep that promise, but I asked Katie Pie to look in on him for me when I couldn't. Through rain or snow when she went. Every single day without fail. But nothing has changed. Mr. Master still serves his punishment.
That's so sad. Isn't there anything we can do?
That's why I came here. Because I knew those ice sculptures would be on display here today. So, what are you going to do, Miles?
I am a prosecutor. My position is different from you and my father.
Miles.
But, moving past my position, what I want as Miles Edgeworth is to know the truth of these two cases. It is for that reason that I am here.
You really are your father's son. Well then, if that's what you've decided, I'll support you all the way. I better leave this IS-7 documents and evidence with you then. Here are the documents. By the way, the parts in orange are Uncle Ray's old notes.
Got it. Parts in orange are Shield's notes. Gotcha. Thank you. Now, here's the IS-7 evidence. That's a lot. So make sure to look it over while you investigate. Ray, why do you have all this evidence? I came prepared. I knew what was gonna happen today. Is that... were you allowed to just take the evidence from the police station? Received a lot of IS-7 evidence from Mr. Shields. Right. I'll check through it later. Let's see what all we've got. We've got... okay. You say a lot. I was expecting a whole page's worth. But I only see 4 things here. The Angel's Recipe Book, the framed finger marks, the rock salt lamp, and the family photo.
Anyway, there are so many strange things about this case.
Indeed. Those involved in the case 18 years ago have reunited, and another incident occurs. He used his telepathy powers on the killer and found out where there was going to be a murder and brought the I-7 evidence. Why didn't you stop the murder then, Ray? There needs to be a game, Miles. I can't just stop the game. Replicas of the statues from 18 years ago were displayed in the Winter Palace, and poison gas was released in the Autumn Palace, which had been disguised as the Winter Palace. The 2 chemicals in the Pisces case, normalium and fatalium, were mixed, causing an outbreak of poison gas. Ray thought it'd be funny if crimes happen. I'm just here for fun, Miles. As long as I'm alive, I don't really care. The victim of the poison gas was Dane Gustavia, a person involved in the IS-7 incident. Because he was unconscious, he received treatment in the Zodiac Art Gallery's infirmary. But now there's another... Who is this? Finally, the dead body found floating in the fountain. Who is that? And, once again, the ice sculptures have melted. There are deep connections between the 2 cases. It's possible there are still some clues left from 18 years ago.
Right, let's get started.
The best. I'm here. Just 1 second. Don't tell me you forgot about me. Didn't I tell you that I'm the one in charge of this case? It's goof clock.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you intend to continue disrupting Sebastian's investigation, the word guilty will be added to your PIC report.
What does she mean, guilty? Please allow me to assist in your investigation as before.
I appreciate your proposal. I'm afraid I must overrule it. That was fast. Even though we're short on hands to identify the victim right now, it's only a matter of time until we figure it out.
In that case, I shall take that load off your shoulders at once. Regarding the identity of the unidentified body, one person comes to mind. Really? Then tell us. Wait, there is? Very well. It's not just the sculptures that have made a comeback from the incident 18 years ago. Don't tell me. The body in the fountain... Don't tell me! Is it? Take that! It's likely that the identity of the body is the victim of the murder that occurred here 18 years ago. Are you kidding me? It's not even a dead... It's an already dead body that's been dead for 18 years. That's also been kept in pretty damn good condition, I must say. Considering it didn't even look rotted from what we could see. But they brought the dead body? Servers are crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm confused on. Isaac Dover. Why is the dead body back?
It's Icy's body.
Who's that? I've never heard of him.
Mr. Isaac Dover. A truly great sculptor. But he was better known as Pierre Hoquet.
Got that McDonald's treatment.
The sculptures on display here in the museum are all his creations.
So in other words, that sculptor was the best. Somehow I feel strong kinship to him.
And he was the victim in the IS-7 incident.
Yeah. So literally everyone is here except for Jeff this time. She knew about the I-7 incident.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident occurred 18 years ago. And what's more, the police reported the removal of the body.
That's well, it's on the record. But I wonder if that really is the truth.
What are you saying?
The defense attorney in that I-7 incident claimed that the body was never found. Not that the prosecution would ever admit to such a thing. What? Whose phone? Prosecutor.
Hello. Really? Is something wrong, Sebastian?
No, it's just they said that they know who the victim is. It's just as that prosecutor says. It's Dover.
No, it can't be.
Would seem my father's suspicions were correct. What is it, Judge Courtney? Have you finally realized that I'm much more helpful than Mr. DeBest?
Could you stop insulting me? Are you trying to steal the best position for yourself?
I'm doing no such thing. I just want to know the truth. And for that to happen, we need to cooperate, no?
The truth is none of your concern.
Objection.
I don't think that's true, Courtney Pie.
You again.
Uncle Ray assisted the defense attorney involved in the I-7 incident. The one who claimed that Mr. Dover's body was never found. Prosecution denied it at the time, but now the body has been discovered here. In other words, the I-7 investigation was unjust. And isn't it the duty of the PIC to investigate corrupt prosecutors? Then, wouldn't you want to cooperate with those who were involved in the case? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Yeah, unless you got something in the... Now that I think about it, Judge Courtney knew about the I-7 incident. So it would seem she really is here because of the PIC.
Even if you're related to the incident, I don't see how Prosecutor Edgeworth is...
He is the son of the attorney in that case, and a prosecutor taught by Von Karma himself. What's more, he was in the audience at the IS-7 trial. I'm sure there are many points he can enlighten us on.
Very well. I will allow you to cooperate. However, your investigation must not hinder the other investigators. The Winter Palace is currently being investigated, but the fountain patio is open to you.
That's my Courtney Pie. Now we're talking. Yes, thanks. I will allow you to have a hug with Uncle Ray.
I'm going to kill you, Ray. Overruled. If I feel your cooperation isn't needed, I will have to ask you to leave.
Understood. Ah, isn't that great, Miles? Now we can start investigating. You really helped us there. Uncle Ray did it all for himself. Alright, Uncle Ray's going to investigate too, so let me know if you figured out something out. Got it. Alright. Okay, it's you and me. Right then. Okay, let's begin the investigation.
Okay, let's do this.
We still don't know, where Mr. Dover's body and the Normalium were hidden. We don't have enough information to go on.
We don't have enough information to go on.
You're right. Our first priority is the Normalium.
Well, Normalium is used in washing detergents, paints, and the like.
If I recall, it's a red liquid with a minty aroma. Minty? Minty. Keep that in mind.
Well then, let's get looking for that Normalium.
Beginning investigation. Okay, what do you have to say to this? Notice anything?
I wonder if this case and the I-7 incident are connected somehow.
It's hard to say for certain right now, but I also don't think they are completely unrelated.
But your father was in charge of the I-7 incident, right? This can't be just a coincidence. It must be destined by fate. Let's solve both these cases. I'll make sure to steal the truth for you.
That sounds promising. Now then, to the task at hand. Let's resume the investigation of the Normalium.
It's a red liquid with the minty aroma, right? Let's go ask around.
If anyone smells anything minty, then we might have a lead. You're here too.
We've recovered the victim's body. Forensics are currently performing the autopsy.
And what of the investigation and of the fountain?
The fountain is completely clear. You can cleanse both your heart and soul with it.
A body was floating in this fountain just a moment ago, though. I don't think I want to be cleansing my body with dead body water.
It's a statue of a brave warrior fighting a snake. Was this also made by Pierre Hoquet?
It appears to be one of his early works, when he was enamored with fantasy and myths. The statue represents his heroic resolution to oppose hopeless difficulties in his youth. I get comfy. The title is The Math Test. Ah, the greatest of evils.
You know that feeling all too well.
Well, this one.
It's a statue of a brave warrior fighting...
That's the same one.
There's statues of a couple in Roman costume. Are these by Pierre Hoquet too?
I think these were made in the middle years of his life, at the height of his fame. He modeled them after the Roman gods at the request of his beloved wife. The piece is entitled Venus, the Goddess of Beauty, and a manservant.
I think it's obvious who wore the pants in that relationship.
Let's not get into that, okay? I want to talk to the tree. The math test.
There's a fir tree in front of this door.
But that door leads to the Autumn Palace. Fir trees are winter trees, so this must have been placed here as a red herring.
Well then, why don't we paint it on red?
Okay, fir trees are green all year round.
I knew that.
No, you didn't.
There's a maple tree in front of this door.
But that door leads to the Winter Palace. Maple trees are autumn trees, so this must have been placed here as a red herring.
Well then, how about we freeze it to make it look like a maple tree in the winter?
Please don't complicate matters any further. Look at his... On the shelf are trophies commemorating Isaac Dover's work as Pierre Hoquet. He truly was a first-rate artist. There are quite a number of trophies lined up here.
I remember you have some trophies too, Mr. Edgeworth. I would love to have some too. If only there were a contest for thieves. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? We can hold one at the prosecutor's office.
I don't mind you holding a contest, but all the participants would be arrested. Hi there.
The prosecutor at the best ordered me not to let you investigate anything but this room. I absolutely cannot let you pass through any further than this. I'm sorry.
I won't, since I can't pass through anyway. You're standing in front of a wall.
No, after all, you're Prosecutor Edgeworth. If you really wanted to, this wall wouldn't stop you.
I'm not like a tank. I don't just bash walls down.
Wow, you're even more fierce than I thought, Mr. Edgeworth.
Just what kind of human do these people think I am? Examine. Walking through walls. What we have learned is that all the authority figures in this series have unnatural superpowers, including the judge, considering I'm pretty sure he's immortal. On the shelf are trophies commemorate... Wait, this is the same thing as before. What is that? What the... There's a stain. There's a stain on the floor. This smell and this color. Don't tell me this is a puddle of tea.
Huh? There's a piece of pottery in the middle of the puddle.
The design looks familiar, yeah, it's Pierre Hoquet.
I wonder what broke.
I think I recognize the design. I should probably show this to that man and see what he has to say. Do you have to be a lawyer to become judge? I have no idea, actually. First his set of Ace Attorney games. The next series in the Ace Attorney series, the Judge's Adventures. Judge's Journey. On this service call, Miss Hall has prepared her tea set.
According to the pamphlet, the museum is also famous for its tea.
Yes, it certainly had a flavorful, rich taste.
Seems this tea set was also made by Mr. Dover.
Oh? So the tea set was made by the victim? Let's take a closer look. Inspect every nook and cranny. So, this tea set was made by Isaac Dover.
Fancy stuff, huh?
Okay, I'd say this tea set is worth thousands of dollars. Please be careful with it.
This tea set is such a treasure?
Please don't look so excited. If I recall correctly, Miss Hall was a huge fan of Mr. Dover's. A judge to... Sebastian is a judge to me. Oh god. Everything's the best with him. Kate's favorite teapot, made by Pierre Hoquet, aka Isaac Dover. Hey, Edgy! What is it? Be careful with that teapot! Why must I be warned by him of all people? Huh?
Madame and Messieurs. Would you care for some tea?
Hey, Miss Hall. Katie! No, I'm fine, thanks. Kay and Edgy, you guys can have some. But, well, since you asked, we might as well take a short break.
Certainly. Thanks for a tea. Wow, it's so tasty. What kind of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's Ceylon tea, known for its citrus aroma. However, Miss Hall, is this the same tea you served us this morning?
Yes, that's right. Was it not to your liking?
No, it's not that. The tea we had this morning had a slightly different aroma. Please don't tell me. We just had another logic piece that regarded smells and aromas. What did you just... I'm sure the aroma stuff is unrelated.
How strange. It's the same Ceylon tea I served this morning. There shouldn't be anything indifferent about it.
What's wrong with you, Edgy? Quit nitpicking about the tea Katie so kindly prepared for you.
Larry, what are you even getting so upset for?
I'm not upset. You're just being a rude jerk. And I told you to call me Larice. Sheesh, I'm not gonna talk to you anymore.
It's like arguing with a child.
Larice, I wonder what's wrong.
I'd like to ask him that later myself. And I also need to speak with Miss Hall. I don't have any evidence that shows she is the culprit, but I dare say she is the one who set up the poison gas trap. Is that everything we can examine here? Usually the game... Already checked... Okay, yeah, I already checked everything, but blah 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 blah. I'm just gonna go for it. This seems way too... I have to know. It's probably wrong, considering it needs to be more specific. I had a feeling. I was too curious. I just let my eagerness get ahead of me. Every suspicious nook and cranny.
There's statues of a couple in Roman
Wait, is this the same thing as before? Sculptures of a man with the face of a moon and a woman with the face of a sun.
The man looks kind of gloomy, though. Were these also made by Pierre Hoquet?
Yes, it seems he made these in his youth, when he was enthralled with the stars. The piece likens the relationship between the moon and the sun to something closer to home. The piece is entitled, My Parents. I love making the same statues over and over again. He also likes giving very interesting titles to things.
I think we know who wore the pants in that marriage.
Fountain. I haven't checked the fountain yet. It appears the body has already been recovered by the police.
Why was the body of the victim from 18 years ago found floating in the fountain? I mean, wouldn't the body have gone all goopy after 18 years?
That's what I would have thought. I don't know if I would call it goopy. It certainly would have required a special method to preserve the body.
Yeah, I wonder if such a method even exists. Hey, forensics guy, any new information?
Yes! Normalium and Fatalium have been detected in the fountain water. Oh.
They must have flowed through the stream from the Autumn Palace to the fountain.
Aside from the chemicals, we also found his high levels of sugar. Working hard on investigating it. Sugar in the fountain water. What could have caused that? Okay. Alright, time to start talking to actual people. Let's start with you.
I feel that your conduct thus far has clearly been out of line. I will make sure to bring this matter up to the PIC.
I really do not care what the PIC say at this point, madam. Do whatever you want.
In return, we're gonna be doing whatever we want as well. If I remember correctly, you're the little almost great thief.
Sure, this isn't Willy Wonka. It sure was Willy Wonka before, when it was the desserts contest.
I will have to report your misconduct to the PIC as well, young lady.
What is she gonna get in trouble with the PIC for?
Sure, since it will only serve to increase my fame as a great thief.
It seems even Judge Courtney is unable to get a handle on Kay. I'm here too! Mr. DeBest, you're getting a bit in my way if you stand here. Also, you're facing away from me. Turn and look at me while I'm talking to you. No! You insult me all the time. I'm not insulting you, I'm just trying to make a point. I'm not going to move. Just do whatever you can over there.
Don't say that. It's probably the best if you just stand over there.
The best, you say? Okay, I'll go stand over there. So anything is fine as long as you add the best to it. You silly. I've already talked to you. What about Ray? Miles, how's the investigation going? Well, little by little, I'm beginning to see the entire truth behind this sick case. Oh, that's good to hear. Uncle Ray better not fall behind either. About the two cases. This case seems to have a lot in common with the case 18 years ago. I agree. The melted ice in the Winter Palace and the body of the victim from 18 years ago.
I wonder why nobody was ever noticed this body was missing after all this time.
K appeared in Ace 27, that'd be insane. I would love to see I would love to see all these characters appear in the next Ace Attorney game. That being said, I also feel like this game would, in order for it to make most sense for a lot of people, I feel like they'd also have to first port this game to PC English first. Like official, you know, not the fan translation, I mean. Though they could still do that, I feel. They could still probably just put these characters... Although, no, wait, what am I saying? Kay was in the first investigation game, so that still makes sense for Kay. What am I saying? The only family Mr. Dover had was a young son. His son, and Mr. Gustavius' son, who attended the same elementary school. After the case, they both went missing.
What? And they haven't been found yet?
I haven't heard any news about Mr. Gustavius' son being found. But as for Mr. Dover's son, he was found and his inheritance was delivered to him. And because of that, Mr. Dover never had a proper funeral. That way, they were able to make it look like the body had been in the police custody. The autopsy report had also been forged, so nobody but the defense ever found out. Von Karma, you would go that far. Was it you that I'm supposed... I was told to present something. For a Grace Attorney, after like 7 years, made trilogies for the first, second Ace Attorney trilogies. Solid chance for investigations in games to be translated and put into their own duology as well. That's what I'm hoping. It feels like that. That's what I feel like might happen, considering it does. Like, I've noticed that as well. It does feel like there's been more, in recent years, it does feel like there's been more of the ports of the old games, and I do hope they continue that with the investigations games to make them as easy as possible to obtain. And then hopefully after they do that, maybe they can finally continue making new Ace Attorney games, because I still feel like, I mean, if they're willing to make ports of the old games, then I feel like they're not done with the series yet, but maybe they just want to get all the games easily accessible first before they continue further. Maybe that's what they're doing. I don't know. Long story short, I want more Ace Attorney games.
This evidence holds the so-called key to the case, right?
It's possible.
Yep, then hold on to it closely. All right, put it away.
He doesn't think much about it. And the Professor Layton crossover shall remain forgotten. Yeah, that's gonna be the one that... Hope, again, that one's gonna be basically impossible, it feels like. Oh, this is the same dialogue. Miss Hall? Miss Hall, where have you been until now?
I was showing the remaining guests out and handing out complimentary gifts as an apology. Did you require my services?
Yes. There are a few things I want you to ask about you. If my suspicions are correct, she's the one who set up the poison gas trap. I don't know if I'm ready for Investigations 2 translation because all the names will be different and not ready to convert them. That would definitely be weird. I mean, it would be inevitable. But I feel like overall it'd probably be for the best, simply because it would mean more people get to see the games. But I agree that it would be weird having to get used to different names. Anyways, the poison gas trap. How exactly did you prepare the melted sculptures from 18 years ago?
My, so you know about what happened 18 years ago? It's because 18 years ago, I photographed Monsieur Dover's sculptures. Using the photos as a base, I managed to create replicas.
Replicas?
The Zodiac sculptures had been an unfinished work, so I wanted to complete it somehow. Because I am the one who accidentally melted Monsieur Dover's sculptures.
And could you tell me why the Autumn Palace resembles the Winter Palace so much?
Well, my apologies. Did they really look so alike? I think I may have gotten some of the decorations mixed up.
She's obviously lying. Especially Sebastian the Best. Yeah, I do like the Best name. I think that one's really funny. She's obviously lying, but I haven't gathered any evidence to prove that yet. Actually, let's talk to Larry first. Larry! What do you want from me? Larry, tell me what you're hiding. I'm not hiding anything. Larry!
You two, stop glaring at each other like that.
I'm not glaring, Kay. I'm using my artist perspective. And she's the one who's glaring. Then, if you know what's good for you, you will tell me what you're hiding right now. No way, dude! Didn't I say I'm not talking to you anymore? Aren't you talking to me right now? From now on, I'm definitely not talking to you anymore. I'm not going to get anywhere like this. Looks like I have to force it out of him. I assume that means I have to present some... Well, what are you hiding? Larry, what are you hiding?
Hey, come on. Mr. Edgeworth, this isn't the time you playing around, you know?
I wasn't playing around.
Still, it looks like Clarice won't be talking anytime soon.
If he isn't going to talk to us willingly, I'll just have to force him to talk. I may just have something on what he's hiding. I should present that to him and see what he says. I think it might be something relating to... Is it this? Larry, take a look at this. What's that? Larry, I've got a feeling that what you're hiding is related to the tea and this pottery shard. You broke tea set, didn't you? Well, if you're not going to talk to me, I can always hand this shard over to Judge Courtney. Wait, I'm trying to keep my clean image for Justy. I don't want to see how I'm dirty myself. I can't imagine what part of you can be considered clean, but if you don't want her to declare you guilty, I suggest you speak truthfully now. I got it. I'll tell you. All right, what are you hiding, bucko? Larry, it's time you confess to what you've done.
How can you be so cruel to your best friend?
The same way you can be so dishonest to your best friend.
Well, you can stop glaring at me. I promise to tell the truth for real this time.
Larry, how many times have you said this now? And how many times has it been followed up with nonsense?
Shut up. You scare me. I just thought I'd pour Justy some tea, but my hand kind of slipped a bit and it broke. I accidentally broke the crazy expensive teapot.
The butt strikes again. Why am I not surprised?
Oh boy. You really done it this time, Clarice.
What should I do, Edgy?
That is a debt you will be taking on for yourself, Larry.
Katie will hate me.
Crying to me won't solve anything. First, you should apologize to Miss Hall. Not...
Is that so? My teapot was...
Katie, I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll draw as many portraits of you as you like.
Please kindly raise your head, monsieur. It is I who should apologize. I didn't notice the broken shards. It's dangerous, so I'll tidy up the broken pieces. Allow me to take this piece from you as well.
Wasn't this tea set one of Isaac Dover's works? I heard that it was very important to you.
Yes, but there's no use crying over spilt tea. Besides, I still have another one of these teapots left.
Is she not as attached to Dover's works as she used to be?
Katie, you're so kind. Oh, the teapot you were talking about. Is it the one that on that cart?
Yes.
The truth is, when I was trying to hide the broken shards, I looked under the cart. And I found a teapot that looked exactly the same, so I switched them.
Oh, what? Larry! Larry switched the broken teapot with another pot. Oh! Larry! Larry, what did you just make me drink?
Really?
Yeah, everything's cool now. I took great care to make sure no one would break that pot.
I know what you did. I remember the drinks were different. You don't brag about that when you were the one who broke in the first place.
I'm sorry.
I don't mind. Thank you for your consideration.
Edgy, Katie's a really nice lady, isn't she?
You should reflect on how you cause trouble for people like her.
Okay, when I make it big as an artist, I'll donate paintings. In fact, I'll even welcome you as my own personal model.
I think it'd be better if you just stopped causing trouble. I hope you haven't done anything else.
I haven't. I just stood around sketching beauties.
Sketching beauties?
If you're interested, I can let you take a peek.
I guess even Mr. Edgeworth is interested in beauties.
Do not lump me in with this madman. I just thought it might be another one of his strange paintings.
How dare you? I'm very confident in my work.
Oh, I want to see too.
Oh, I'm glad you're so honest about it, Kay. I'll get ready, so come check it out later.
I guess I'll have him show it to me later. While we're here, about that sketch you mentioned just now.
What? If you wanted to see my art, you should have just been honest about it from the start. Look, here it is.
What's this? Huh. Two interesting things to note. First of all, on the cart that Halls is pushing, they're candies. And secondly, it looks like Delicia is washing something in the fountain? That's what it looks like.
I already told you, it's a sketch of beauties. Oh, but just to be clear, the beauties only refers to Justy and Katie. The other plump lady has nothing to do with that.
That's just mean, Larry.
Then why did you draw her on the same page?
Well, I was taking a break from my still life painting when those beauties caught my eye.
Thank God Larry didn't include Kay. We'd have a severe issue.
I guess I just drew them on the same page without thinking.
So you're saying that the pictures on this page were each drawn separately?
Huh? Oh yeah, I may have drawn them at different times. By the way, there's a drawing of the beautiful little Miss K on the other page.
Gosh dang it, Larry. What did I just say?
Beautiful, huh? Thanks.
Larry, you drew this exactly as you saw it, correct?
Well, yeah. Even I can't draw. Even I can't draw what I can't see. I recreated the scene perfectly, even the delicate shades.
Comment didn't even last a minute. Delicate shades, huh? I don't want to admit it, but this picture might be of help to the investigation. The content of the sketch, and the service cart in the fountain patio. It seems there's a contradiction between the two. I need to expose this contradiction using my powers of deduction. Can I borrow this sketch for a while?
Sure, I could even sign it for you if you like.
I think I'll pass. Touch the check button for details. Alright. Does it want me to examine this again? Yeah. Before I do that, is there anyone else I really... Nah. Wait, nope, I forgot. There is someone I forgot to talk to yet. You!
Oi, how's the investigation and come along? Have you found anything? Oi, not quite actually. We haven't found any clues yet. You're doing it wrong. Oi is only used when you're showing someone something. Also, yes is used to confirm and is also green. Eep is used when you're afraid. Fa is used when you don't like some. Always used when you're calling someone. I see. I didn't know it was that deep. Oi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you catch all that?
Okay, be more serious.
Yes, see.
Thank you, Kay. Anyways. Examine this. Before I do that, the pots were switched in a different tea aroma. Maybe the reason why the Ceylon tea smelled different was because the pots had been switched.
Huh? Really?
The taste of the tea itself did not actually change, after all. Let's go ask Miss Hall about it in more detail. Miss Hall, apparently I've teleported to the same spot. Was the reason why the Ceylon tea smelled different because the pots were switched?
Yes, that's certainly possible.
It had a fresh minty aroma, not unlike that of uva tea.
Ah, I remember now. I prepared some mint tea yesterday. I'm sure that the aroma just happened to remain in the teapot.
Really? Is that really all there is to it? Yep. Yep, that adds up. A minty aroma was emanating from the pot Larry had replaced.
Miss Hall said that the aroma was left over from the mint tea she prepared yesterday.
Newfound teleportation abilities.
Miss Hall said the aroma was left over from the mint tea she prepared yesterday.
Indeed. She seemed less surprised to find out that Larry broke the teapot, and more surprised by the fact that the pots had been switched.
That's right. Normally it would have been the reverse. A broken teapot is much more shocking.
She was probably trying to hide this teapot.
Hide the pot?
One of the characteristics of Normalium is a minty aroma. There's a possibility that she was hiding Normalium inside this teapot.
What? Inside the pot?
It is only a possibility for now, but it is one worth investigating. Mr. DeBest, I assume you haven't found the Normalium yet?
I've had the entire art museum searched, but I haven't received any report yet. And what about you? Don't you have any ideas?
Only one.
I knew it. Nobody but me would be able to find it.
Wait, what? Kato's stoner.
You have an idea where it is?
Indeed.
Then tell me.
It may have been in this teapot that Miss Hall used.
Oh? This teapot is pretty nice. It would make the perfect present for the best prosecutor.
It's not a present. It's an important piece of evidence. Scan it.
Oh, it's just evidence. Then I guess I'll have forensics take a look at it.
You there? What?
Monsieur Edgeworth, is there something wrong with the teapot I used?
This teapot has a minty aroma to it. It's the same aroma as the one of the two chemicals used to create the poison gas.
Monsieur Edgeworth, surely you don't mean... You suspect me of having set off the poison gas?
I do. Setting up the poison gas trap in the Autumn Palace would have required some preparation. As the curator of this museum, you're the only one who could have prepared it in advance.
I wonder about that. Preparations for the opening of the museum took about a week. And I received help from both the outsiders and Madame Delicia. I think there are people besides me who are also suspicious.
Of course, Delicia is also under scrutiny.
Furthermore, I don't even know how to create something like poison gas. Even if you found mammalian in my teapot, there's no way I could have prepared the poison gas.
Really?
Well then, I look forward to hearing the analysis result of the teapot.
The excuse is that she doesn't know how to prepare the poison. I must find a way to shatter that excuse. She had to have known somehow. What? Hello? This is Edgeworth.
It's Gumshoe, sir.
Gummy! Did something happen?
Actually, right now all the investigators but me have left the Winter Palace. So I can finally tell you what we found.
It's not good for a detective to be leaking out information about the investigation, but his resourcefulness has saved me many times these past few days.
All the sculptures in the Winter Palace have melted. There's still some liquid left in the cases, but there's less in the Gemini case than in the Tauros case.
There's still liquid in the glass cases.
Yes, sir. We just investigated the light blue liquid a moment ago. We only detected sugar in the Tauros case, but for some reason, in the Gemini case, we detected 3 different substances.
3? What do you mean? 3 substances?
It consisted of sugar, salt, and blood.
Sugar, salt, and blood? Blood? Blood and salt were detected in Gemini case.
I wonder whose blood could have been. I've asked the forensics to look into it, sir.
Right. I leave it to you, detective.
That reminds me. The forensics investigating in the fountain patio contacted me. It seems the sugar found in the fountain matches that found in the light blue liquid.
Really? Okay. Oh? That sounds like a valuable information. Okay, so the analysis results of the liquid from the melted Gemini sculpture. Is that all the new information you have for me?
Now you mention it. We found a rainbow light device in there too.
There it is. The device was used to disguise the Autumn Palace. It seems the device that was used in the I-7 incident is also connected to this one. I should listen to what Delicia has to say about that.
I have to go back to investigating now, sir. When we get the results of the blood test, I'll let you know right away.
Yes, thank you, detective.
All right.
Was that Gummy calling? It sure was a long call.
But, thanks to him, we now have an important piece of information. In order to break Miss Hall's alibi, I'll need to talk to everyone involved in the I-7 incident. It's technically one of the 2 non-murder cases. I mean, it sort of technically is a murder case at the same time. I get where it's coming from, but it's because the I-7... this all started because of a murder case, is what I'm saying. Though you are right that the present has no murder in it. So, what was I doing? Oh, yeah. I completely blanked out for a second for some reason. Anyway, wrong button. There's not a single stain on this pure white tablecloth.
Think hold the edge and focus your mind. Then, in one go...
Okay, I hope you're not planning to do anything bad.
No, don't worry. Even if I fail, the tablecloth would just be dyed a nice black black a la tea. The tablecloth looks better white. Please refrain from changing it. I wonder about that. It might look better in another color. Like pink or blue. Or tea.
Anyways, to do... Second bit is poisoning. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's in a weird state where it's both a murder case and not a murder case because it takes place over two different cases technically. One in the present, one in the past. It's technically both in a way, is what I see it as. But overall, yes, I do get what you mean. This doesn't match. Larry, there's something I want to ask you about your sketch. The other one is the stolen turnabout. Oh yeah, the stolen turnabout. The one with Damask and... Wait, I think it was Damask. I think. There's something I want to ask about with your sketch. Huh? You want a lecture on sketching from a famed professional Professor Larice, do you? Yeah, Damask. Yeah. Speaking of Damask, I just remembered that at the very beginning of the case, or somewhere around it, or earlier in this case, you do actually see Damask and his wife, which I think is kind of hilarious. No, I just need to ask you something. They're just here, like I'm pretty sure they're just there examining the museum, like making plans to steal the stuff in it. The tablecloth in your sketch. Are you sure it was light blue? Oh. Yeah, I was never filming. Admittedly, I didn't... Wait. You're right. I wasn't even focused on that. I was more so focused on the fact that the tablecloth had chocolates on it and not the tableware. But you're right. The cloth is light blue here. Huh. Why is that? But the one on the service cart here is white, isn't it? Dude, you're always so busy thinking with just your hot head that you miss the obvious. What's with that look on your face? Don't look at me all serious-like. When I drew that painting, I was using the cart with the tea set on it, remember? Because I was tying up the broken pottery shards.
That's not something to be proud of.
And right then, Katie came out of the Winter Palace. I had to hurry and hide the broken teapot so that she wouldn't notice it. Oh. Did you just say Miss Holt came out of the Winter Palace? Yeah, I think that's what I need. That's right, but this time she was pushing another service cart. And the tablecloth was like blue, just like how I drew it. And it was covered in chocolate candies. What did she do with that service cart? It beats me. She went into the summer palace with it, so I don't know. When she came out, she was pushing the lift trolley. The lift trolley? When I called out to her, she was so surprised that she just left it there. She's so cute when she's shy. A second service cart. And a lift trolley.
Maybe there were 2 tea sets along with the 2 service carts.
We'll have to verify it with Miss Hall. Before we check in with Miss Hall... what is happening here? Mr. DeBest, you're getting a bit in my way if you stand here. This was not like this earlier. We recovered the victim's body. You're all saying the same things, and yet you're all in different positions. Delicia, would you be willing to aid in the investigation?
Yes, see, of course. Anything for Molly and Cake Cafe. I'll listen to whatever you have to say.
I was wondering if you could stop calling me Miley.
And stop calling me Cape. That's out of the question. I can't just change a name I've already decided on. If we ask her, she won't listen to what we have to say at all.
Oh well. Well, let's just get down on the brass tacks, shall we? What were you doing in this photo?
The sketch. Is this the one called the Sketch of Beauties?
That's what the one who drew it called it. Although it seems you were excluded from it.
Was that boy Professor Reese? I'd love to have a chat with him in one-on-one later.
It would be my pleasure to introduce you.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're making an awfully evil face right now.
I'm going to get back at that man for all the pain he's caused me. Do not stop me, Kay. Do you know anything about the decorations that are used in this museum? Specifically, the fluorescent cloths and a special device called a rainbow light device?
Yes, see, of course I do. Because they are present in Saggy to Katie. As an apology for breaking the rules 18 years ago, I gave her 4 new rock salt lamps and the 4 fluorescent cloths I used in the contest. Wow, that sounds nice. Fluorescent cloths and the rock salt lamps. Seems like only us girls can understand how wonderful they are.
That's a cruel thing to say, Mrs. Delicious. I like them too, you know.
Yeah, that was back then, Ray Ray. When Ray Ray was still a cute little boy. Back when Mr. Shields was a cute little boy? I can't even imagine it.
Are they the same decorations you saw 18 years ago?
Probably. Rock salt lamp, the cloth, and the rainbow light device. They all seem the same.
4 fluorescent cloths were used in the Autumn Palace. But I have a feeling I saw one more of these of the same cloth.
It's true. Look, I got the proof right here in my bag.
Yeah! What's she searching for?
Well, not this. Not this either.
Yep. I remember seeing a cloth like that recently. Let's show Delicia and have her confirm my suspicions. Delicia. Wasn't there a dirty rag in your bag that looked similar to this?
I'm not going to give any information to someone who calls it a dirty rag.
Then, would it be better if I called it a washcloth?
Yeah, wrong again. It's fluorescent cloth. Oopsie, that was supposed to be a secret.
Please, tell me all you know about this fluorescent cloth. Before you do that, though, tell me about the poison gas. I'd like you to ask you something since you're a pharmacist. Exactly how would one gain the knowledge required to set off poison gas?
Oh, that's basic knowledge for any pharmacist is acquainted with Megatoxin X. It even says on the warning label, danger, do not mix with Normalium.
Ah. Then, is there another way for someone who is a pharmacist to obtain that information?
Well, it might be possible if they've seen the Angel's recipe.
Excuse you? What do you mean? The recipe book that was the grand prize of the contest 18 years ago. Really? Why would...
Since it also contains the recipe to prepare Megatoxin X.
The Angel's recipe also contains the method to prepare the poison gas. What the hell kind of book is this? The name makes it sound like you're gonna get like the most delicious food in the world. Instead, you're just getting the book of medicines. The grand prize had a recipe for poison. Congratulations! Here's your instruction guide on how to kill. Does this mean that you've seen the contents of the Angel's recipe?
Yes, see, that's a given, of course. The pharmaceutical company I work for is the Master Group. It's the company that makes the Cold Killer X medicine.
Cold Killer X? The cold medicine that promises to kill colds good.
After Jeffy got declared guilty, the company took back the recipe book. However, only a small group of elite pharmacists have been allowed to see it, though.
So this woman is also a part of that small group of elite pharmacists. You're a good baker, now become a good slayer. Please tell me the reason why you hid this cloth.
Oh, I guess I have no choice since the cat's out of the bag. I found this cloth blowing in the fountain, and right after that, I was called to Autumn Palace.
So, maybe Jeff did do it. The one time we've already had one case where the culprit was actually the defendant, and that was already a wild one. And what's the second gonna be at this point? So that's the moment Larry captured in his so-called sketch of beauties.
At first, I thought one of the fluorescent cloths that I'd given Katie had washed away.
But didn't you only give 4 fluorescent cloths as a present to this museum?
There were 4 fluorescent cloths covering the sculptures in the Autumn Palace, right? So that's when I realized that this was the cloth that went missing 18 years ago.
Oh! Wait! You said you found this... Have I played the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles? Yes, I have. I've loved those games as well. I've pretty much played every other game, every other Ace Attorney game, except for, obviously, I haven't finished this game yet. And then the Professor Layton one. And anyways, as I was gonna say, the cloth was found in the fountain, same as the body.
The poison gas broke out because someone had stolen my Megatoxin X. So I thought the fluorescent cloth had also been used for the crime. I was afraid I'd be suspected, so I didn't say anything about it to anyone.
I see.
But I sure feel a lot better after talking about it. Stress isn't good for your figure, you know.
18 years ago, the cloth that was wrapped around the body went missing. Who would have thought it would have turned up in the fountain along with the body? Cloth that vanished 18 years ago was found floating in the fountain. Strange. Alright, in that case, now I think it's time to talk to you. Two service cards. Is it true you keep 2 service cards on the premises?
Yes. Is there something wrong?
Earlier, I was looking at one of the sketches from that so-called artist, and I noticed that he had drawn the card's tablecloth light blue.
Light blue? Are you sure you weren't mistaken, monsieur? I only ever use tablecloths that are pure white. That's true. The tablecloth here doesn't have a single spot on it. Yes, that's because I always change them immediately whenever they get dirty.
Did Larry really get the color wrong, then? What were you doing there when the sketch was drawn?
At that time, I was just doing my job as usual.
Then could you tell me exactly what that work entails? What do you mean, so coarse? Kate's job. What were you doing when you were drawing the sketch? From the looks of the drawing, it doesn't seem like you were transporting the tea set.
This was when I was delivering chocolates to all the people in the investigation.
Literally made your life like drawing in 10 minutes. Yeah! Larry messes up a lot of things, but he can at least do art pretty well.
Ah, how nice. Chocolates. I wish I could have gone some too. There are still a few left, so please eat these then. I made them for myself, though it's possible they might not suit your taste. Woohoo! Thank you so much.
Thank you. Perhaps it's because she had them in her pockets, but it looks like they've melted a bit. They've melted a bit.
Sweet goodness. I'm happy to hear you say that.
These chocolates are a little misshapen, but I'm glad to get some sugar into my system. Is that evidence? Not, sir. Although, they're a little too sweet for my taste. Oh, wait. Wait. I thought... Actually, I haven't checked this yet. Assume it's still got the same... Yeah.
Look, there's a marking grade on the bottom. It says PH.
And that's because this teapot was created by the sculptor, Pierre Hoquet. As a creator, he would engrave his initials onto his works.
But wasn't his real name Isaac Dover?
Yes, apparently the victim of the I-7 incident created this piece. Though I'm left to wonder, are all these works in the Zodiac Art Gallery his creations? The rest of it looks normal. sworn I had something different for some reason. Maybe make sure. I think I have to talk to. Okay, what do you gotta say? Gotta say anything?
If Morelli was found in the teapot, will Miss Hall be arrested? I don't think someone who seems so gentle could ever be the true murderer.
It isn't good to judge people by their outward appearance, okay? Although, it's true that it would be an upsetting conclusion. I should try asking Mr. Shields and Delicia for their opinions as well. Sounds like he wants me to go back to Shields. Ray! Catherine Hall. Mr. Shields, could you tell me about what kind of person Miss Hall is?
Miles, don't tell me. You're also interested in Katie?
No.
Well, all joking aside, all Uncle Ray can say is, the Kate I know is a truly admirable woman. For 18 years, she has always wanted to remain here and wait for her master's return. However, she was driven out of the mansion by master's relatives.
What? She was driven out of the mansion.
That's because Kate isn't related by blood to Mr. Master. With no family and her job taken from her, she could only live on with the song and dance that Mr. Master had taught her. Well, she's now retired as a world-famous actress, though.
Why did she retire?
Because she had already saved up enough money to buy this mansion. It seems she even got back the Angel's recipe that had been taken back by the Master Group.
Kate got back the mansion and the Angel's recipe for Mr. Master's sake. Really?
This mansion, where she lived with Mr. Master, had been everything to her. She probably just wanted to take back everything that she lost.
It seems that Mr. Shields sympathizes with Miss Hall. But you could also say that her actions have taken away everything Mr. Master had. Logic. And this gives her a way of knowing the recipe. The recipe for poison. The method used to set off the poison gas is explained in the Angel's recipe. And the current owner of the Angel's recipe is Miss Hall.
Ah, so that means...
Indeed, it means that it is possible that she knew how to set off the poison gas. With this, we can expose her lies for what they are. I assume that's investigation done? Oh. Investigation's probably about to be done. It can't be the killer, I wish. What kind of method is for medicine preparation described in the Angel's recipe?
It contains many ways of preparation, so I can't explain them all in such a short time. Although, if you really want to know, I can tell you. It would take about 2 hours, though. I can tell you every one of them while matching the melody. Let's start my explanation. What should we do? Listen to all of it?
No, that won't be necessary.
I don't know. A whole lot. About the case.
That ding. So sorry. Why is Kay singing along with her? Kay, stop helping the potential killer. Or culprit. Actually, where am I? You don't got anything new? Do you have... If I could... Nope. Talk. I literally skipped over it. You've also read the Angel's recipe, right?
Of course! I may look like this, but I'm an ace pharmacist. That's amazing, an ace pharmacist. That's been my long-felt dream. That's right. That's That's right. At least Kate Faye understands.
This is the first I've heard about her being interested in pharmacology, however.
Shh. A little flattery. It can go a long way when you're trying to steal. When you're stealing or trying to get information. Well then, Miss Delicious, there's something I would like to ask you. No can do. I can't just change names I've already decided on. For a great thief of all people to have their thoughts stolen like this.
Looks like it didn't get you very far.
Right.
Ow. Body's already been recovered. Wait. Wait. This lift trolley has just been lifted here. I just now realized the lift. I never even inspected the obvious thing.
I wonder if it was used recently to carry something heavy.
The surface of the platform appears to be wet.
I remember seeing this lift trolley.
Someplace before.
You mean during the I-7 incident?
Ah, that's right. I remember now. Oh, it was in Dova's room.
If I remember correctly, it was used to transport the ice sculptures. The lift trolley has a feature that allows you to adjust the height and angle of the platform. It was just one of these, a single person could move the ice sculptures all by themselves. Really?
Wow, how convenient. I want one too.
Why is there a lift trolley here? I guess that's something we'll need to think about. Yes, it could be related to the case. There we go. Heal me. Alrighty. Now, all that's left is to wait for the result of the teapot. Let's continue. Feel like we gotta be real close to the end of this point. Alright. April 2nd, 2:33 p.m., Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. I have a report! We have detected traces of Normalium from the teapot!
Can't be serious! Just like Mr. Edwards said.
Indeed.
Darn it! Did Mr. Edwards take the title of the best for me again?
Mr. DeBest, it seems like you have an obsession about being the best. But when you're on a case, winning and losing is of no importance.
What are you saying? Obviously, it's the best to be the best at everything.
If you can't understand that, then you have no business being a prosecutor.
Please stop harassing Sebastian. Sebastian, a person of your caliber has no need to listen to such things.
Justine! Yeah, you're right.
Please, leave this to me. Why don't you go check on the victim's condition?
That's a great idea. I'll be right back then.
Alright, I'll be waiting.
Judge Courtney is much more troublesome than Mr. DeBest.
Well then.
Ready?
Miss Curator, can you tell us why Normalium was discovered in the teapot? I was not aware that it contained such a chemical. I suppose it may have been an ingredient from the detergent I had used.
In the teapot?
So you're saying that you did not put it in deliberately? No, of course not. There's no way for me to have known how to create the poison gas.
That's a lie. Despite being a former actress, it seems you're not very good at lying.
What do you mean?
The angel's recipe is in your possession, and the method to create the poison gas is contained inside that recipe book. So you must have known how to create it.
I'm surprised you knew about that. Miss Curator, is this true? It's true that information about the poison gas is contained in one of the recipes. However, just because I saw it does not mean that I was responsible for the crime. Could you tell me what set off the poison gas? It was caused by the victim heating the lid of the glass case with the burner. I see. If he had locked himself in that room of his own will and then set off the poison gas, wouldn't that suggest suicide?
You're really gonna play that card? Does she intend to deny it until the bitter end?
Furthermore, I wouldn't have been able to obtain a chemical like Megatoxin X.
That may be true, but you could have stolen it from someone else.
That reminds me, I met up with Katie a week ago and that was when I realized my Megatoxin X was gone. Katie, you couldn't have... Madame Delicia always carried a medicine bag around with her. Anyone could have stolen it.
That's right. I don't have any proof that she was the one who stole it.
Okay, can't you tell us what you're hiding? I know you're not the kind of person who would hurt someone without reason.
Monsieur Shields, you doubt me as well.
Setting a trap on one of the gallery's exhibits. And then this guy is in the room.
There's no way it can't be her. At least I don't think there's any way it can't. There's no way it cannot be her. It has to be her. Does she think that Dane killed her? Assuming... Was she... I don't know.
I just think it would have been impossible for anyone but the curator.
That's not true. There are no guards or security cameras at this gallery. If any ill-intentioned person wants to sneak into the gallery, it would have been an easy task for them.
Wow, really? In that case, why is a museum not... This is a museum, isn't it? Why do you not have security cameras in a museum?
Then, isn't it like an all-you-can-steal buffet in here?
Kate, don't get any ideas.
You have to be careful. You never know when a great thief could appear.
It doesn't sound like a joke when Kay says it.
Actually, Monsieur Gustavia apparently entered the gallery before it opened.
Well, I'm beat. Looks like Uncle Ray can't do anything to break down Kate's iron guard. This might be a good time to use that technique your old man taught me. The technique my father taught you. This case is deeply connected to the other one from 18 years ago. If we just pursue this present case, it may seem like there's a whole lot we don't understand. But if we try to turn things around, there might be a hint in the case from the past.
Thinking the other way around. Did my father do that too?
For example, just consider the relationship between the past case and Kate. Yep, she lost her master. Miss Hole melted Mr. Dove's sugar sculptures 18 years ago. And today, Mr. Dove's works are on display in this gallery. It can't be. She... I see. Now I know what to ask her. That's good to hear. In that case, Uncle Ray will just watch over you as you do your work. I got some popcorn to eat. Miss Catherine Hall? Huh? Oh? 18 years ago, it seems that you melted Mr. Dove's sugar sculptures.
Yes, I was young and inexperienced, and I did something inexcusable.
However, isn't that why you were able to open the Zodiac Art Gallery?
I don't know what you mean. I don't understand either. Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you seek her testimony?
Yes, I would like her to tell me about the Zodiac Art Gallery. I would like to know the reason you decided to open a gallery for Mr. Dover's artwork.
If you insist that this is related to the case at hand, I will allow it. Miss Curator, your testimony, if you please. Very well. If that will clear your suspicion about me. Now then, please testify about the Zodiac Art Gallery.
Let's do it. The Zodiac Art Gallery.
18 years after Monsieur Master was arrested, I was finally able to buy back this mansion. Then, in order to maintain it, I decided to manage it as an art gallery. I collected Pierre Hoquet's works from all over the world. After all, it was my dream to open Zodiac Art Gallery. It's wonderful that your dream has come true. What do you think, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
I think this was a very elaborate plan in some fashion.
I don't believe there was anything strange about her testimony.
Judge Courtney, I believe in the courtroom. It is standard procedure to cross-examine the witness. Wouldn't you agree it's a little too early to say that there are no contradictions?
You speak like a defense attorney. Very well. Proceed, as you please.
The Zodiac Art Gallery. Let's do this. 18 years after Monsieur Master was arrested, I was finally able to buy back this mansion. Stop! It must have taken a lot of hard work these past 18 years to buy back the mansion.
The place full of memories with Monsieur Master. It is the only place for me. No matter what, at any cost, I wanted it back. She looks like she's having fun.
Stop clapping. Stop clapping for her. Well, she is a former actress. Singing and dancing is her livelihood. Enough with the singing. Please continue with your testimony. Then in order to maintain it, I decided to manage it as an art gallery. Are you managing this gallery by yourself?
Yes, well, I say manage, but it only opened yet today. And I must continue protecting this mansion, so that Monsieur Master has a place to return to.
So she took back the mansion for Mr. Master's sake.
Kate, I'm so sorry. This palace.
It's not your fault, Monsieur Shields. I couldn't do anything either. All I can do now is continue to protect the mansion.
I collected Pierre Hoquet's works from all over the world. Pierre Hoquet. That's Mr. Dover's Elias, correct?
Yes, it's the name he used when he worked as a sculptor in France.
How about collecting his works? Excellent. How did you prepare those Taurus and Gemini sculptures? I heard that Mr. Dover passed away before he completed those two sculptures. Yeah.
I had the sculpture, as in the Winter Palace, specially made, based on the photos I took.
Oh. Could you tell us about that in more detail? Was your dream? Opening the Zodiac Art Gallery was your dream.
The truth is, I wanted to manage the gallery together with Monsieur Master. Singing and dancing and all kinds of sweets. That's the kind of gallery I dreamed about.
Was she planning on staging a musical in here?
Jeffrey Master disobeyed the goddess of law. It's unfortunate, but I'm afraid that your dream will never come to pass. No! Monsieur Master is innocent. The prosecutor at the time did not believe it, but...
In order to protect Catherine and Hall, Jeffrey Master gave a false confession. They were both trying to protect each other. Wait a minute. 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 Nope. Catherine, I'm stupid. Help! My photos. Do you mean the ones taken in Isaac Dover's room?
Yes, you seem quite familiar with the events from 18 years ago, Monsieur Edgeworth. So the sculptures in the warehouse were replicas. They melted and I didn't get a chance to get to see them once.
No, the sherbet sculptures shouldn't have been replicas. Miss Hall is obviously lying.
After all that trouble it took to prepare them, it's a shame they melted.
The sculptures in the Winter Palace are the same sherbet sculptures from 18 years ago. Unless I point that out to her, I won't be able to find out the truth. I hit the wrong button. Oh. Yeah, the analysis. You're lying! Stop lying! Did you really think that your excuses will continue to hold up? No matter how much you lie, you can't deny the composition of the sculptures. From the analysis results, it's quite clear that the sculptures in the Winter Palace are the sherbet sculptures Mr. Dover created.
Oi, Mighty! I suppose it's my turn to shine. What we call sugar actually comes in many different varieties and tastes. Even if the sculptures were replicas, it's nearly impossible to replicate the composition.
So that further proves it, but we don't even need that. Thank you for the explanation, though I don't recall asking for one. That being said, we don't even need it, because blood alone, I think, tells us, right? That, Miss Hall, means you couldn't have melted the sherbet sculptures back then. You stole them and preserved them for 18 years.
What? She preserved the sherbet for 18 whole years?
That's impressive. Really impressive, actually. If you freeze it properly, it's not impossible.
Silence, please. Miss Curator, what do you have to say? I can't believe you've already uncovered so much. So you're admitting that you stole the sherbet sculptures? No, I cannot admit such a thing. There isn't any proof that I stole them after all. Also, I couldn't have stolen the sculptures 18 years ago. I don't think it would have been easy to steal without the police noticing.
Is that so? I don't know what you did 18 years ago. As such, how can I judge how difficult it would have been to steal them?
Looks like you won't give up so easily.
I don't intend on giving up until I learn the truth.
I understand. Then I shall tell you what I did 18 years ago.
Tell us. Let's hear it. What I did 18 years ago.
On the day of the incident, I was waiting in the main building until the judging. During the judging, at Monsieur Master's request, I went to change the film in the camera. Before I could deliver the camera to him, I discovered Monsieur Dover's body. And after Monsieur Gregory arrived, I prepared tea for everyone involved in the investigation. It was then that I witnessed Monsieur Gustavia entering Monsieur Dover's room. And that was everything I had done on that day. I don't think there's anything suspicious about my actions.
That's not your decision to make.
Mr. Edgeworth, were there any contradictions in her testimony?
For now, I should just prove that she stole the sculptures. But when could Miss Hall have stolen them? If I can ask that, her crime should come to light. So we gotta prove that she somehow stole the sculptures. On the day of the incident, I was waiting in the main building until the judging. Hold it! What were you doing before the judging began?
I was in my room on the second floor, practicing my dancing. I was performing on the TV show Piece of Cake back then. Piece of Cake? What kind of show was that?
It was a children's program. The host made sweets while singing and dancing.
Ooh, sounds like fun.
Well, that's unexpected. You know about the show, Miles. My father told me about it once, so I just happened to watch it a few times. So Miss Hall was practicing her dancing in the room. Could Miss Hall have stolen the sculptures then? It couldn't have been then. I should listen to more of her testimony. During the judging, During the judging at Monster Master's request, I went to change the film in the camera. So, you were the only one who could move freely during the judging period.
I certainly would have had more freedom to move about than the contestants. However, I couldn't possibly have stolen the sculptures right in front of Monsieur Master. Moreover, upon being asked to change the film, I went directly to the entryway.
At Mr. Master's request, she went to change the film in the camera. No, I want more. Before I could deliver the camera to him, I discovered Monsieur Dover's body. So you entered Mr. Master's room before you delivered the camera?
Yes, I heard the sound of something breaking, you see. Monsieur Master? Are you in here?
Yep.
That was actually the sound of the ship breaking. Someone snuck a bite of it, you see.
When the body was discovered, was Mr. Master still judging Mr. Gustavia's room?
I'm sure that he was. Monsieur Master is the type of person who would carefully judge in one room at a time.
She found Mr. Dover's body inside Mr. Master's room. Ah, I thought so. Gosh dang it! Ah! I was mistaken! After Monster Gregor, I prepared T for her involved investigation. Did you do so in the same manner as today?
Yes, I pulled tea for everyone working on the investigation.
Now you mention it, Uncle Ray also got some tea from you that day. Gay was pushing his service car back and forth from the patio to the main building.
I see. Did anything seem strange to you then?
Well, I remember your old man singing praises of a Ceylon tea. And he also said something about how the saucer was chilled.
Oh! The saucer was chilled. Oh my... That's it! She stole them. Then, this was when you stole the sherbet sculptures.
I'm sorry, but Monsieur Shields and company were at the fountain patio the entire time. And are you saying that I stole them in broad daylight?
That's precisely what I'm saying. There's a very easy spot. This is where she hid the sculptures, to steal them right under their noses. Underneath the cloth. That's why it was chilled. It was a... Neither my father nor Mr. Shields realized the sculpture was right in front of them. What you were pushing around was no ordinary service cart. It was a sculpture itself.
But surely that would still be impossible. If she placed the sculptures on the service cart, people would notice immediately.
How? I never said she used this service cart to move the sculptures.
What do you mean? What she used to move the sculptures around?
This is what Miss Hall used to transport the sculptures. It was the trolley, wasn't it? The lift trolley.
Take that!
And this is...
This is the lift trolley Mr. Dover used 18 years ago to move his sherbet sculptures. It seems the same lift trolley lies here in the fountain patio. Yep.
That's because it was originally prepared for the contest in the first place. Are you saying that she used the lift trolley to move the sculptures?
Yes. If the sculptures were placed on this lift trolley, and then covered with a tablecloth... Perfect. It could be disguised as a service cart and moved without arousing suspicion. How could that be?
So the stars would have chilled because they were sitting on the ice sculptures. Kate, what's the meaning of this? What were you thinking?
That was truly impressive. You certainly are Monsieur Gregory's son. After 18 years, it's hard to imagine any proof that I stole the sculptures remained. But I knew it was only a matter of time until I was suspected. Miss Curator, does this mean you admit to stealing the sculptures? Yes, I admit it. 18 years ago, I stole the sherbet sculptures from Monsieur Dover's room. It's just as Monsieur Edgeworth says. I disguised the lift trolley as a service cart, and I served tea as I made my way back and forth. That wasn't all. I also took the ice block with all the star clusters on it.
An ice block with star clusters on it. That seems familiar. Yeah, that one. A giant block of ice is being displayed here. It appears to be quite heavy. No, the inside must be hollow. The Winter Palace is a reproduction of Mr. Dover's room from 18 years ago. Because they had melted, my father never got the chance to see them. But those blocks of ice were also originally from Dover's sherbet salon.
The 2 sculptures and the 2 blocks of ice. I took everything I could. And then I placed empty glass cases in Monsieur Dover's room. The sculptures were all encased in glass to preserve their fine details. But the ice blocks were being displayed as they were. As per the rules, we prepared the glass cases for Mr. Dover.
So it would have been easy for her to prepare the glass cases.
In Monsieur Dover's rooms, there were some sculptures that were left still unfinished. I thought if I melted them, it would look like the ones that I stole had melted.
Yep.
So everything you see in the Winter Palace are all original works from 18 years ago. Miss Hall, it didn't take much to get her to confess.
And she must know. She knows it isn't enough to try her in court.
That's all I have to say. But even though I admit to stealing the sculptures, you can't arrest me for it. What? What do you mean by that? Heavens. You're assisting an investigation without knowing this much? Perhaps you should read this book concerning the Statute of Limitations. Statute of Limitations?
Yeah. To put it simply, let's read it. Murder. 15 years and theft is 7 years. If the suspect flees to or lives in a foreign country, the time limit is on hold until the suspect returns. If possible accomplices are on trial, the countdown is stopped until the verdict is reached, then resumed. If charges are pressed to demand compensation, the statute is frozen for the length of that procedure. Oh dear. It's the time frame in which a suspect can be taken to court. You can see it on this page.
The statute of limitations for murder is 15 years, and theft is 7 years. Ah!
That's right. And Miss Hall's theft was 18 years ago. According to the statute, she cannot be arrested for stealing the sculptures.
So that's how it is. Stealing evidence from a crime scene is an unforgivable offense. However, for this crime at least, you have no right to pass judgment. It appears that Prosecutor Edgeworth's tepid reasoning has all been for naught.
Has it now? I think you've missed a step here. I wonder about that. I deduced Miss Hall's action simply to expose a different crime. If she only took the sculptures, we wouldn't have found the body from 18 years ago.
Are you saying that I hid Monsieur Dover's body?
That's correct.
But how can someone hide a body for 18 years?
I would imagine it would be very difficult under normal circumstances.
So you're saying the circumstances weren't normal? Are you claiming that you know where the body was hidden?
When you consider Miss Hall's actions, the answer becomes obvious. 18 years ago, Miss Hall stole something more than just sherbet sculptures.
If you're so confident, I wonder if... I would like to hear your answer.
Wait,
Where did Miss Hall hide the body?
Wait!
This is a photograph of Mr. Sculptures.
Yes, and perhaps you've noticed the victim's body can be seen in this picture.
I do not see it. Please point it out clearly. Where in this picture can one see the body of the victim?
It's what I think it is, isn't it? It's this. This is the body.
The Gemini sculpture.
Yes, well, it may look like the Gemini sculpture at first glance. In reality, it is none other than Isaac Dover himself.
This ice sculpture was the victim's body. But all I can see from this picture is an ice sculpture statue.
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to conceal it.
Conceal it? Which piece of evidence did Miss Hall use to conceal the body?
This one. The fluorescent cloth.
This is the cloth that was covering the sculptures in the Autumn Palace.
This cloth manipulates light. With it, it's entirely possible to make something look like eyes. Isn't that right, Delicia?
You see, when it glows red, it's like a raging inferno. When it glows blue, you can almost feel a glaring cool eyes. That cloth will only emit light when it's attached to a special device.
Indeed. Judge Courtney, look closely at the picture one more time. Beneath the Gemini case lies a box-shaped object attached to the pedestal.
This is...
A rainbow light device. Deactivate. Detective Gumshoe reported one in the Winter Palace. This is a device that went missing 18 years ago. Originally, it would have been attached to the cloth from inside the glass case. Naturally, Miss Hall took the device with her when she moved the sculptures. Yep. By using the rainbow light device to make the fluorescent cloth glow, Mr. Dover's body was made to look like an ice sculpture.
That's... ridiculous.
So then, when Uncle Ray took a photo of the Winter's Palace. That's right. The body had been in front of us all along in disguise as Gemini. Here we go.
However, the body and the fluorescent cloth were both discovered in the fountain.
If the ice sculptures, or was the body, we would have found it in the Winter Palace. Would you have now? If we had found it there, her trick would have been revealed immediately. Miss Hall moved the body out of the Winter Palace to prevent us from discovering it.
Absurd. You say she threw the body into the fountain without any of us noticing?
No, Judge Courtney. There was no need for that. She simply used the same method as before. Remember the lift trolley? She moved the body to some other room and dumped it into the stream to the fountain. Naturally, the frozen body would have sunk to the bottom of the fountain. That's why the cloth floated up first and was found by Delicia.
And eventually, The body thawed out and floated to the surface.
Huh?
Monsieur Edgeworth, you truly have a gift for deductive reasoning. However, do you have any proof that I moved the body?
I think I might.
If you cannot prove that, then there's no way I can accept that what you are saying. Wasn't there anyone who saw Miss Hall move the body?
Yes, I believe such a person exists. The answer lies in the evidence that person gave me. And that piece of evidence will reveal the truth of Miss Hall's actions.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you able to prove that the crime of Miss Courier?
Certainly. I have evidence that will show exactly what she did.
Then, it's time to see your answer. Which piece of evidence reveals Miss Courier's actions?
This is a bit weird, but Larry, it's your time to shine.
Another sketch.
Hang on, I just realized this has you on it.
It appears I have been drawn in this one.
This is a sketch Larry drew of the women at the fountain patio. I would like to direct your attention to the service cart on the left side of the sketch.
Service cart? What about it?
Don't you see? What transpired 18 years ago has happened again. Miss Hall was moving the body in this sketch.
No! Please, wait. I don't see Monsieur Dove's body anywhere in that drawing. All I did was hand out chocolates to everyone.
The key detail in the sketch is the color of the tablecloth. Up until now, I thought Larry had just made a mistake.
The tablecloth. It's light blue.
It may be light blue in the sketch, but no blue tablecloths exist in this mansion. Perhaps it's light blue because the body was hidden, still glowing underneath the tablecloth.
What? The lift trolley is rectangular in the sketch. If she just placed the body in the lift trolley, we would have noticed it immediately.
Exactly. There are 2 blocks of ice in the Winter Palace that are completely hollowed out. If she put the body inside the block of ice, it would look like a service cart. Miss Hall, you put the body in the block of ice and used the lift trolley to move it, didn't you?
I never imagined you'd be able to do so much from just a single sketch. But if it was just a mistake, like you said before, it doesn't prove anything.
I agree that alone the sketch is worthless. Once you remove the body, the service cart would revert back to a lift trolley. That's why the lift trolley was left behind in the fountain patio. And without the service cart, there would be no place for you to put your chocolates.
The chocolates I gave everyone.
Until then, the chocolate had sat on top of the service cart as you gave them away. When you gave them to us, you took them from your pocket.
Now you mention it, they were a bit melted. But they are still really sweet and tasty.
So why was it necessary to put them in your pocket halfway through?
That's because
once the body was disposed of, you no longer had a service cart.
Hold it right there. If she put the chocolate in her pocket and left the lift trolley in the patio, then where does the tablecloth go?
If she had been forced to put the chocolates in her pocket, she wouldn't have had time to dispose of the tablecloth.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, can you answer that for me?
The tablecloth wasn't hidden. It's right in front of us.
Do clarify. The tablecloth used to hide the body. Where is it now?
She has to have it with her, right? It can't be inside the fountain. We've already taken it out. It's not outside the patio. That doesn't make sense. There's only one place it could be, and it's with her still. That's the only thing that can ever make sense. Isn't it obvious? Miss Hall's carrying out it with her out in the open.
Out in the open?
Oh! Look at that! I just now noticed. What's around your waist? Is that your dress? Or is that a tablecloth?
You mean...
Miss Hall, you are wearing the tablecloth around your waist! The block of ice was not encased in a glass case. In other words, the tablecloth was in direct contact with the block of ice. If we have it examined, we will undoubtedly find traces of sherbet on it. Miss Hall, you will turn your tablecloth over to the police at once.
There's no need to examine the tablecloth. It is just as you say. I stole the poison from Madame and Delicia, and I moved the body. I have done terrible things. Madame Delicia, I am so sorry. 1 week ago, I took your Megatoxin X bottle.
There we go.
I slipped it into that man's pocket to make it look like suicide.
In that case, you know that you possibly know what the truth, which I actually might agree with at this point. The truth of who actually killed Dover 18 years ago. It had to be Gustavia then. That's the only person at this point that makes sense.
And if they suspected it was murder, the evidence would point to Madame Delicia. Hey!
Kate, what were you thinking? What were you always trying to say, Mr. Master, together?
I cannot let myself be arrested until I prove Monsieur Master's innocence. From the very beginning, I had planned to turn myself in once everything was over. But I suppose it's too late to say that now.
Kate, why? Why would you go this far?
Even for Monsieur Shields, I've caused nothing but trouble. For the past 18 years, I have been a criminal.
The IS-7 incident. Don't tell me that you are the true culprit.
My greatest crime was stealing the sherbet sculptures for my own selfish interests. When Monsieur Dover died, they are no longer just ordinary sculptures. They have become the final works of the sculptor Monsieur Master so deeply loved. What if they melted before Monsieur Master returned? With that in mind, I couldn't let anyone touch them, not even the police. Even though I knew it was wrong, I moved them to the mansion's freezer. However, I only want to preserve Monsieur Dover's art. I did not know his body was hidden among them.
So she stole the sculptures without noticing the body.
Monsieur Master would never take another person's life. But because of me, the body vanished, and Monsieur Master was found guilty.
Yeah.
That kind man, he treated someone like me as family. He meant more to me than anyone else, and yet,
Kate.
when Monsieur Master was found guilty, I was chased out of this mansion. I was finally able to reclaim the mansion just a few days ago, but when I saw the sculptures still sleeping away in the freezer, I realized I was the one who hid Monsieur Dover's body. However, the statute of limitations had already expired. Therefore, I could think of no other way to atone for my sins.
It appears I have misunderstood her. It seems she caused this entire incident in order to save Mr. Master.
What's she thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth?
There's one thing that has been bothering me this whole time. Why would Miss Hall plan a murder with such an uncertain method like poison gas? And the reason she disguised the Autumn Palace to look like the Winter Palace was to make those involved in the incident 18 years ago confuse the two rooms.
I wonder what Kate was trying to accomplish.
I think I know. She was trying to prove Mr. Master's innocence. In that case, Miss Hall's true objective was to find the true culprit. Perhaps she was trying to find the true culprit. Miss Hall, were you trying to prove Mr. Master's innocence? You wanted to reveal the true culprit and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Was that not your true goal? By displaying those sculptures, you'd attract those involved in the past incident. Only two people would know where the body was hidden. You
and the true culprit. The culprit would have panicked, knowing that the body would be displayed publicly. And that's why.
Yes, and if the culprit really showed up, there's the risk they'd erase their tracks. In the worst case scenario, they might have even stolen the body. So, how could she protect the evidence while simultaneously luring in the culprit?
I see. So that's why she made the Autumn Palace look like the Winter Palace.
Yes, and then, Miss Hall, you must have thought, whoever opens the Pisces case, believing it to be the Gemini case, must be the true culprit of the IS-7 incident.
What? But that means that person is the true culprit.
It has to be.
Please wait a moment. Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Do you intend to accuse that person of being the culprit behind the IS-7 incident?
Miss Hall was trying to trap the true culprit. If so, wouldn't the person who fell for the trap be the true culprit? However, I have no evidence to back up my claims. If I make a formal accusation without any proof, it will not end well. Shall I announce the true killer of Isaac Dover? I have no choice. What I should do is reveal the truth. In that case, there is no need to hesitate. My path is only one. Yes, that's correct, Judge Courtney. I indict this person as a true culprit behind the IS-7 incident. Take that! Dane Gustavia.
Dane Gustavia, who fell victim to the poison gas, is the true culprit of the IS-7 incident. Gusty is...
Mr. Gustavia.
Miss Hall, didn't you believe that if you could open this gallery, the true culprit would come? That's why you set up the poison gas trap, is it not?
You truly have a gifted mind, just like your father. It's as you say, Monsieur Edgeworth.
Now, would you please tell us the whole truth?
Yes, I have nothing more to hide. I will tell you everything. I set a trap in the gallery to find the true culprit. Before the gallery opened, I left only the Autumn Palace unlocked. At opening time, when I went around to unlock each room, I discovered that the Autumn Palace had been locked from the inside. I knew that the true culprit was on the other side of the door. My hand was trembling.
All that was left was for the trap to do its work.
When I heard Monsieur Gustavia was exposed to the poison gas, I realized he was the culprit. And I thought that if the police discovered Monsieur Dover's body, he would prove Monsieur Master's innocence.
Why didn't you ever come talk to me? There might have been another way.
I know that you did everything you could for me over the past 18 years. However, all of this had been brought on by my own crime. That is why I wanted to save Monsieur Master as soon as possible.
Kate.
Only that, the police had the fact that the body went missing 18 years ago. Even if I reported the body, there was a chance that the truth would be hidden again. That's why I caused the incident at the museum's opening, with as many witnesses as possible.
I'm sorry. Gregory, Mr. Master, and even you. I couldn't protect anyone.
Mr. Shields, you must be tough on him as well.
The one who should be apologizing is me, Monsieur Edgeworth, Monsieur Shields. I'm terribly sorry. I shall accept whatever punishment I am given. However, I must ask of you, please clear Monsieur Master's name.
We will. I have business with Gustavia anyways. Even if it wasn't for your sake, I want him out.
The truth that was hidden for 18 years was revealed in an unexpected manner. However, to think that things would end this way. How much longer? I'm probably gonna regret this, but Fine. I'm more than likely going to regret this decision. Because we're doing it again. We're doing what I did many days ago. Many, potentially years. We're going to finish all this case right now. Oh dear. Let's hope that doesn't mean I'm here for another 3 hours. Otherwise, I'm just signing myself up for pain supreme. April 2nd, 3:11 p.m., Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. Miss Hole, have you composed yourself?
Yes.
What you did, no matter the reason, was unforgivable.
Yes, I know.
However, you committed this crime in order to prove Mr. Master's innocence. If the true culprit is someone else, we have a duty to reinvestigate. You're kidding me. You dare say that after that?
No false evidence from the I-7 incident remains in the official case files.
How dare you after everything you've heard?
Moreover, there's no evidence to lead credence to Miss Hall's testimony. We should first arrest Miss Hall as the culprit behind today's incident.
Bull. We cannot be certain that all the case files are accurate. After all, the prosecutor in the case has a history of forging evidence.
Are you suggesting that the PIC overlooked such a prosecutor?
Yes! That's none of my concern. The truth is that evidence was falsified. I don't care what they say. Stop trying to threaten me with that. I don't care. Just take my badge at this point. If I can just stop hearing your freaking threats about PIC this, PIC this. Just stop. And the fact that Dover's body from 18 years ago was just discovered proves it. You have no room to talk here.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I can see remnants of Prosecutor Von Karma within you.
What did you say?
You try to see the PIC and fabricate the truth. Let me inform you of or rather, the PIC's logic.
You bastard! The PIC's logic.
I acknowledge that Prosecutor Von Karma fabricated the information about the body. However, he successfully convicted Mr. Master as the accomplice. I believe that the true culprit was Mr. Curator herself. She even attempted to murder Mr. Gustavia today in order to pin the blame on him.
Is that really what the PIC believes, or is that just what you believe?
Yes, every word I utter is for the sake of law and order.
It seems she intends to hide the truth for the sake of the PIC. At this rate, neither Mr. Master nor Miss Hall will be saved. I'm gonna save them both, you hear me? Hold it! If you acknowledge that, why won't you reopen the case?
The goddess of law does not err in her judgments. While Prosecutor Von Karma may have used underhand tactics.
If you ask me, it's all been bogus ever since Von Karma fabricated evidence. And you claim that justice was served. What is the PIC thinking?
I can already declare my verdict. There is no need for further investigation.
Let's hear your explanation on the matter then. Courtney, you're making things real difficult in terms of actually caring about you. I heard that the biggest factor in Mr. Master's conviction was his confession. If Prosecutor Von Karma had a hand in his confession, the ruling may not have been just.
The initial investigation was handled by Detective Lacer. It just now occurs to me it says Replacer. Nice. He was the one who obtained the confession, according to the official reports. All I can say is that the ruling has already been handed down. Jeez, why does Miss Courtney have to be so stubborn? Is the PIC so high and mighty?
They sure seem like the arch enemy of the prosecutors, to say the least.
So they're kind of like what the police are to great thieves.
Says a great thief who nonchalantly works alongside the police. Please, the true culprit was Miss Curator herself.
Are you saying that both Miss Hall and Mr. Master murdered Isaac Dover? Mr. Master committed the murder, while Miss Curator moved the body. That's what I believe. What? How can you say that? We would never kill Monsieur Dover. Did you not steal the body and preserve it for 18 years? It is only natural to suspect you of being an accomplice.
No. She has already confessed to her crimes. And now is not the time to judge of her past crimes.
In that case, let's judge Miss Hall of her current crimes.
Pin the blame? If she wanted to pin the crime on somebody, why choose Mr. Gustavia?
Perhaps Mr. Gustavia suspected Miss Hall was the criminal, as he attempted to confirm whether or not the Gemini sculpture was genuine. He was caught in a trap meant to silence him forever.
Really? Can you prove that, the theory?
Mr. Gustavia is currently teetering on the brink of death. There's probably no way to prove it, unless he regains consciousness. In other words, there's nothing we can do now.
That can't be true. There must still be something we can do.
You still don't get it, do you? Allow me to give you a clear explanation.
We already have ample evidence, blah, blah, blah. You're pissing me off after hearing all that story and just having to say, overruled! By ample evidence, you mean...
For the IS-7 incident, we have a body, the murder weapon, and a pair of suspects. For the poison gas incident, we have the 2 chemicals and Miss Hall's confession. Furthermore, I have finished collecting all the evidence that's necessary. For your own PIC hearing, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
What?
How can you say something like that so casually?
Miles, you know you're always welcome to join the Edgeworth Law offices.
Judge Courtney, I'd like to ask you that you refrain from making such needless remarks.
I understand, but regardless.
Are you saying that there's nothing left for us to investigate?
We have already exhausted all ends in regards to evidence. This court will accept no further deliberations. I shall now deliver my verdict for the defendant, Catherine Hall. I hereby pronounce you...
No. Hold it. There's still a need for further investigation.
If you wish to halt my verdict, please do so with evidence. That is, if there is any evidence that requires further deliberation.
I cannot allow this case to end here. There's still something that needs to be cleared up. Looks like I have to show Judge Courtney something to convince her. Isn't there something... What was it again? Gotcha. There's still one piece of evidence from the IS-7 incident that remains unsettled. Take a look at this. This is the forensic results from the Gemini sculpture that melted in the Winter Palace. According to the results of the analysis, traces of someone's blood were found. Who does this blood belong to? Until we know the answer, this case is still open.
There's blood mixed in with the remains of the Gemini sculpture. I heard nothing of this from Sebastian.
This was a report from Detective Gumshoe. I plan to tell Mr. DeBest about myself.
So even though you have no investigative authority, you still did as you please. I shall report everything that transpired today to PIC.
I will not avert my eyes from the truth, nor shall I overlook the mistakes of the past. If you wish to report my actions to the PIC, be my guest. I don't care at this point. Can I just give him my badge right now? I really do not care. Is all your authority over me simply because of the PIC? If so, go ahead and take it. There, you lost your authority. But in exchange, I want you to let me investigate this case to the very end.
It is not my place to decide such things. I must ask that you check with Sebastian regarding this matter.
Hey, good news, you guys! Oh, would you look at thanks to our earlier detection, Mr. Gustavia's life was saved. Well,
Mr. Gustavia.
So, he's alive.
oh god, he's still using those. Would you be the ones who saved my life? I saved it, and now I'm gonna put it back in prison.
Hey, Mr. Gustavia.
You are Sir Assistant, are you not? You've grown so big this time. Oh, this is your assistant then.
No, I'm...
He's an assistant candidate, and Gregory Edgeworth's son.
I'm Miles Edgeworth, a prosecutor.
What a twist of fate. I am in your debt. It is thanks to you that I've completely recovered.
Is he more buff? There's no need for thanks. Since you're alive, we can reach the truth behind the incident 18 years ago.
What do you speak of?
While you were unconscious, the truth has started to come up to light. You may be Isaac Dover's murderer.
Ah! Just awakened already. You probably want to go back to the grave. What? Really? What the heck? Wait, what did I miss? I've been gone for like an hour or two. And suddenly the man that we were trying to help is now a murderer? What did I miss? Miss Hall was looking for the criminal behind the events of 18 years ago. That's why she set up the poison gas in the Pisces case. Mr. Gustavia, the events of the incident 18 years ago, tell us what really happened. So you wish to remain silent?
Nah, I think he's just meditating.
Can't sleep standing up? What useful skill it have?
Meditation is different from sleeping, though.
Mr. Gustavia, please tell us what you did 18 years ago.
I'm the criminal because I fell for the trap. That's not a very funny joke. I'm the victim, not a culprit.
Mr. Gustavia, it has not yet been made clear whether or not you are the criminal. This is only their baseless speculation. Do not concern yourself with the drivel of a prosecutor without jurisdiction.
At least there is one person here who understands.
My name is Justine Courtney. I'm a judge. If you would like, I would be happy to assist you. Let's show Prosecutor Edgeworth the truth of the 18 years ago.
Understood. I shall prove my innocence to you, Sir Prosecutor.
I don't want your innocence. Judge Courtney, is that your answer? Do you intend to bury the truth of the I-7 incident before it can be brought to light?
I merely believe in the judgments of the goddess of law.
Your judgments are pretty freaking skewed, I gotta say. Ultimately, those who render judgment are only human. As long as humans control the law, there's no guarantee that every verdict is correct. If you are going to help conceal the truth, I will not hold back.
I look forward to it.
Lady Justine, what should I do now?
You're being suspected because you set off the poison gas. Can you tell us the reason? Why you opened the Pisces case?
Understood. I came to see Sir Dover's works from 18 years ago. However, I accidentally entered the museum a half hour before it opened.
Miss Hall, there was nobody at the entrance, correct?
Since I thought the criminal from 18 years ago might be coming, I had no security guards in place. I didn't even lock the doors. I was very busy with opening preparations, so there was nobody on the first floor. In addition, I locked every palace door aside from the autumn one.
I see. This must have been done in order to lure the criminal up to the Autumn Palace, which is why he ended up entering the Autumn Palace.
It's already suspicious that he snuck into the museum in the first place. The gallery should remain silent.
You are really making it hard to actually like you right now, Courtney. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Unless you have evidence that can prove his testimony false, I will not allow any objections.
Gallery, this isn't even a courtroom.
Now then, why did you open in the Pisces case?
I wish to view Sir Dover's handiwork up close. The Gemini sculpture. No, it was actually the Pisces, wasn't it? The lid had frozen shut, so I borrowed a burner to open it. But as soon as I opened the lid, a poison gas began spilling out.
That's quite a convenient testimony, I must say.
Sounds like a total lie, doesn't it? There are parts of Mr. Gustavia's testimony that I have issues with as well. However, there is no evidence to disprove it. But that's...
Would it not make sense for suspicion to fall on Lady Catherine before myself? She may have intended to release the poison gas haphazardly.
Objection!
Kay turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She was specifically targeting the person who triggered the trap. Miss Gustavia, you were her only target.
You are willing to accept the words of this criminal as the truth.
Here's another pot calling the kettle black. Miss Holmes must atone for her crimes. However, the same can be said for the criminal from 18 years ago.
Sir Prosecutor, it seems you wish to suspect me to the bitter end. However, I have no reason to murder Sir Dover.
Did you know?
If there is no evidence to suggest I killed him, you cannot suspect me.
Ugh.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you prove that Mr. Gustavia is the criminal?
All we know for sure is that Mr. Gustavia fell victim to the poison gas. No matter how strange his behavior was, it won't prove he committed the murder.
But that's... Mr. Shields, is there nothing we can do?
Well, if there isn't any evidence, we should try reorganizing the facts. If Mr. Gustavia was the one who killed Mr. Dover, there must have been a motive.
Motive? Mr. Gustavia himself is denying such a motive exists. Gustavia claims he had no motive to murder Dover. Yeah. But what if that's a lie?
It's not easy to take another person's life. 18 years ago, your old man also discussed motive with Prosecutor Von Karma.
You claim that a collaboration is irrelevant. If Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's relationship had turned sour, Gustavia helped Dover with his final desserts, but Dover didn't. It's what I thought, isn't it? Revenge. It would serve as a motive for murder.
We couldn't talk with Mr. Gustavia 18 years ago. This time, things are different. If we connect everything we learned so far, the truth might be revealed.
Yes, I suppose so. It seems I must re-examine the information from 18 years ago. I must recall all the details that have remained unexplained.
So, the gloves, finger marks on the picture frame. Was your doing?
Delicia denied leaving the finger marks on the frame. If they were left by Mr. Gustavia, he may have been trying to view the angel's recipe. Was Gustavia's goal to view the angel recipe?
Monsieur Master asked me to change the film in the camera. It seemed the film he prepared in advance wasn't enough.
Was enough film?
It seems that the number of photos he took didn't match up with the amount of film remaining.
The amount of film in the camera decreased. Someone used it.
Well, he told me himself it might have been just a mistake, though.
The information my father collected 18 years ago was certainly not for naught. If there's no evidence, then I shall use logic to reveal the truth. Yep, he has a motive.
Mr. Gustavia, you collaborated with the victim, Isaac Dover, to create your desserts, didn't you?
Oh? It seems you know about my secret.
Mr. Shields told me about it. Mr. Dover handled the design, while you were in charge of the taste. Is that correct?
Back then, my training had been insufficient.
It seems you worked together throughout the semi-finals, but not during the finals. Why is that?
We both wish to compete in the finals against Sir Master on our own merits.
Wrong. You must have also helped with Isaac Dover's desserts even during the finals.
What makes you able to declare something like that?
Didn't you tell Prosecutor Von Karma about it yourself, 18 years ago? That you cooperated until the day before the finals? The sculptures in Mr. Dover's room are all made out of sherbet. Such an amount would have most likely need to be left overnight to freeze. Which means Mr. Gustavia prepared Mr. Dover's sherbet in advance the day before.
That's right. So you realize Gustavia's cooperation ended the day before the finals.
Then, why did Mr. Dover not help Mr. Gustavia in return?
The views of the dead are of no concern to me.
Why did Isaac Dover not help you in return? If there's a reason why your partnership with Isaac Dover broke down, that would be a motive for murder.
Pop! That could be a possibility.
Pop!
However, Sir Dover and I ended our partnership peacefully.
A peaceful breakup? That's hard to imagine.
Not to mention, it's absurd to think I killed Sir Dover in Sir Master's room. I couldn't have killed Sir Dover while Sir Master was also there, making his desserts.
Gustavia could not have murdered Dover while Master was in the room. Is that true?
In other words, there is no way I could have committed the murder.
That's not true. If there was a moment and when Mr. Master was absent from the room, I could prove that it was possible for Mr. Gustavia to commit the murder. Do you think he took pictures? He did, didn't he? If he had photographed the contents of the angel's recipe, he wouldn't need to steal it. Perhaps Mr. Gustavia used Mr. Master's camera to take the pictures.
If he had stolen the actual recipe book, the police would have found out.
I see. Pictures, huh? The problem is the time at which he entered the Mr. Master's room. Mr. Gustavia could have moved around freely during the afternoon tea, right? Because it seems both him and Mr. Dover did not participate in the afternoon tea. Dover and Gustavia did not participate in the afternoon tea. It's making sense. If I remember correctly, the only time we can prove that Dover was still alive is...
The victim was not seen, as he stayed locked up in his room after the contest had begun. The only one who could have unlocked the locked room was Jeff Masters.
Was Master's desserts all that you ate?
Actually, no. After the afternoon tea, I'll eat icy desserts.
But he wasn't in his room. After the contest began, Isaac Dover was locked up in his room. If we assume he was killed at some point before Delicia snuck into his room, then there's a high chance that he was killed before the afternoon tea was over. He was killed during the afternoon tea, then. Isaac Dover was alive up until the afternoon tea began. Ergo, that is the only time when Gustavia could have killed Dover.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you satisfied?
Sorry, but I am far from satisfied. Because I am finally starting to see the truth behind this case.
Are you saying you have found some evidence to show us the truth?
No, there's no need to present any evidence, since we can just have Mr. Gustavius tell us the truth.
Ah, so this is where you use that, right?
Indeed. Mr. Gustavia, there's one thing I want you to tell me.
I said, Mr. Gustavia, there's one thing I want you to tell me.
What is it?
During the finals of the contest, you made your desserts on your own.
I wanted to compete for the title of the world's greatest pastry chef on my own merits.
If that was truly the case, you would have competed on your own merits from the start. I want you to tell me why it was necessary for you to cooperate with Isaac Dover. Is it time? It's logic chess! What are we dealing with here? During the contest 18 years ago, Mr. Gustavia collaborated with Mr. Dover. I wonder, what made them decide to cooperate in the first place? That's what I need to draw up from him, but... Oh, he's got a lot. It seems he pretends to meditate when things aren't going his way. So when he starts meditating, when things aren't going his way, oh. So whenever he starts meditating, that's when you push him. First, I'll ask about why he collaborated with Mr. Dover. The truth has been hidden for 18 years. That ends today. Logic chess, begin! Why did you collaborate? Why did you decide to collaborate with Isaac Dover?
Mr. Dover and I were already acquaintances, even before the contest began. Since he was interested in the contest, we simply decided to enter it together.
Joining forces with a sculptor, you weren't confident in your own abilities.
You know nothing about me. We want to make great works together.
Okay. I can believe that.
So though it's done in my own attended the same elementary school. We all got along well from the start.
Really? So are you going to share the title of world's greatest pastry chef together? Really?
Wake up!
As expected, he pretends to meditate when things aren't going his way. Mr. Dover was a sculptor. I doubt he has any interest in the title of world's greatest pastry chef. In that case, where did his true goal lie?
Indeed. My goal was the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. However, Sir Dover's goal was the grand prize, the angel's recipe.
I see. You cooperate because your interests were aligned. But there must have been a reason why your partnership soured.
Sir Prosecutor, I am the victim of a poisoning. If you're going to suspect me in this manner, perhaps I'd better return to the infirmary.
Wait a moment.
In that case, you should end things soon. I'm not a patient man.
It seems he's trying to leave. I can't let that happen. He's still hiding something. Next, I should ask him about his true goal. Okay. I need to keep the pressure on him, while being cautious of the time. Do you want to appear a piece of cake? Did you also appear on Mr. Master's TV show?
I believe it was called Shake and Bake, was it not?
I'm pretty sure it's called Piece of Cake.
Would you really want to see me dance about while I make desserts?
No, that probably wouldn't be too popular with the kids either.
Exactly. I know my limitations. I have no interest in that kind of theatrical tomfoolery. Sir Prosecutor, you should think about who you are talking to before asking questions.
I understand. I should refrain from making unnecessary statements. Did you have another goal? Didn't you have another goal besides the title? The title alone doesn't seem to have much value.
How dare the likes of you insult the title of a confectionery artist? My only goal was the title itself. I have no interest in anything else. My dream was to become the world's greatest pastry chef.
Okay. I can believe it.
18 years ago, I was lacking in design sense. However, things are different now.
Oh, are you saying you have improved at your craft?
Exactly, for I have trained in the Republic of Zengfa.
Okay.
Yes, at the time I also studied Mr. Master's work. I would often watch his shows with my son.
So, you were studying Mr. Master's work to improve your own skills. If you had his recipes, perhaps it would have been easier for you to become the world's greatest.
Perhaps. To a pastry chef, Sir Master recipes were worth their weight in gold.
You were interested then? If becoming the world's greatest pastry chef was your goal, you should have also been interested in the grand prize, the Angel's Recipe.
Pop, the recipes of the world's greatest pastry chef. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't interested. However, I wouldn't think that simply being interested would be a problem.
I wonder about that. The Angel's Recipe's true nature was not for making desserts, but cures. Yeah, as a medicine book. And all of the contest participants should have been aware of that. Looks like I'm getting close. He isn't meditating anymore. Now to slowly but surely drive him into a corner. It sounds like he might not be doing his meditation thing anymore. Next, I'll ask what he planned to use the recipe book for. Did you know the recipe book's value? The Angel's Recipe. Do you know of its true value?
Silly question. It contains Sir Master's best dessert recipes. Any pastry chef worth their salt would want it.
It seems I don't have enough clues to proceed with this line of questioning. Maybe I should try another line of attack. Alright, did you intend to make desserts? Did you intend to win the Angel's Recipe and use it to make desserts?
Of course. If I obtained the Angel's Recipe, I was going to use it in my training.
I hear the Angel's Recipe was worth a lot of money.
I don't know the exact details, but that recipe book was much too valuable to be sold.
You seem to know a lot. You seem to know quite a lot about the Angel's Recipe.
It was explained to all the contest participants at the beginning of the contest.
In that case, you must know about the recipe book's true nature. That it was not a recipe book for desserts at all.
Impressive, Sir Prosecutor. So you know the true nature of the Angel's Recipe. The Angel's Recipe, some have called it the ultimate recipe book. It contained formulas for new medicines that were not yet on the market.
He knew the recipes were actually formulas for new medicines. That book would be... that book would make you basically infinitely rich, I feel. Do you know the book's real value? Looks like that clue will come in handy. You know what the recipes are! You may have studied a design in Zingfa. However, your skill in lying could use some more work. You just said earlier that the Angel's Recipe contained formulas for medicines. You aren't interested in the desserts. You want the medicine formulas. Did you need the medicine? You have something wrong with you, don't you? Now, why would a pastry chef such as yourself be so interested in medicine? Perhaps what you were really after was the information about the new medicine.
Pop! I've underestimated you, Sir Prosecutor. Yes. My goal was more than just the title of world's greatest pastry chef. At the time, my son was ill. We need the recipe for the medicine.
Your son was ill? Tell me more about that.
To protect my son's honor, I can say no more.
Your son's honor? What? Is he a samurai? Don't tell me your son's Blackwell. Don't make me... Judging by the worried look on his face, I must have struck a nerve. Next, I need him to tell me more about his son's illness. This is it. This will be my final move of the game. Does the recipe book have the only cure? Does the Angel's Recipe have the only cure?
Yes, though the medicine is being sold everywhere now. At the time, the recipe book was my one and only option. That's why I continued making my desserts without joining the others for tea time.
So you weren't interested in what Mr. Master was making? You sure seemed confident in your chances of winning.
I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the other contestants' desserts.
I don't think it's a lie.
My condition may be worsening. I should get back to the infirmary.
Wait, I was too passive. Wait, I was wrong. I was wrong. You just said earlier that you studied Mr. Master's works. In addition, if your goal was to win the contest in order to get the medicine formula, you must have been curious about the other contestants' entries as well.
There was time to sample the other desserts during the contest, but none of the entries had any flavor. So I didn't want to eat any of it. I suspect I may have been a bit nervous as well.
So everything he ate tasted flavorless.
Wait.
Huh. Sounds familiar. And I don't think that medicine's for you, or for your son, isn't it? This could be a useful clue. I think I know. What was the name of the illness, if I might ask? What was the name of your son's illness?
Sir Prosecutor, how insensitive of you. My son was seriously ill. I will not be discussing this with the likes of you.
Don't have enough info. Let's go to the middle one. What was your son like? What kind of person was your son?
Ah, my boy, he loved the desserts I made.
Did you enter the contest solely for your son?
Sir Prosecutor, you could never understand the feelings a father has for his son. I wanted nothing more than to cure my boy's illness.
Okay, I can believe that.
Until the semi-finals, my son would always drop by the contest venue to play.
That's not so. Won't he get in your way? I thought you had time to care for your son while you were challenging Mr. Master.
That may be so, but I wanted to grant my son's wish. He said he always wanted to be the first to eat my desserts.
Your son sounds pretty healthy. About your son, if he was so sick, wouldn't it be difficult for him to come to and play with you?
My son's illness, it wasn't life-threatening.
That might serve as a clue. I think we can finally corner you. The illness wasn't life-threatening though, buddy. You told me your son's illness was not life-threatening. Is there really a need to be so secretive about it?
It was enough to keep him from living a normal life.
That must have been difficult for your son.
I tried everything I could to cure his illness. It wasn't fair for the poor boy. He could never taste the desserts he loved so much.
The Angel's Recipe contains a cure for a certain illness. A remedy that could also cure Mr. Master's taste disorder.
What? He had it too.
He had it too, I see. So your son suffers from a taste disorder.
I didn't think you'd figure it out so quickly.
In order to cure your son's taste disorder, you need the recipe book. Wasn't that your true goal?
It's as you say.
Based on how he's acted up until now, it appears he is still hiding something. Looks like that clue will come in handy. Being unable to taste anything, regardless of what you eat. Such bitter illness. That reminds me, didn't you say something similar earlier? None of the entries had any flavor, so I didn't feel like eating any of it, wasn't it? Perhaps your son wasn't the only one who suffered from a taste disorder. It's hard to imagine being a successful pastry chef without a sense of taste. Perhaps what you really wanted was to cure yourself.
That's completely ludicrous. 18 years ago, I made those desserts all by myself.
Wrong. You didn't at all. It seems you've caught yourself in a contradiction. Yep. It all came back to bite you at the end. Didn't you cooperate with Isaac Dover in the contest? You can hardly say you made the desserts all by yourself. You must take great pride in your abilities as a pastry chef. But to betray your pride and cooperate with another contestant? You did it all to cure your own disease.
Well done, Sir Prosecutor. It's as you say. The one with the taste disorder is not my son. It is I. No one knew. I've kept it a secret for 18 years.
It doesn't matter how long a secret is kept. If you lie before me, I will expose it. Dane Gustavia and Isaac Dover were both trying to obtain the recipes for the new medicines. Gustavia to cure his condition, and Dover most likely to sell the recipe book for money. For this reason, they entered the contest as a collaborative effort. And with that, checkmate. Whoo! We've got to be getting close now, right?
I've never told this to anyone. Well done. As you say, I developed a taste disorder 18 years ago.
Taste disorder?
It was a severe disorder. I was unable to discern any flavor at all. It's one illness a pastry chef dreads above all else.
The symptoms sound a bit different from the Mr. Master's taste disorder.
Mr. Master's condition is known as hypogeusia. It simply causes a decreased sensitivity to certain specific flavors.
I'm sure it has caused Sir Master much pain too. After all, no medication was able to cure that 18 years ago.
In order to cure your taste disorder, you would need Mr. Master's angel recipe. And that's why you entered the contest. Am I correct?
That was one of my goals, but I still had my sights set on a title of world's greatest. When it comes to making desserts, I won't lose to anyone. Even without the ability to taste, I still have the utmost confidence in my flavors.
Oh, so I presume you also prepared your desserts in the finals with the intent to win.
That goes without saying.
According to what Mr. Shields told us earlier, the evaluation of Mr. Gustavia's entry was...
Up until the semi-finals, Mr. Gustavia's flavor and design were to my liking. Unfortunately, both the taste and appearance of his finals entry left much to be desired.
It seems that the dessert you made for the finals was not rated highly in regards to the flavor. Mr. Gustavia, you will tell us about how you made your dessert during the finals.
Very well. It seems I must teach you upstarts a lesson.
Dessert for the finals.
Sir Dover and I cooperated until the finals. I entered the flavor, and he was in charge of design. However, for the finals, I wanted to challenge Sir Master with my own skills. I helped Sir Dover make his entry, but I made mine completely on my own. If the flavor of the entry wasn't good enough, my own lack of training was to blame. How about that, Sir Prosecutor? This is the truth of 18 years ago.
Oh, I can't find any contradictions in his testimony.
Well, of course he isn't going to fess up that easily. This guy's been on the run for 18 years, after all. Guess we'll just have to keep on pressing him until he breaks, huh?
Yes. Rebuttal. Dessert for the finals. Sir Dover and I cooperated until the finals. I handled the flavor, he was in charge of design. So, Mr. Dover took care of the design while you handled the flavor.
Sir Dover was a sculptor by trade. His sense of design was splendid. He was just an amateur chef. We combined our strengths by working together.
You never did have much design sense, did you, Mr. Gustavia?
Oh god, what now?
Oh! What do you think of this?
That's a symbol of Zingfa.
Wow, a phoenix. Really is, that's really good.
Whoa, you really have improved these past 18 years.
Yeah, behold the fruits of my 18 years of training. I put my life and limb on the line for my dessert skills. It's true that I cooperated with Sir Do over 18 years ago up until the finals.
For the finals, I wanted to challenge Sir Master with my own skills. So, you were really serious about the title of world's greatest pastry chef?
Yes, confectionery is my life. Naturally, I wanted to be the world's greatest. But back then, I was still inexperienced, and I was no match for the battered chef.
But your goal was also to obtain the angel's recipe, right? Hang on, it just now occurs to me. Literally none of the original contestants had any good motive. None of the final contestants had any good motives.
Gustavia, like, I guess Gustavia had the closest to wanting, like, being the actual, like, sweet master or whatever, confectionery, pastry chef. But then you also have friggin' Delicia, who's just trying to get the book back for the medical company. And then you have Dover, who's just doing it for money. And I can't say Gustavia's that much better, considering he's more than likely to kill her.
Won't the recipe book be worth more to you than the title? I will not stand by and watch you badger a convalescent man like this. My gavel shall protect you, Mr. Gustavia. I realize she's still recuperating, but... Mr. Gustavia, do not yield to this devilish prosecutor. Now then, please continue with your testimony.
I hope Sir Dover make his entry, but I made mine and completely on my own.
So you helped Mr. Dover with his dessert, but made yours all by yourself. No matter how you look at it, this seems odd. Why didn't Mr. Dover assist you?
It matters not how it seems. It's the truth. I do not know what Sir Dover was thinking.
It's hard to prove if someone was lying about something that happened 18 years ago. Okay, does your secret weapon also work as a lie detector?
If it did, I'd have already stolen Mr. Edward's spotlight.
There's no need for that. I will expose this man's lies myself. Dame Gustavia, please continue with your testimony. If the flavor of my entry wasn't good enough, my own lack of training was to blame. Up until the finals, I heard that you received high praise for your flavor for the flavor of your desserts. Was there some sort of accident during the finals?
Nothing of the sort. I simply was unable to taste my work due to my taste disorder. In my intuition must have been off. That's all.
Then, was your intuition fine while making Mr. Dover's entry? How could there be such a huge difference between the finals and the previous day?
We're not getting anywhere at this rate.
Should I change the topic? Let me ask more about the semifinals, I feel. So, you're sure that there wasn't anything different between the semifinals and the finals?
Yes, that's right.
Aside from not cooperating with Sir Dover, the finals weren't much different from the semifinals. So, you were still able to make your desserts without Mr. Dover's assistance?
I may have lacked design sense, but I was confident in the flavor. Apart from the design, there were no major differences between my finals and the semi-final entries.
Huh? That sure is strange. That's how Uncle Ray remembers it. I'm pretty sure both the look and taste of your finals dessert scored poorly.
Then there's no way he would have won the contest.
Even the flavor, which he was so confident about, had failed to materialize during the finals. Something must have changed besides Mr. Dover's cooperation. But what? All those unanswered questions 18 years ago. I should already have the keys needed to unravel them. I must recall the information that Mr. Shields and my father gathered. The finals weren't much different from the semifinals. Is there anything that implies differently? Like anything from just a glance? Identical, traces, cloth, piece sketch, like hypo, frame, rock salt. Oh, wait. There was something different, wasn't there? There was another difference between the semifinals and the finals. This photo depicts your son. We know he came to visit you up until the finals.
That is correct. What does that have to do with anything?
Your son, who always came to see you through the semifinals, was not present for the finals. And then, it was only in the finals that your flavor judged poorly. I don't believe this to be a mere coincidence. Your son was your taste tester!
Your son's visits must have been very important to you, were they not?
Pop. Father can work miracles when his son is washing. With my son cheering me on, I was able to make the most delicious dessert.
Mr. Gustavius sure sounds like a good father, doesn't he?
If what he's saying is the whole truth, one could say so. But just hearing his son's cheers wouldn't be enough to change the taste of his dessert. A confectioner, confident in his sense of taste, develops a taste disorder. It would have been difficult for him to maintain the taste of his dessert. Your son came to cheer you on. Was that really all he did?
You seem very doubtful, Sir Prosecutor. In that case, I'll turn this around and ask you. What else could my elementary school son have done besides cheer me on?
I don't know. He could have, oh, I don't know, tasted it for you. I'm sure your elementary school son would have remembered the taste of your desserts.
Of course, my son always loved my desserts.
In that case, he would have been able to test your desserts in your place.
What did you say?
Earlier, you told us that you have a taste disorder.
I've never told this to anyone. Well done. As you say, I developed a taste disorder 18 years ago.
No one else knew about your taste disorder. If Mr. Dover had found out, he would have ended your partnership. After all, you are in charge of the flavor. Your son didn't just cheer you on. He also helped you determine if your desserts tasted correct. Ah, I see. Mr. Dover's desserts was made the day before. So it still tasted good.
What are you saying is quite amusing, Sir Prosecutor. You say that my elementary school son assisted me as a taste tester. You are insulting my pride.
Your pride?
It's true. I had no sense of design 18 years ago. However, I won't lose to anyone when it comes to flavor. You claim I would cast aside my pride and rely on my son. Don't get carried away with your foolish conjecture, you upstart.
In that case, I'm sure your son can confirm if my theory is mere conjecture.
Unfortunately for you, I no longer have a son.
What do you mean? Did you kill him? What? Did you kill your son?
I knew this would... I knew this would happen. I won't get caught. I'll kill... No.
You killed your own son I swear to God.
After my taste disorder was cured, I went to train in Zingfa immediately. During that time, I severed all ties with my son.
I swear to God, if he said his son was dead, and there was an implication that he killed his own freaking son, I swear to God.
What?
Don't tell me. You would even abandon your own son.
That's not all. You can say the whereabouts of his son are still unknown. The police have been searching, but they haven't been able to find any trace of him.
You wish to confirm your theory? I welcome you to try. Desserts are the only thing that are important to me. After regaining my sense of taste, my son no longer mattered.
You're an jack-off.
Order in the court. Mr. Gustavius' actions are certainly inhumane.
Wow, thank you for once.
However, we are not here to judge whether or not he is a good father. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I believe this is your loss.
After all, there is no evidence left from 18 years ago that could prove your theories.
Ugh. Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do? At this rate, we'll never find out the truth.
Detective Gumshoe, and all those results.
The water was blood could have been. I've asked forensics to look into it, sir.
Right, I leave it to you, Detective. I entrusted Detective Gumshoe with the last piece of evidence. If only I knew who that blood belonged to.
Miles, there's still one thing that's bothering Uncle Ray. Was Mr. Gustavius' only reason for coming to the art gallery to check on the body?
If he only wanted to confirm the body's presence, he wouldn't have needed to open the case. Then why did he open it?
That's right.
Is there a way we can prove this? There's one way. We just need that evidence from Detective Gumshoe.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, what are you talking about?
Mr. Edgeworth! Sorry to keep you waiting, sir!
Damn it, I thought I was gonna win.
Just the person I was talking about.
I was about to win, damn it.
Dr. Gumshoe, I trust you have the test results.
I'm here to save the day, sir! Of course, sir. I just got the report back from the lab.
Detective, please be silent. So, this is the evidence that Prosecutor Edgeworth was talking about.
Huh? Hey, what's this? This is the first I've heard of it. This was a request from me. I asked him to investigate a certain piece of evidence. Why is everyone always helping you out? I'm the one in charge of the crime scene. Mr. DeVest, I apologize for taking matters into my own hands, but how about we hear this report first? Sure. Detective Gumshoe, what were the results?
Here's a report, sir. The traces of blood found in the Gemini sculpture belong to the victim of the poison gas, Dane Gustavia.
Aha!
What are you saying?
Good work, Detective Gumshoe. I'm going to be raising your salary by $2 whole.
$2, sir? Oh, that's an entire day's worth of noodles, sir.
You've earned it. As I thought, my theory was correct.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? Me too would like an explanation. What on earth does this blood prove?
Doesn't it prove something obvious? This blood is something the culprit of the I-7 incident tried to conceal.
It can't be. That's...
This blood was found inside the glass case of the Gemini sculpture. In other words, your blood was found alongside Mr. Dover's body. There we go.
Why would Mr. Gustavia's blood be in a place like that?
Wait! He mentioned that before. Didn't he mention something about always burning himself? Or getting wounds on his body? Back when we were playing as Gregory? If you intend to remain silent, then I'll reveal the truth myself. The Gemini case, aside from the blood, in the Gemini case, aside from the blood, we also found traces of salt and sugar.
Salt and blood.
And only one of Mr. Dover's sherbet desserts tasted salty. Come to think of it, I remember Mr. Delicious saying the same thing 18 years ago.
Oh, yesy! His sherbet was most delicious.
Really? I wish I could have eaten some too.
But there was one piece I was so salty I couldn't eat it.
Salty?
It's right here in this photo. It's part of that wire.
That's a line from Gemini constellation. Exactly. For some reason, salt had been mixed into the lyre. No other traces of salt were found in Dover's room.
In that case, please explain. Where did the salt detected in the lyre come from?
Salt. Where did salt come from? Salt, 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 salt. Salt, 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 salt. Salt! Rock salt!
This is the rock salt lamp used as a murder weapon in the IS-7 incident.
Rock salt? I believe part of this rock salt lamp was mixed in with the sherbet from the lyre. At the time of the murder, there were 2 rock salt lamps in Mr. Master's room. One of those lamps took Mr. Dover's life. We know that Mr. Dover's blood was left behind and on the murderous lamp. However, there were no traces of anyone's blood found at the crime scene, Mr. Master's room. Because the killer disposed of all the desserts with traces of blood into the streams of water, right? No other traces of salt were found in Mr. Dover's room. Speaking of which, weren't the 2 rock salt lamps found in Mr. Delicious' rooms also broken? Looks like both the lamps and the pillars are broken.
Both their light bulbs are broken.
Maybe they were dropped on the floor.
We never did figure out why the other rock salt lamp was broken. Maybe Mr. Gustavia's blood was on the other lamp.
And if your blood was found on the lamps at the crime scene, you would have been suspected. As a culprit, you would have needed to conceal all traces of your blood from the police.
Don't tell me he concealed it in the sherbet wire.
Exactly. The rock salt lamp and his blood were mixed into the sherbet wire and hidden inside the glass case. Unlike the fountain's water, the sherbet desserts would not be analyzed right away. Perhaps he had planned to dispose of the sherbet when the opportunity presented itself.
Then, the reason Mr. Gustavia came to this gallery.
18 years ago, the body and the evidence pointing to the killer were both stolen. Even the killer could not have anticipated that. There was no way of knowing when the body and the evidence would be discovered.
So he planned to destroy the evidence before the Zodiac Art Gallery's grand opening.
Then, Gustavia, isn't it about time you confessed? You are the true culprit of the IS-7 incident.
Monsieur Gustavia, you are the reason Monsieur Masses.
What?
Mr. Gustavia.
Could it be? After all this time, my crime is finally brought to light.
You're really just admitting it.
The prosecutors and defense attorneys 18 years ago never even came close. Bravo, bravo. Well done, sir, prosecutor.
I don't like this. Why is he so happy? So you admit that you killed Mr. Dover?
It is true. I killed Isaac Dover.
Wow, really?
But he had only himself to blame.
What do you mean?
Dover and I worked together in order to win the contest. No matter who won, we agreed that we'd share the Angel's recipe. But on the day of the finals, he stabbed me in the back. So Dover, this isn't what we agreed to.
I'm sorry, Gustavia. The deal's off.
What? I made your dessert for you. I'm the reason you got this far.
And what of it? Can you prove that you assisted me in any way?
Dover, you were planning to betray me all along. Because of Dover's treachery, I was forced to make my finals entry on my own. It's just as Sir Prosecutor said, my son assisted me every day until the finals.
What about your pride as a confectionery artist?
A proud chef loses the ability to taste his own creations. That's a feeling an upstart like you would never understand. Mastering the art of dessert making is my reason for being. It is my one and only pride.
Committing murder for the sake of pride. That's another feeling I will never understand. To say nothing of abandoning your own son. Such a thought disgusts me.
Before you judge me, first understand what happened 18 years ago. On the day of the finals, my son never came to assist me. Thinking back on it now, I suppose Dover had a hand in that as well.
Huh? What exactly happened to your son?
I do not know, but it no longer matters. Ever since that day, my son meant nothing to me. From what I hear, he's still missing.
You're just a bastard, aren't you?
That's awful. Giving up on him like that.
Without your son, you had no chance of winning, correct?
Yes, and since I was guaranteed to lose, I needed a failsafe. You killed him. During the afternoon tea time, I made my way to Sir Master's room. I just need to take a photo of the cure to my taste disorder. It would have all worked out. If only Dover hadn't interfered.
Ah, Gustavia. Try and steal a picture of my prize, are you? That hardly seems sporting.
You!
Cure for taste disorders. Oh, you have a taste disorder, don't you? Ah, this is rich. A pastry chef who can't taste.
Dover, you...
Puny worm. You are in no position to oppose me.
Are you? When I attempted to hit Dover, he struck me and sent me flying. I crashed into one of the rock salt lamps, and that was when my blood stained on it.
So, Mr. Dover wasn't the first one to be injured.
To conceal my blood, I shaved away part of the rock salt lamp and mixed it with the sherbet. After that, it became a part of the lyre sculpture.
So, that's how you tried to erase your traces from the crime scene.
Dover tried to blackmail me by using his knowledge of my taste disorder. If I didn't want it to become public, I was to pay him a large sum.
So, that's the reason why you killed Isaac Dover.
Exactly. What reason do I have to let those who obstruct me live? He was the one who drew first blood. I simply gave him just desserts.
So that was his motive.
I carried the rock salt lamp that bore my blood into Dover's room. Then I came up with a hiding place where it could not be easily found.
I get it. That room contained plenty of tools like for sculpting sherbet.
Your deduction is spot on, Sir Attorney. It was the ideal place to shave away the rock salt. Then I proceeded to coat the surface of the sherbet lyre with a vast amount of the salty mixture.
But why? Why did you try to pin the crime on Monsieur Master?
You're wrong to blame me for that, Lady Catherine. If not for your unnecessary meddling, Sir Master would never have been a suspect. Why do you think I hid the murder weapon and fluorescent cloth in Lady Delicia's room?
You were trying to pin this on Delicia! There's only one reason why you'd place a murder weapon in someone else's room. You wanted to pin the crime on Delicia.
Me?
Yes, that is correct.
Gussie, what? Why me?
As one who sought to be the world's best confectioner, I greatly respected Sir Master. It was never my intention to cast suspicion on him. But an insolent woman who dared to sully the contest with fake desserts? I had no problem letting someone like you take the blame for a crime.
That makes me sad.
If you hadn't snacked on the other people's dessert, the body would have never been found. It was when Sir Master would be judging Lady Delicia's room. That's when I finally saw an opportunity to freeze the body, but before I could move the body, Lady Catherine had already discovered it.
Why did you need to freeze Monsieur Dover's body?
Why, indeed.
Monsieur Edgeworth, please tell us. Why would Monsieur Gustavian need to freeze the body?
It would have been to throw off the time of death, wasn't it? Miss Gustavia intended to freeze the body in order to throw off the time of death. If the time of death had coincided with the tea party, Mr. Gustavia would have been suspected.
That is correct. Preparations were necessary to freeze the body while I was preparing in Dover's room. I placed the body in the treasure chest in Sir Master's room.
Why are you confessing all this?
I could think of no better hiding place at the time. But thanks to that gluttonous pharmacist, the lid on the chest broke.
But why did you disguise him as an ice sculpture?
Once the body was discovered, there would be no time to throw off the time of death. To my time, you need to hide it someplace else.
How horrid. How could you hide Monsieur Dover's body within one of his own works?
It all would have worked out if the body hadn't been discovered while it was in Sir Master's room. If everything had gone according to plan, Sir Master would never have been arrested.
And you act like that would have been the best ending for everyone. But what about Dover? He died!
So, because I discovered the body, it's my fault Monsieur Master was...
No, it ain't your fault at all. It's the person who freaking killed him.
Kate, don't take his words to heart. Even if suspicion hadn't fallen on Mr. Master, Mr. Delicious would have taken the fall. No matter who he targeted, the one at fault here is Mr. Gustavi himself.
The detective in charge of the initial investigation was also a dunce. To think he never reported the missing body to the prosecutor.
Prosecutor Von Karma indicted Mr. Master without knowing the body had vanished.
I see. That would explain why he looked so flustered at the crime scene. Although, it's something that would stand out if you read the official documents.
Could someone have intentionally distorted the information? God, what a scumbag you are, buddy. At any rate, Von Karma found out about the missing body after he made his indictment. If he had let one person be acquitted, he'd have a stain on his much-prided perfect record. That's why he concealed the fact that the body was hidden, and had Mr. Master declared guilty.
What are you saying? For 18 years, that man had taken the blame for your crimes. Don't you feel anything at all?
I don't care what you say. What a monster! I'm arresting him right now, right here!
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that will be impossible.
Why?
So you figured it out.
What? You're saying because of that's right, statute of limitations. You can't be
Oh, that's correct. You have no right to sentence me.
What? But the culprit's standing right in front of us.
Allow me to tell you the reason why you can't arrest me.
There's gotta be a flaw. Why you can't arrest me?
It's been 18 years since I murdered Dover. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years, is it not? In other words, it's impossible for you to arrest me. I only confessed my crime because the statute of limitations had expired.
So that's why you're so cocky.
Statute of limitations for murder? Is 15 years? Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do?
There's something else I want to see. I think I saw a statement there that actually caught my interest. Ugh. As long as the statute of limitations remains, arresting him is impossible.
No way. My sincerest apologies, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Neither Mr. Gustavia's testimony nor your logic can be taken as official legal proof. The verdict of the trial 18 years ago cannot be overturned.
What? What about the fact that Mr. Dover's body was hidden? Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gustavia, this should at least earn Mr. Master a retrial.
Really? I wonder about that. Overturning a verdict of the goddess of law is much harder than you think.
Is the PIC just trying to justify the verdict from 18 years ago?
Yeah, how unfortunate, Sir Prosecutor.
Is there nothing I can do? Is there no way to continue pursuing Mr. Gustavia? There has to be. Why you can't arrest me? I can. And I will. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. That's something I actually want to see. There were other rules in play, though. It's possible that some of your actions 18 years ago were not affected by the statute.
It's been so long, I've got nothing left to hide.
Ask me anything you like. Very well. Could you explain to me what you did during these past 18 years?
Certainly. After the contest, the medicine from the recipe book allowed me to fully cure my taste and book disorder. I then immediately headed to Zhengfa to train my design skills.
He wasn't seen ever since that case because he was in a foreign country.
Indeed, and I'm certain that I went abroad to train. 1 year after that case, right before Sir Master's final trial began. And thanks to my training, I am now a confectioner unparalleled in both taste and design.
I don't care about you anymore. You should not be proud of that position you earned through the sacrifices of others.
You can bake a cake without breaking a few eggs. Sacrifices were necessary for my goal.
Horrible.
Say what you will. The fact still remains that you cannot arrest me.
Ugh. I have to get more information out of Mr. Gustavia. Was there anything of note in his recent testimony? His training in Zhengfa. Could you please add the details about your training in Zhengfa onto your testimony?
Certainly.
Afterwards, I trained in Zhengfa to become the world's best confectioner. Does that violate this? The suspect flees to or lives in a foreign country. The time limit is on hold until the...
You're done.
you can go straight to jail. Screw you! One of the conditions regarding the statute of limitations for murder is as follows. If the suspect flees to a foreign country, the time limit is on hold until the suspect returns. So the statute of limitations was suspended while you were overseas!
That's right. The statute of limitations stopped while you were training in Zhengfa.
You're done.
Indeed. It is possible that the statute of limitations has not expired yet. Mr. Gustavia, please tell us how long you stayed in Zhengfa.
It would be exactly 3 years. 3 years? Wait, let's calmly think this over. The case occurred 18 years ago. The statute of limitations is 15 years, and he was away for 3.
15 plus 3 is exactly 18 years. I'm sure of it. Mr. Edgeworth, we did it. The statute of limitations hasn't expired yet.
It's over.
Exactly 18 years, you say? How amusing.
Oh, you realized. Why are you laughing? The statute of limitations still applies.
Okay, it's frustrating, but case occurred in December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, the case occurred 18 years and 4 months ago. His stay abroad wasn't quite enough. We were just a few months short.
Not enough. That's...
Like I said, it's impossible for you to arrest me.
He must have known all about this when he confessed to his crime. There has to be something.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, it really is a shame. If it was just 1 year earlier, the statute of limitations would not have run out.
Oh!
Those who undermine the goddess of law's verdict must bear the burden of their crimes. It seems you are simply incapable.
This could be the end!
So, Master Gustavia really is beyond the law's reach.
Kate, what are you thinking?
Objection!
If you're thinking of taking matters into your own hands, I implore you to reconsider. There still might be a way to bring this man to justice.
What?
Miles, remember the facts of the case 18 years ago.
Is there something... If you're... Time of death... The statute of limitations ran out on December 24th, 3 years ago. As the victim's body vanished, there appears to be no odd touch for. Is that the true reason? Wait! Wait! Something's not right here. Something feels wrong. Something feels wrong here. I just had this feeling that I saw something, but...
Just as you were mistaken earlier, Mr. Gustavia has also overlooked one key detail.
Overlooked.
He wasn't present during Mr. Master's final trial, so he doesn't know the outcome of the trial. There may yet be a way for you to arrest him. Miles, look over that book on the statute of limitations again. 17 years ago, Master was falsely declared guilty for a serious crime. Thanks to that verdict, we aren't out of ammunition just yet.
Mr. Shields, you don't mean...
Those who undermine the goddess and law's verdict must bear the burden of their crimes. I'm Mr. Master's attorney. I can't use his suffering as a weapon in good conscience. For that reason, I'll leave the rest up to you.
The trial my father and Von Karma battled over. Can I use that to arrest Mr. Gustavia? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? It's always only ever one path for me. And that is the truth! I only ever want that. My father and Von Karma, their paths diverged. One revealed the truth and the other concealed it. The path that I choose is
The one that reveals the truth.
I see no further reason to prolong this trial. I hereby find Dame Gustavia not guilty.
Overruled. Gustavia, the standing call for his crimes.
Do you mean to say you have found a way to arrest Mr. Gustavia?
Exactly. I'll show Judge Courtney the evidence that will shatter the statute of limitations. It's something in here, right?
The I-7 case file. Which page are you referring to?
It was...
Which page was it again?
Suspect data. The suspect data page. Oh boy. At the trial, Jeffrey Master was found guilty of being an accomplice to murder. And it took 1 year to arrive at this verdict.
Right. That's indeed true.
This book lists conditions in which the statute of limitation can be put on hold. The first, as I said earlier, is if the suspect flees to a foreign country. But there's one more. If possible accomplices are on trial, the countdown is stopped until the verdict is reached. What are you saying? The Master was found to be an accomplice. That's right. Mr. Master was sentenced after you had left for your trip to Zengfa. And he was found guilty not of being the culprit, but of being an accomplice. But it seems you didn't know that. The Master never committed any crime to begin with. You should certainly know this. Of course we do. That is why we are going to free him. To that end, we will shatter the one remaining obstacle in our way. The statute of limitations. You fled to Zengfa for 3 years, and Jeffrey Master was being tried as an accomplice for 1 year. Put it all together, that the total time limit for this case is 19 years. In other words, the statute of limitations is not over for you yet. It's over.
The goddess of law is unerring in her judgments. However, it seems that the prosecutor at the time was not. I cannot believe it, but it seems like the case will have to be reopened.
It's absurd! You cannot arrest me!
Objection!
The last 18 years, an innocent man has suffered greatly in your stead. Mr. Gustavia, it's now time for you to atone for your crimes.
Farewell. To finally earn my place as the greatest confectioner in the world. To achieve that goal, I cast everything aside, even my own son. What a shame. You can't run from your crimes any longer. Let's see it. You made yourself? Whoa! Oh!
King Gustavia has been taken into custody, sir.
Yeah, so you're up next, right?
Yes, I understand.
Kate,
Everyone, I'm truly sorry for all the trouble I've caused. And thank you very much for catching Monsieur Gustavia.
What you did cannot be overlooked, even if the crimes you committed were in response to a past injustice. As a prosecutor, I'm terribly sorry for what happened.
No, I'm only getting what I deserve, since I was the cause of all this.
Kate, will you have me as your attorney? I'm not quite the same useless kid I was 18 years ago. I won't let them find you guilty.
Aww!
Oh, Monsieur Shields. Yes, thank you so much.
A big ol' hug.
Oh!
Sorry to interrupt, but it's time to go.
Yes, alright.
Wow. Judge Courtney, I can't help but feel that you've been dishonest with me.
Dishonest? Whatever do you mean?
You said that the verdict could not be overturned. But that was not the case. A reinvestigation and retrial were obviously required as soon as the missing body was found.
I have no need to answer you.
It seems she doesn't intend to ever give me an answer.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, the PIC has you in its sights.
I don't care about them.
They will receive a report on everything you did here today. And you will most likely be required to appear before them.
I don't care. I could care less.
Now then, I shall take my leave.
Your threats mean nothing to me, Courtney. I just hope you realize that.
Hold on, Mr. Edgeworth, Earth caught the real bad guy. Didn't he do his job as a prosecutor?
No matter how things turn out, I will never regret what I did here today.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
What is it?
Why are you always sticking your nose in the cases that you're not even involved with?
My duty is to reveal the truth. Not only as a prosecutor, it's just who I am.
I don't get it.
As long as you continue to think that being the best is all that matters, I doubt you ever will.
Well, I don't get that either. I'm going home.
What was that all about?
I feel like he wants to be better, but he's just stuck up on his whole the best being all that matters bit. There's much he still needs to learn.
Miley. What is it? I need Greg's son to do it. I think I might be falling for you.
No.
Thanks for helping, and Jeffy.
Well, Yo, Reggie, great job solving the case. Well, I was busy drawing, so I really didn't catch all of it. Huh? Where'd Cage and Justy run off to?
Clarice, you really weren't paying much attention at all, were you?
Well, I hate to admit it, but Larry's doodles actually helped us out a few times. I should say something nice to him. Don't glare at me like that, I'm sorry! It was not my intention to glare at you. That pen and edge with glare. And just like your man. Is that so? Well then, Uncle Ray's gonna go pay Mr. Master a visit. You guys want to tag along? I'd be happy to accompany you.
Oh, me too.
April 2nd, 4:56 p.m. Detention Center, Visitors Room. Let's see him.
So this is Jeffrey Master. What's he like?
Oh, he's a really nice and gentle guy. He's still doing his best to make people happy. He actually cooks desserts for the inmates. Nowadays, all the prisoners and guards look forward to snack time at 3 o'clock. Aw, that's cute.
Wow, that's nice. I want to eat desserts too.
The chocolate cake we saw in the prison the other day. It was his! He was the one who made it.
I brought him, sir.
Oh, Gummy, why are you here?
I heard everybody was coming to visit, so I escorted the Mr. Master myself. Hello, one and all. I am Jeffrey Master.
Prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth at your service.
I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kate Faraday.
It is a pleasure to meet you all.
Mr. Master, Miles is your old defense attorney's son.
You mean Mr. Gregory's? Your father has done so much for me. And yet, I betrayed his good faith when I made the false confession.
I've heard the details from Mr. Shields. Mr. Master, I came here today to tell you everything we learned about 18 years ago.
18 years ago? Kate committed a crime for my sake. Why would she do such a thing?
Miss Hall has been trying to prove your innocence for the past 18 years.
she was willing to do whatever it took to save you. Kate, she shouldn't have gone through so much trouble for an old man and who let her down.
Mr. Master, I don't think you realize just how much Miss Hall cares for you. I have something here that clearly proves the two of you share an unbreakable bond.
An unbreakable bond?
An unbreakable bond? Oh, yeah. There's one thing between you two. This should give Mr. Master some peace of mind.
You want some chocolate?
Take that!
These chocolates. Did Kate make them?
She did.
They're really sweet and tasty.
She's been making these chocolates for the past 18 years, so that she could give them to you when you returned.
Kate.
Aww.
I'm sure they are very, very sweet.
Yes, they truly are. Unfortunately, I cannot give them to you now, but
I can hand them over to Larry and Secret Pal.
it is against the rules, but right now I don't have the authority to stop him.
Thank you very much. Say, you remind me of an old friend. Do you know of a Detective Bad?
Of course I do. Detective Bad is my #1 role model, pal.
How uncanny. Talk about fate.
Aww.
Mr. Master, it's looking like we'll be able to get you out soon. I can only apologize that it took 18 years to do so.
Yeah, that seems like you're still happy.
Raymond, I'm the one who should be apologizing.
No, that's not it.
What I really should be saying is... thank you. Mr. Master, now it's my turn to wait for Kate. I'll make her favorite sweets every day until she returns. Please look after her, Raymond.
You got it.
Aww. The IS-7 incident, the case I inherited from my father. After 18 long years, it's finally come to a close. Holy crap!
Miles, thanks for today. I'm sorry for leaving that final decision to you.
No, I made that decision of my own free will.
Huh? What are you talking about?
To arrest Gustavia, we had no choice but to use Mr. Master's false charge. Use Mr. Master's false charge, which I was originally supposed to protect him from. The attorney inside of me simply could not do it.
That's how it was.
Yeah, and that's why the PIC is gonna be angry. At this point, do whatever the PIC wants, I don't care.
But, after this, Uncle Ray is going to try and clear away that false charge as well.
Yes, I understand.
What? But if they find out about the false charge, they won't be able to arrest Mr. Gustavia, right?
That's true. It sure is a contradiction in the law. The way the law is right now, it isn't always completely right.
Contradiction in the law?
Well, who knows what'll happen. The law evolves and grows, and just like all of us do. Just like Uncle Ray and Miles have grown up. You know,
People and the law both grow.
Miles, to fight crime as a prosecutor, or save people as a defense attorney, I want you to think carefully about how you want to live your life from now on.
I will.
Well, if you ask Uncle Ray, you'll always be welcome down at the office. Alright then, looks like it's time for Uncle Ray to get going. Next time I see you, I'll be sure to thank you again. Really though, thanks for today. Ray out.
Mr. Shields seemed to be in a bit of a hurry.
Indeed. I should be the one thanking him. I was able to face my father's last case because of him. Aww. When I was young, I wanted to become a great defense attorney like my father. However, under Prosecutor Von Karma, I learned the ways of a prosecutor. Thanks to a certain friend, I was able to discover my own path in life. However, Right now, there are forces trying to take me off the prosecutor's path. Maybe now is the perfect time to think about how I should live my life. Oh? April 2nd, 7:29 p.m. Edgeworth Law Offices?
Gregory, I'm sorry that it took so long.
Aww.
It may have taken 18 years, but finally, we've proven Mr. Master's innocence. Miles, your son, helped me with that. The way he fought for the truth. He was just like you, Gregory.
Aww.
I'm still not the kind of attorney you were, but I will forever carry on the convictions I inherited from you. If I can, together with him.
Aww. To fight crime as a prosecutor, or to save people as a defense attorney. The path I choose is... What an amazing case! My god, how are each and every case in this game so good? I just can't with this game. Admittedly, I did start using a guide near the end there because I was starting to get very confused. I will not deny that at all. Oh. As well as the fact that I was just getting too into it and I was like, I can't stop. I need to keep going. I need to see more. But that was awesome! I still can't believe how fantastic these games cases are. Like, what the heck? But I think that's going to be where we end it here for today, especially considering it's been now 6 hours. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you all later. Peace. Oh yeah, I have to hit the save button first. Let's try it again. Hope to see you all later. Peace.